this time?
Thank you. At a macro level, if you see India as a country and as we drive around and go in trains and go on road, we have enough land available. I don't think we have a scarcity of land. What we do have is a scarcity of infrastructure, especially urban infrastructure. When we talk about mass transit systems, if you see globally, no one lives in gateway cities. People travel to gateway cities and then they go back to their respective homes. Now, the problem in India is that all the travel is happening through car, right? Through road. So what we really need is new master plans, and new master plans need to be backed by infrastructure, especially transport infrastructure, to ease this availability of land. Because if you focus everything on a 5 square kilometer radius, we're sitting in Delhi and Gurgaon is where all the action is. So if all your development activity is going to happen in a 5 square kilometer radius for an aspirational, emerging, large demographic society like India, we will always be short of land. There is no way around it, right? So wherever new master plans, if you look at Greater Noida, it's a great example of a new master plan. If you look at Noida to Greater Noida to Yeda, what they've been able to achieve in that state, just in terms of availability of new land, that's why prices there have always been a little bit more rational, right? So if you talk about at a mass level, at a housing level, there is enough land available. Of course, you will have more expensive pockets of real estate, which is there anywhere in the world. So downtowns will be more expensive. But if you look at the middle class and the middle class affordability to buy homes, which is below $1 million still, in my opinion, we need to create these new pockets which are well connected, which are master planned, which are self-sustained communities in their own right in terms of infrastructure.
Rajiv, I would like to come to you on the fact that, you have seen the policy side as well as the private sector operations. How you think can reform help in kind of fast tracking these, land approvals? And in fact, to kind of ease the high cost we are seeing at this point of time, because at present it's pushing many out of the market. So how to deal with that?
Middle class affording $1 million homes. No, I think they deserve a better deal. It's got to be much below the $1 million. The truth is that, yes, there is a boom taking place in India, and it's going to last for the next 25 to 50 years. You've got enough population coming into cities. Cities are going to be, as the Prime Minister says, well-designed cities will determine the future of India. These are going to be the economic hotspots everywhere, all over the country. Mm-hmm. If there is shortage of land, as we think it is, then you've got to go higher and higher. So therefore, technology will play a very big role. When it comes to technology, you're already getting the first signs of governments reacting to it. It was a very strange thing which the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi said, and it was music to everyone's ear, that no NOC from the police is required. He even said last Friday that no NOC from MCD will be required to either design, make hotels or restaurants. Can you imagine? The condition of this city is so good and the police work is so good. You have more than 200 restro bars in a place called Connaught Place. Everyone knows by whatever name it is, the center of the town. Mm-hmm. Youngsters must be going there every day. They go in plenty of numbers. They go anywhere and everywhere around Delhi. Have you ever heard that there is a law and order situation there? Have you ever heard that the police is not available? So therefore, all authorities are now evolving, whether it is the DDA under the Lieutenant Governor, whether it is the police. But yes, what you need is a great investment in infrastructure, as Gaurav has rightly said. But more than that, I think it's for the real estate sector. We are getting the benefit of easy cash flows. You're also getting IPOs coming in. You've also got bank finance coming in. You've got great companies like Sotheby's coming in and all the others, whether it's JLL, whether it's CBRE, name it, and we have the best of the companies coming from abroad. I think we've got to change. So we've made we've seen a few changes in the last decade or more. You have to come to a model where it will be like the auto boom which took place in India 40 years ago. You've got to come down to a conveyor belt system. You design, you choose the best in designs, you forecast because the need is so great, the boom is taking place because there is a shortage. And you design well, you prepare your plans, get the approvals of RERA, and then you can roll out $1 billion project every quarter. Each company can do it. You've got the best of the EPC companies coming into India. They're already working. The Indian companies are very, very good. Whether you take Tata Projects, whether you take L&T, whether you take all the listed companies, Shapurji Palanji, DS Ahluwalia, you have now Kalpataru, which is going public. So you have number of engineering companies. You need the best of the civil engineers coming in. They need to plan. The government is fully aware. As we've seen, the roads have changed. Metros have come into life over here. We need to increase water. So whatever's happened at the Indus Water Treaty should hopefully mean much greater water availability for the rest of India. So we all need to be putting our heads together. You are in for a very, very good time. This is the sector to be into India. You've seen the sponsors here. There's a great company, Hero Realty, which has come in here. You've got Somanis, not only Somanis, but the other, both the companies.
Yeah.
So Hindustan. And you've got every sector being covered. There's new technology which is coming into products. Optical fiber cable is now a recognized part. You don't get out of the house to go and make payments. You need green areas. So therefore, I think we need to just keep up and think futuristic. There is a great possibility of huge gains in the coming 25 to 50 years, especially for realty. This is the sector to be in.
You've given a very long-term view here, but I'll come to Amit on the part that post-pandemic, the boom is clearly seen in how, the strong traction coming in the luxury markets. But with land scarcity, it's pushing up the base prices. Do you think the luxury supply now at a risk of outpricing, even this segment of demand?
I think yes, you are right in terms of new product launches. There has been a reduction, right? But market is also consolidated a bit over the last 3 or 4 years, and a lot of inventory has been taken off by the buyers who were sitting on the fence. Post-pandemic, as you asked, we've seen a good, surge in demand. A lot of buyers came forward, bought their properties, which were under construction, are now going to be delivered over the next few years. We've also seen branded developments coming up, serviced residences coming up, which has again a lot more demand, as we've seen in the past. So buyers are willing to pay the premium and buy those, properties or developments which are very strong on software part, not just the hardware. Right? It is not just the brick and mortar that you buy real estate, but you are also buying something which offers you great amenities. As Mr. Talwar rightly said, automation, tech, which is playing an important role. And to also answer and touch upon your question about the scarcity, I think the cities are also expanding. As we see a lot of development happening in neighboring towns and cities, whether it is Gurgaon, Noida, we've seen some great quality developers coming up there, and doing those large projects. It's also going vertical, as some of the co-panelists said, and it needs to go vertical, right? With the technology that we have today, we are able to do those, strong infrastructure, strong foundations and buildings. I think the way capital markets are doing well, economy is growing for, over $4 trillion, going to be, third largest soon. There is a lot of money in the system which is being pumped into the real estate. We are also attracting strong inflows of institutional capital, private equity capital. Last year alone, we saw over $4.2 billion coming into Indian real estate sector, which is a big, big positive. The world is looking at India in a very positive manner. I think this is the best time, for the sector. and should continue. I'm very
Fair
positive.
point. I mean, you're saying this is the best time. I would like to know from Mr. Arun that, you know, with inflation cooling off and possible rate cut in the horizon, we would get to know in the first week of August when we hear on the monetary policy. But how do you see the real estate credit cycle shaping over in next 6 to 12 months?
See, policy rate cuts will help both buyers as well as sellers. With policy rate cuts, financing will be cheaper. So definitely the builders will be getting cheaper loans for their projects, and also the home buyers will be getting cheaper loans for their home buyer. Further, all this inflation, it will be giving the confidence that there will be no speculation. Prices will be more or less stable. So there will be predictability of returns on the part of the projects. Input cost will be known. So there will be less likelihood of any speculation. And in turn, all these policy rate cuts as well as easing of inflation will improve the sentiments in the market, and business will be growing.
I hope bankers would pass on the rate cut benefit on consumer. But meanwhile, I would like to come back to Gaurav again on the part that we are seeing, you know, big ticket land transactions shaping the future of Indian cities. As we on the cups of, you know, structural shift in how land is identified, created, monetized, how do you seeing that, you know, in the urban planning?
You know, the good thing is that land is no longer considered a long-term capital asset, right? Most people view land as stock in trade, as inventory, which needs to be monetized immediately. And outside, you know, very, very established players like DLF who own historic lands, for new players or for listed companies, when they're buying land, they are buying it with the immediate objective of developing and selling. So that's been the big change in the last 10 to 15 years, right? If you went back 15, 20 years, land banking was very, very popular. But given where land valuations have reached now, that is a big structural change, that land is being bought as an income-generating asset straight away to develop it. Cycles will come and go, and each cycle will teach us something, right? So this cycle is going to now, 25 onwards, the cycle is going to teach us that it's not just your per square foot price that is important. I think we've caught up. We had a very long period of no growth in prices, and then we've had a 4-year bull run. So our per square foot prices as a country are still very rational. They're not ridiculous. But what's happened is that in this momentum of luxury, our unit sizes have become very big. So if I buy a 5,000 square feet size apartment for, let's say, 20,000 rupees a square foot, that's a 10 crore apartment, right? But if I can afford the same space, let's say in a 3,000 square feet size, suddenly it becomes within striking range for me. So that is actually the most critical aspect that is going to change now as we're going forward. I'm not worried about, oh, you know, prices have gone up. Apartment prices are a function of land. You said land is scarce. There is a structural shift. Land is being seen as an income-generating asset. But please don't forget, as we are going vertical, your construction costs are going up. As much as you would like technology to catch up with construction cost per square foot. In a city like Gurgaon, earlier FSI used to be 1.75. You could build and sell easily. Then came TOD. Without the transit system in place, you got TOD FSI, right? So there's no metro, but your FSI has doubled to 3.5. Now you have TDR. So your net effective FSI has gone up to 5. So today, if you go to a landowner in Gurgaon, he'll say, I want my land valued at 5, which is for an incoming developer. I have to build more than 3 times of what I was building. So if I was constructing at 5 or 6,000 rupees a square foot, I cannot do the same for less than 8 to 10,000 rupees per square foot. So suddenly land starts looking cheap as compared to this construction cost, right? So the structural changes that are happening is because there is scarcity of land. When you buy land, you're buying it at market, then you've got to build at a high price. The only thing that is left is you can play around with your unit sizes. You cannot compromise on amenities because every second clubhouse is massive now, even for the mid-market projects or the affordable projects. So therefore, the only way I feel this is going to go is a reconfiguration of your apartment sizes, which I think is good. I mean, how many Indian families need 5,000 square feet?
Sure, well said. And on this line only, since the Gaurav mentioned that cycle will come and go, but from the point of view of government role here, you think that government should step in more aggressively to kind of unlock land in urban fringes and make peripheral
Certainly.
development viable and affordable?
Certainly, I think the government should look futuristic because it's not only the same cities. It's in Gurgaon, you find land prices going up and a landowner demanding for 5 FAR price, corresponding price, and therefore the construction and the delivered cost would be high. I think the government needs to look as they were doing earlier. But the problem is that the government always thinks of normally an auction rate. It's time that they began looking at policies in large, huge parcels, because one thing which no one is talking about, we're also not talking about it. What about housing for the poor? We used to have a company, very famous company, doing an excellent job in various parts of Haryana called Signature Global. They've had an IPO and now they're offering luxury. So therefore, the space which is available for making mass housing is much larger. You need, if the population is correct, as your own note said, that there'll be 900 million plus, and 50% of any town, including Delhi, either exists in slums or they exist in unauthorized colonies. More than 4,000 unauthorized colonies have been regularized in Delhi. Now, is that going to be the condition of Gurgaon, of Noida, Greater Noida, and every little city and town that we go along? Therefore, the market is for that mass housing, which is not 5,000, which is correct. It's right from 300 square feet carpet area to something like 2,000 square feet. So we've got to get those people coming in. We've got to get developers looking at those projects which will give you a much bigger slice. You need minimum 100 or 150 million homes, which is 10 to 15 crore homes coming up. Anyone who has the capacity to build will get enough business. So there's no shortage of business. So let's get that going, and you'll see that cities will change. It'll be much easier for youngsters coming in. They don't need massive homes, 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom. Those are aspirational homes. What you need is a size which you can afford, you can go out to work, you get all your clubs will be playing an important part. Absolutely. Because that's where they get their food from, Zomato and whoever, Blinkit or whoever's going to Swiggy, they're going to supply you. And you're going to get some entertainment, you're going to get sports. So therefore, planning needs to change from the government, and I'm sure it's waking up. I'm sure it's waking up.
All of us are agreed to your points, Mr. Rajiv. Amit, I would like to know from your global exposure through Sotheby's, what innovative land use or urban planning models from abroad could be adopted to India's high demand zones, according to you?
You see, when we go to global gateway cities and look at some of the most sought after developments, usually they are either golf facing, water views, that kind of development where you have stunning views, you have nature, you feel close to the nature. So that is something that could be brought into India or planned in a better way, where government could also play a role. I believe with the new government in Delhi, the Yamuna is being, now everybody is saying, I had the opportunity to meet up with the LG and the CM, and they are talking about cleaning up Yamuna, coming up with, more reforms for Delhi. The new master plan is expected to come in. So if we have some developments which are overlooking the water, right, which are close to the golf course, where you have more nature around you, more trees around you, green patches. So those are the things. Besides that, the branded and the serviced. So these are two things, you see, as the families are going nuclear and more startup founders, CXO level people, they are buying these, expensive properties. They want, and they are always on the move. They want something which is easy to maintain, easy to manage. When they are traveling, it's easy. They lock and key, lock and just go. And the place is very well maintained, and all the amenities are there. So that's something which I would say is really something.
You think
Absolutely.
is required. Arun, I wanted to know from you that what, according to you, we should come up with some innovative banking models, beyond the traditional loans. Do you see that some innovative models would help kind of fueling this entire housing market?
Yes, definitely that is need of our entire this thing, how we sell, purchase, how we finance and manage these housing projects needs to be re-looked into. Digital lending is need of the hour. It will reduce considerably the turnaround time and ease for customers. Further also, there is a huge demand from housing from unorganized sector, those who are not having this, say, for sanction of getting sanction home loans, borrower needs to provide this income tax returns. Most of the borrowers, applicants are having this income, but they are not having that income tax returns. Now banks are coming with products like, if they are having some digital footprints of transactions, they will take all those into account for their 24 months transaction, and they will provide finance to all these unorganized sector. Apart from that, banks are also coming with this fintechs and this co-lending model, which will help definitely to enlarge this market and will definitely ease the things.
Yeah, clearly. So, Gaurav, we are witnessing, most of this large-scale transactions are backed by, REITs, sovereign wealth fund, private equities, etc. So, how you think that this entire investor appetite driving, especially in the REIT segment, and despite the fact that we have a global interest rates which has been rising, so what's your thing that is driving the whole REITs market here?
The listing of the first REIT was a big landmark moment in our history, at least as far as the industry is concerned, for many, many reasons. One, they were trying for 10 years to get it done. The second is that it gives a very, very viable exit to a new fund who comes into India to develop office space, right? Because the first question that everyone used to ask is, if we invest money in India, how do we exit our capital, right? And the only option at that point in time was you sell to another fund. So what the REIT markets did was it opened up this new plethora of foreign institutional investors who were not traditional real estate investors who could actually buy off you. The second thing that it did is it allowed the Indian middle class to actually participate in yielding office assets without having to go and buy strata title in an under construction commercial property, right? So today as a investor, as a retail investor, I have the ability to buy a home, to buy office space, but I can simply go out and buy 10 units of a listed REIT. And it gives me a yield. I can exit whenever I want at the click of a button. So it opens up another, and we haven't just seen the large REITs of the big global investors. Now we have something called the SM REITs. You can do individual asset listing. So you have 5 or 6 new managers who are saying, okay, a REIT doesn't need to be 20 million square feet or 10 million square feet. I can simply go out and list a 1 million square feet office asset. So these things give depth to a sector. It gives you access to more capital, access to institutional capital where you have to be strong on governance, but you get great valuations for your asset classes. So in a way, our increase of grade A stock, I mean, by the end of next year, we will be a 1 billion square feet grade A office stock in this country, which is phenomenal. We never thought when we all started our business, you've seen the industry for so long, 30 years back, this number was like 20 million square feet, and it was all in Nariman Point. So you've got a great base of investment grade A office space, you've got foreign private investors, you've got REITs, and the fourth source of capital is now you've got domestic funds, which are mobilizing domestic wealth into office assets. These are private funds. So actually, they're going to wealthy Indians and saying, you don't need to do structured debt in residential. We'll get you buildings, we'll asset manage this. And they've raised $1 billion alone in the last 4 or 5 years. So, office has seen a lot of action. Residential, you're still heavily reliant either on customers for cash flows or if you're a listed firm. For residential companies, access to capital is very, very difficult, especially when times are not that great.
But still, I think that the retail's participation is still lacking in the REITs. What is holding back the retail participation in such instruments? And plus, do you think that this is the time to kind of tweak some of the regulatory requirements to kind of push such instruments?
I think retail investors in India are smarter than you and I. They want the alpha returns. They don't care about 7 to 10% appreciation, right? Anyone who's putting in life savings will either put in money into mutual funds or they go for stocks which have high return profiles. But I think if you're looking for a combination of growth and stable income, REITs offers a great model. I don't think the government needs to do anything more. It's now a personal choice.
I'm sure. Rajiv, you...
Retail REITs coming up too. I mean, those, I think, the complexes which are coming up, like say Aero City here, or you have Nexus which has come in all over the country. I think those are also opportunities which are really now flowering. And money is getting cheaper. In fact, the two big problems in India, as we all knew, was either the cost of land is too high or the cost of money is too high.
Absolutely.
So land, I'm sure it will be that the cheaper the cost, people who've got traditional land banks, when they go up vertically, that will become cheaper. Money in any case is becoming cheaper, hopefully in India. But there is a lot of scope, I think, for people to do more. I mean, you've got REITs coming in, and even for REITs, the kind of income which is going up. I mean, our own company, 155 crores when you went public. Today you're nearing $1 billion. So that's a huge jump. So it's possible in every city that, I mean, it's not only us. GIC's taken up the commercial assets of a company in Bangalore. So people are looking around. Money is looking around from all over the world into India, that where can you find a good return? So it's going to be a good period. People need to look into the future for their own niche. There's excellent luxury here. Sadhbis will not look at anything else, but there will be a large number of people who will keep on maturing. The cycle is starting now, where people used to look only at homes which were selling for something like maybe 5 to 10,000 rupees a square feet. Those people are not looking at 5 to 10,000 now. They're looking at 10 to 30,000. So someone will have to look at the requirement where electricity will be there, water will be there, gas will be there, OFC cable network, digitals will be there, and those will still come within a cost of below 10,000 bucks. And what about rental housing? Just like office space is on rent, and so are retail shopping centers, I think housing will also go on a rental basis.
So, Rajiv, on the commercial space, as you rightly pointed out, I just wanted to understand that with remote work and the hybrid model in place, is the large-scale commercial space still a safe long-term bet, according to you?
You bet it is.
Amit, I'd like to know that what is driving this confidence, like, global money pouring in and all those luxury segment. What is driving this confidence, according to you?
I think it's the end use. The end users are really driving the market. They are the ones who are coming and buying properties. The investor market, you see, it's a very healthy transformation where investors are taking the route of REITs and AIFs, and end users are buying the properties for their self-use. This is a big shift, and that's very healthy as well. As people invest through these platforms, whether it is, REITs, you take Embassy, Mindspace, Nexus, and then so many REITs have come and they have successfully raised capital in the country and are able to also deploy. They are seeing more and more deployment opportunities. So as investors are taking that route to invest, they know that smart people who are seasoned in this particular domain, they are managing that money and they are able to generate risk-adjusted returns for the investors, and they also keep liquidity aspect in mind. They're able to, protect the capital in a much better manner, having the controls in place. SEBI has done a great job in terms of, laying out the format for these platforms. So these are some of the very healthy, I think, moves which we all have seen.
A quick question on the very interesting fact that, with strong sales reported recently by DLF, Prestige, but the stock remains volatile. Why you think is that?
Okay, you need an answer for that. And the answer is plain and simple. You are using the words location, location, location. No, it's relationship, relationship, relationship. In companies, it was well laid out by the founders of the company and the successive generations that your stock, bulk of the stock, 75% is held by the family. So why worry about the stock price and volatility? It's the asset which is giving you a much higher return.
I'm afraid I'm running out of time. Just last question, because there has been some debate on the Gurugram property prices, and I want to know from you, is this a kind of bubble waiting to burst? What's your take on that?
Everyone would wish that the bubble should burst. No. I think when you give something which Amit was saying, that those are actually well-defined, very exclusive, you will always find a place for that. It's like saying that the shoe market is not going to be driven by Prada chappals. There is a Kolhapuri chappal there which is in the bulk. So there will be all assets and asset classes. How business looks at it will be very different. I think one of your panelists will be a young Abhishek over here, that how does he think of this company, Somani Tiles, changing in the future? The scope of production and the costs will go up immensely. The scope will go up immensely. The costs will remain competitive. Production lines will change. So I think the entire industry and entire India is undergoing what I think that lady rightly said, transformational change.
I'm sure.
India is undergoing a big change. It's the country of the future. It's the country to bet on. And real estate, by its very nature, is an industry or a sector to really bet upon very heavily. It's a very good sector.
I'm sure, Rajiv. Thank you so much. And that's the wrap of this very special conversation. And thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your deep insight into this sector. Thanks a lot.
Let's have another more robust round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Gaurav Kumar, Rajiv Talwar, Amit Goyal, and Arun Kumar. Thank you, gentlemen, for getting the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025 off to a very strong start. While the stage is being set for the next conversation, I'd like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have many more such insightful conversations through the afternoon. And later on in the evening, we will be joined by Shri Manohar Lal Khattar, the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. It's a session I urge you all not to miss, and so may I request you to please take your seats. Now, the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025, let me also remind you, is being live streamed on all NDTV YouTube channels. So you can watch the sessions online as well in case you need to tear yourself away from these riveting conversations. Now, our first panel explored the macroeconomic realities of land scarcity shaping India's urban landscape. Now we shift our focus from the where to the what, the very building blocks of our future cities. Before we begin our next conversation and invite up the guests, may I please request you all to take your seats so we can start the next session. Okay, so for our next session on innovating construction material for real estate, I would like to invite on stage Abhishek Somani, Managing Director, Somani Ceramics, and Manu Malhotra, Founder Partner, Director, IIDC Architects. They will be in conversation with my colleague Aishwarya Patil. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists and the anchor.
Well, again, very good afternoon and many, many thanks for joining us here. In the next few minutes, we'll be talking about one of the things that we all love. We like our spaces aesthetic and as appealing as possible. But are there enough options available in the developer community among the real estate players also, known for blending architecture, nature, and sustainability? We're going to get some perspective on designing for New India, construction material innovation for evolving urban and suburban landscapes. Let's get a hold of some of the statistics before we start the conversation with the two gentlemen, Mr. Somani and Mr. Malhotra. Many, many thanks for joining us first off. So if we take a look at the numbers, India's urban footprint is expanding at an unprecedented pace. By 2036, over 40% of our population will live in the cities, which means we'll be adding to our cities about 600 million or about 60 crores. These are World Bank numbers, in fact, and we'll have about 60 crore urban dwellers. Now, this boom is not just about building more homes and offices, it's also about rethinking the very materials we use to build them. And I'd like you all to weigh in on all of this. Nearly 70% of the urban infrastructure needed by 2047 is yet to be built. So how should we seize this opportunity really and also ensure that we can create the next 70% homes, offices, and public spaces more greener and sustainable? Throw it open to you all.
Yeah. So thank you for having me here. You're absolutely right. An economy of our size should be at least 50% urbanized. And we are seeing that happen. A lot of our urbanization is happening outside of the tier 1 towns. There's satellite towns like Gurgaon, but otherwise, if I talk of ourselves, we have increasingly seen our sales move from tier 1 town to tier 2, 3, 4 towns, which is where the development is happening. Till very recently, it used to be IHBs, which is individual home, but soon, even in the lately, even in the smaller towns, there's been high-rise buildings. Okay. So specifically, your question was around what? On the development or on the?
So the next couple of homes that we will build in the next couple of decades or so, say 2036 is one milestone, the other is 2047. We have the option to have more sustainable and a blend of architecture that will, and a blend of architecture. So what's your thought process on that? How can we change or tweak going forward from here?
So one thing we've noticed is in the tier 2, tier 3 towns, unfortunately, there's not too much emphasis, and Mr. Malhotra would be the right person to say, but there's not been too much emphasis on town and country planning. Buildings are coming up. There is no synergy between one builder and another builder, whether it's residential, commercial, or whatever it may be. There is no particular synergy. So if you see the older cities in India or even abroad, there is some kind of a design language to that particular city. So I think that outside, I think people have become more and more conscious about sustainability. I can talk very confidently about my industry. As far as my industry is concerned, of course, tiles are extremely sustainable. They're made out of a natural material. It's fired with natural gas. We are aiming to be a zero emission soon, but we do a lot of stuff to make sure that we take out more number of square meters with lesser gas. On the other hand, we do use lesser quantity of material for the same attributes of the tile without compensating anything on the durability or the performance or anything like that. If you come to sanitary ware and bath fittings, we've seen increasingly where water has been the main forefront. So the newer sanitary wares, when you flush a cistern, it uses less water. This we urge. A lot of times we urge people to use Indian products. The reason is not because they're made in India. Of course, we're very proud to be made in India. And we're probably one of the only manufacturers in the country which have been made in India, always have been made in India since the last 55 years of existence. But what I was saying is that every particular nation, as far as sanitary ware is concerned, and this I've had an argument with some builders, there was an onslaught of China some time ago. And the sanitary ware, the bath fittings are made for their water, for their flushing standards, etc. And that builder went and bought a Chinese product, and known to us in advance, his water bill for that particular building had doubled because the thing wouldn't flush at one time. So there are certain products which we make for Indian standards. If you remember, I can make an analogy with a car. Earlier, the German cars used to come. They wouldn't cool in India because they were not built for Middle Eastern countries and Indian countries. Now they are. So the same way, from a water conservation point of view, the way we are treating the Indian water, the kind of TDS levels we have over here, the kind of pressure we have over here, we are making sanitary ware, and we means the entire industry in India, be it my competition or us, we're making it for the Indian diaspora, for the Indian water, for the Indian conditions. That itself is a large water conservation. So I think sustainability for every builder has become extremely important. Most consumers are also demanding it, but very little understood around that. We do talk of, for example, I will take an example of a particular, I won't name anybody, but there is a builder in next to our factory. Now he's gone and bought a product which is in Haryana. So our factory is in Haryana. He's probably 10 kilometers from the factory. But he's gone and bought a material all the way from Gujarat for 2 rupees cheaper. How is that sustainable? So a lot of people talk about it. It's a vague subject mostly with people. Everybody sees that, okay, we're sustainable, we're this, we're that, we're following ESG norms. Very little is known, frankly, unfortunately.
Right.
But it's getting there.
All right. Mr. Manu Malhotra, I would like to get your view also on the next 70% homes that are yet to be built by 2047. How can we make a difference as this industry, as a representative of this industry?
Yeah. I feel, I mean, the urbanization is really rapidly changing, and with the advent of, I mean, what has happened in the last decade and a half, I mean, with digitization, and with the road infrastructure, etc., which has been built. I think this construction may happen in different other cities, Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, because Tier 1 cities, as was discussed in the last panel, has become really very expensive. Examples of Gurgaon were cited where density actually restricts in terms of number of units you can build. So, augmenting the FAR, etc., vis-a-vis the land cost is also a challenge. So I feel that, I mean, the masses which were moving to Tier 1 cities would essentially, with this hybrid work culture, would move to Tier 2, 3 cities back, and the influx would probably reduce, right? And hence, there is a lot of growth potential there in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And ultra high net worth individuals, which were either way having, their houses in, exotic locations close to the beaches and hills, they have started spending more and more time there, and which is taking the technologically advanced materials, automations, etc., to these newer cities. So that's on the demand side of it. But on the supply side, again, with the road infrastructure, e-commerce, warehousing, and all that, the gap analysis, or the gap between the suppliers and the end users is kind of is getting reduced because of that. So I think that this whole thing would essentially contribute to that building part of it.
Right. Next, I would also like you all to weigh in on the construction materials business that contributes nearly 25% of India's greenhouse gas emissions, which is pushing the industry to find smarter, greener solutions without compromising on costs or quality. Specifically, if you speak of certain materials, concrete, steel, and cement are particularly, the huge, larger, significant emitters, in fact, with production process releasing substantial amounts of carbon dioxide. What are some of the substitutes or new materials that we can look at to maybe replace it, or maybe a mixture of all of these?
As far as tile is concerned, we are the substitute of various other natural material, natural stones, marbles, granites, etc., limestones. So I think this particular product which we manufacture is the substitute. not only to natural stone. Lately, we've also come out with some material which is for decking and furniture. So you can use tiles instead of using marble and granite tabletops. You can now use tiles. So they're thick, 15 millimeters, 20 millimeters. So I think we're the substitute for all this material. While we are a substitute, we are always continuously trying. Our endeavor is to, like I mentioned earlier, endeavor is to lower the carbon footprint in terms of using better and cheaper material, in terms of our clay and sand and whatever else we use. As far as our glazes are concerned, a lot of the glazes used to be with lead, with cadmium. We're trying to see how we can use less and less and less of lead. We hardly use any lead from that point of view. So that again is something which we're very conscious of in terms of recycling. I think 15 years ago, nothing used to be recycled. Today, 100% of our product is getting recycled in the system. Either it goes back into making the tile, or then we are making tile adhesives or something which is backward integrated, and substituting sand and cement for that matter. Unfortunately, sanitary ware and bath fittings, there is no substitute. You need some form of sanitation any which ways. There again, our endeavor is to make sure that we make more sanitary ware, make it with the same attribute but use less fuel and less material, and yet not lose any qualitative property of the product. So that's where we are.
Mr. Malhotra, you're an architect and you work with a whole lot of real estate developers as well. That you've seen lately innovative in terms of finding substitutes to these materials that you would like to add?
So see, I mean, the major thrust is how quickly you can deliver the product, right? So the material advancements in terms of the delivery gaps, the material advancements in terms of, drywall constructions and all that, which can actually reduce the, wastage of water and dust for the construction sites. All of this actually helps in creating greener buildings and a faster delivery to the client. I mean, that's one area where we are seeing a lot of evolvement, a lot of use of glass because it is faster to construct. Glass is no more, something which gains heat, right? I mean, there are advanced low-E glasses available, which actually reduce the heat load inside the building. So all these things put together actually is helping in reducing the carbon footprint and making more greener buildings.
Right. Mr. Somani, you did mention about China and how it is, in fact, the leading player in terms of ceramics and the production. How do we balance this competitiveness? And India, I believe, is on the second spot as far as ceramic products are concerned. In these kind of sectors, which China is currently leading, with the urgent need for sustainability, of course, and how do we ensure that the materials we choose keep pace with India's unique climate, and also we have a different kind of a culture and evolving aspirations as well?
Yeah, so as far as tile is concerned, there was a huge upsurge in China with the two large construction giants which went bankrupt fairly recently. It was all over the news a couple of years ago, and that was the downfall of the Chinese economy also to start with. So there was a huge upsurge of tiles. So just to give you some numbers, they used to make about 12 billion square meters of tiles per annum. India used to make at the same time, 5-7 years ago, 1 billion square meters. We've moved up to 2.5 billion square meters in the last 5 to 6 years. China has come down from 12 billion square meters to 4 billion square meters. So they're really not leading, and obviously it's a much larger nation with much more infrastructure. The leader in the pack from an export point of view is no longer China. I think two mistakes. One, their economies of scales have become their diseconomies of scales. Their kilns, their processes are so long, and they're only efficient if you buy multiple thousands of square meters of a single design, which no builder is wanting to buy. They're wanting variety. Architects like him want variety. Now, he's not going to buy 20,000 square meters of a single SKU for no client. So they're competitive if you do that. So that, like I said, their diseconomy, their economy of scale has become the diseconomy. This is as far as style is concerned. So India has become the front runner as far as this is concerned. COVID, on the sanitary ware side, I think we were in a comfort zone where we used to buy some stuff from China. We manufactured 50%, bought 50%. I think COVID taught us a lesson where nothing was available for those 2-3 years. So we indigenized, and today very proudly saying 95% of India is manufactured here. We're not very large sanitary ware manufacturers, so we were anyway made in India, but the other giants in India in this segment were buying from China, no longer, because they found this opportunity during COVID out of duress that they had to indigenize, which they did, and no longer are we dependent on China. So I don't think in our sector we're very proudly more efficient than the Chinese. In fact, we can probably export into China rather than import from there.
Well, we have less than a minute to wrap up this conversation, so I'm just going to quickly squeeze in 2 questions. First, to Mr. Malhotra, how do you see urbanization shaping material needs in this emerging market? And what has been the biggest challenge as an architect for you to balance between innovation, sustainability, and affordability? And one final question to you, sir. I am from the millennial generation, and the next decades or so, I mean, for me, home buying is closer than I know, but the retirement plan usually and the discussions between millennial and Gen Zs is, will we ever be able to have a modern mud house, that could be natural to India? Is that a reality that we could see in the future in terms of what real estate we'll be able to purchase in, going forward?
So, I mean, I think the first part of your question was that, how the material is reshaping the Indian cities, the upcoming Indian cities. I think that partially I answered in my last conversation with you that, urbanization is actually shifting to the newer cities. See, what's important to see is that the material evolution has happened so much in the last decade and a half that, these kind of materials were only seen in the pictures, right? I mean, they were not available in the country. And what we really need to do as designers is today to design buildings which are, have global, sensitivity, I mean, in terms of the look and feel, but they should be culturally rooted. I mean, we cannot leave our culture. When we get people who are asking for, Scandinavian designs for their houses and all that, they want to build something in Jaipur and they want to have Scandinavian design. So what we personally try and tell them is that you cannot go away from your cultural roots. You may still end up designing a courtyard house. You pick up the minimalistic or clean architecture of Scandinavian designs, and the courtyard may not really have those intricate carvings and all that, but can have much more cleaner and simpler stuff. You can have the richness of the colors and materials which is available and which belongs to our country. Bring in the look and feel of there, but do not leave the essence of the culture. I hope I've answered it.
Yeah. Well, I would have loved to hear more from both of you, but it says time's up. So thank you so much for bringing your perspectives and joining us here on NDTV Real Estate Conclave. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that fascinating conversation with Abhishek Somani and Manu Malhotra. Thank you so much. Now, poised as we are for unprecedented growth, of course, the materials we choose and the methods we employ will be pivotal in building not just more, but smarter, stronger, and more sustainable structures. Now, from the innovative materials shaping the buildings of tomorrow, our next discussion tackles perhaps the most urgent challenge facing the entire built environment: decarbonizing real estate. With the sector contributing a significant portion of global greenhouse gas emissions, the path to a sustainable future hinges on our ability to drastically reduce carbon footprint from construction all the way up to operation. For this conversation, it is my great pleasure to invite up on stage Mili Majumdar, Managing Director, GBCI India, Sanjay Dutt, MD and CEO, Tata Realty, Vineet Relia, Whole-Time Director at Urban Brick Development Management Private Limited, and Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting, Cushman and Wakefield. And to ask the very tough questions, my colleague Gargi Rawat. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as cities grow, so do the challenges they face, from rising temperatures to unsustainable construction practices. In this day and age of weather change and extreme climate that we're seeing, we're going to explore in this session how urban heat islands are impacting our cityscapes, what solutions lie in sustainable building materials, innovative energy systems, and smarter policy levelers. And I have a panel here to talk about all these issues with us, as Anusya introduced, Mili Majumdar, MD at GBCI India, Sanjay Dutt, MD and CEO, Tata Realty, Vineet Relia, whole-time director at Urban Brick Development, and Khurshid Gandhi, managing director, strategic consulting at Cushman & Wakefield. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. And ma'am, ladies first, so I'd like to start with Mili ma'am. If you could, if we're talking about heat islands and we're talking about extreme weather, climate change, we're going to see more and more heating in our cities, especially when it comes to, more congested, low-income neighborhoods. If you can talk a bit about that, what can we do to take this on? What can we do to improve living conditions for people in our cities?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. So firstly, 2 lines on what is urban heat island, because everybody
Yes,
may not
of
be
course.
familiar with the term. So it's a common phenomenon. All of you would have driven across cities in and out. So you will suddenly, and if you are kind of driving with your, car windows rolled down, you will suddenly see a difference in temperature. So that difference in temperature is when you are, say, driving from a greener place to a, kind of an urban, very largely urbanized space, maybe during daytime. And during nighttime also you will find that the city temperatures are pretty high. So what happens is that when we urbanize and make the cities dense, there are a lot of these surfaces, the concrete surfaces, the glazing surfaces, which keep absorbing the heat. And during the night, what happens? So during the day, the heat gets absorbed. And during the night, ideally in an ideal condition, as we would have had in the rural, in earlier times or in rural areas, the heat would escape. But now, because of the urbanization, because of this intense heat that gets absorbed, and maybe because of, so much of greenery in the urban spaces that we try to cater to, maybe not so much in a, in a sustainable way, the heat gets trapped. So what happens is when the heat gets trapped, it cannot, so during the night also this temperature remains high.
Yes.
So this phenomenon of urban heat island, it remains. So you would see that from a greener, less dense area to urban areas, there is about a 5 to 6 degree temperature increase, which means that so much temperature increase would add to your cooling load. So when you are air conditioning, so much of external heat being there, you have to put in so much of air conditioning load. So all of it put together puts an immense amount of load on the building to cool. And the decarbonization agenda becomes more and more, profound. So, so that is urban heat island. And I think cities, and there is also a connected thing. You would also see a lot of urban flooding happening, and that is also connected to this urbanization and making more and more concrete surfaces mindlessly. So I think as a city and as an urban planning level, we have to look at built environment holistically and look at, interplay of spaces that are green and strongly built to make it lesser on the urban heat island
That's
side.
right, and this is something also, of course, for our administration and city planners. Mr. Relia, I'd like to come to you next. Relia, if you could tell us, what are some of the practical solutions? Because while we need to construct and we need efficiency, but we also need to be practical. And how do traditional materials work vis-a-vis some of the more practical options when it comes to building?
So I think I'll just list out a couple of challenges we have faced, and we've been a middle-income home developer, or affordable, probably slightly one notch above the affordable. So when we started the green buildings, as we tried to sell green residences, we obviously first looked at the floor area versus the carpet area, and the open area, sorry. So the houses need to be more open, So there is a resistance from sale. You got to give more bedrooms, you got to give more, store those saath mein. The kitchen has to be bigger versus a bigger balcony, which probably, improves my area. What we could probably do was, and insulations and all do not really work in that segment because your budgets are so constrained that you really cannot afford too many, glazings and all, which probably you can do in commercial. So what we ended up doing was having larger windows, having windows in the right direction where, you would not create a trap like ma'am said. So the window directions, larger windows, doors opening, probably sliding doors at some places. Those are a couple of things we did. And landscaping became a very important aspect. A lot of
building materials?
Building materials, see, in building materials, what we could manage to achieve was in the concrete, we added some admixtures which were, which would reduce the carbon, this thing. On the other building materials, the budgets are so low that like in the last discussion, I was hearing him that a developer bought tiles from Gujarat. But 2 rupees added up into 25 components is 30, 40, 50 rupees. And in that segment, it used to be a challenge. Okay. Yes, with this wave, the pricing has gone up. And I think the biggest thing was when we tried to go in the market and said that these are green homes, they are certified by IGBC, most of the consumers don't understand. So while you're trying to demand extra, give me at least $100, $200 extra, consumers को only understand कि अच्छा green लिखा हुआ है तो पेड़ पौधे ज़्यादा होंगे, that's all. It was the awareness was pretty low, and so all we could do was buy material from closer places, even if it is slightly expensive. Then design it in a way that you could not create any traps in the whole society or the complex. So those were the main things. Materials, yes. Like he said, most of the suppliers were giving sustainable materials, so one was buying that. But again, within the constraints of budgets.
All right. So, Mr. Dutt, if you could talk a bit about this. You just mentioned consumer awareness. So, what are the barriers in adopting more, net zero practices or green practices when it comes to the building community? Is it awareness? Do we need more policies? What is it?
Clearly, two most important is the leadership. Because businesses, one tends to focus on profitability. So when you tend to focus on profitability, unless there is an incentive to profit, there will not be any commitment to greenhouses. And there are very few corporates who actually do that. And I agree with him. Tata Housing did green buildings for the last 20 years. There was no incentive.
Okay.
So we tried to give green IGBC certified gold and platinum with no incentive from the government, either on property taxes, on cess or other charges that they put, or probably subsidized power to the consumer or subsidized property taxes. So there was no such incentive. But if you look at the other side of the real estate business, which is very large, is the commercial real estate. Over 60% of the leasing is done by global corporations. So we lease about 80 million square feet, and 60% is global. All of them have a mandate from the board to only go into green buildings, or now even more important, net carbon zero buildings.
Yes.
In fact, even more important, wellness certified buildings. Even more important,
Yes.
You should calculate the whole life carbon footprint of the building. So if we are building, so Tata Realty and Infrastructure was the first in the country, together with Google and RICS. We said the building is meant for 60 years. Let's calculate how much carbon emission it will do over the span of 60 years. And our score was 702 CO2 kg per square meter, which as per the American standards was 300 lower. And our next goal is 500. So there is no requirement from the customer, but the leadership at the company is driving that behavior. So I think it's leadership. And second is the long-term prospects of your property. So we build to lease, and we don't build to sell when it comes to commercial property. So obviously our interests are aligned. We want to build the best asset, most certified asset, so the customers can actually benefit from it.
All right. Well, Mr. Gandhi, this brings me to you. And clearly, consumers aren't very concerned, is what you're saying. I think that's something we need to, definitely change. But how effective has, current policies been in terms of green buildings and green adopting green practices? Incentives like FSI bonuses or tax breaks been in driving this net zero construction?
The honest answer is a mixed bag.
Okay.
Right? So if you look at sustainability purely from a regulatory perspective, right? Why has it suddenly surged in the last 4 years, right? It's been because the regulations in India have moved to a point where they're saying, we started with 1,000 top listed companies, we're going to start assessing you. And then all of a sudden the life cycle has moved to saying, look, a lot of us are already doing it, let's put it forward and report it. If you look at what's happened abroad, Europe being the foremost example, followed by the US, it's always been, you've been forced to do it from a regulation perspective. It then moves towards compliance, and then finally it moves towards profitability, right? Because you start seeing how it becomes more and more profitable. We're somewhere between the first two stages. We're complying right now, and we will increasingly comply as the more and more companies and more directions are brought in the ambit. Sanjay rightly pointed out, it's a leadership thing. There's just not enough awareness out there, right? We truly lack comprehension of why it's better for us, as well as what value does it bring, right? I have a very interesting example of, there's an incumbency issue as well, right? One of our clients came to us and said, look, we've developed this spray. We were developing it for the army initially to bulletproof glass that wasn't supposed to be bulletproof. But we've actually discovered that it works phenomenally in, stopping the glass things from heating up. So we said, how much, right? So it's literally a spray onto glass. And we did a couple of tests. The drop is, if your normal UV that comes through is about 80% before it's tinted and the others up, this thing drops it to sub 0.1%. So it's phenomenal. Now, if you look at the upside of that, if I've got a glass building or an airport, if you can see how much glass is in an airport, I just have to spray that. The energy costs are saving are massive, right? Not just that, the amount of glass I use is massive. And if you think about it, that little spray, for whatever it costs, has resulted in thousands of crores of saving on an airport. But nobody's interested in it. Because it's not, because they want somebody else to test it. So what has actually happened is we've run a test bed for an airport, it'll remain unnamed, where at their cost, they've actually sprayed the aero bridges, and they're already seeing the difference in the, in the temperatures. So it's an inherent issue. So adoption will happen, but we've got to drive change. All of us here on this panel and over there have to drive change.
All right. So coming back to you, Mr. Dutt, so what kind of policy levelers would actually help? What do you think you need from the government, from the administration, and what sort of policies will help bring about this change that we're talking about?
So clearly, the global standards have arrived in India.
Yes.
So when it comes to the National Building Code and the safety and fire norms, etc., so I think we are there. India is building right now world-class real estate, especially in the office, in the shopping centers, industrial warehouse, etc. So there we have standards really out there. What we need there is, renewable energy. Not every state has the policy to allow you to use 100% renewable energy. Now, the commercial cost of power is anywhere between 8 rupees to 11 rupees per unit. And renewable energy can bring that cost to 3 rupees to 2 rupees. So 11 rupees per unit to 2 to 3 rupees per unit, that's the saving. So definitely government is encouraging, but different states, because we have federation of states, different states behave differently. So that is one really good thing. Renewable banking is a new technology which is important. How do you store the renewable energy and therefore bank that stored energy so we use it when it's needed? So there are some technology and tools available over there.
And you say there can be more regulations or incentives?
Clearly the biggest gap we have is construction materials. So real estate is very competitive. Real estate is no longer as profitable as it used to be, although currently the prices are good and therefore we are making good money.
I wouldn't have thought that from the previous panels, the discussion that was going on.
We're doing good right now because of good cash flows. But the inflation, the cost of steel, the cost of labor, the cost of cement, and the cost of transportation, and the regulatory approval, just the approval of 2 to 3 years adds to the cost, and therefore what is left is very little. So if the government really wants to make an impact and change the policy, we need to incentivize construction material industry to set up and increase the capacity regionally, because there's no point that the tiles all over the country has to only go from Rajasthan and Gujarat. I mean, you have to set up somewhere else to save on, transportation cost and the carbon footprint.
Absolutely.
Of it. So this is a good example where we need to actually work a lot more. Fourth angle is the cost of capital. So International Finance Corporation has come into India and they're giving green loans. They're cheaper, better, provided you are building world-class EDGE certified program by International Finance Corporation. So if you qualify, you will get lower cost of capital for your real estate projects. So the government can think on those lines to really incentivize and drive a behavior for change. Yeah.
All right. Well, talking about construction materials, that brings me to my next, topic that we want to talk about. And Mr. Relia, if you can talk about this, how feasible is it to integrate circular practices, reusing concrete in this fast-paced, construction industry?
I think I'll first add to what Sanjay said, like in the commercial buildings.
I think Mr. Gandhi also wants to add something, so let's talk
like in the
about
commercial
that first.
buildings, the developers are following all the carbon footprints and all because the customers need it, right? So just taking on his point of capital, I think if the government could do some kind of a subsidy on consumers who are buying on home loans for, carbon zero or green buildings, that will create huge awareness. And once that happens, if your customer needs it, trust me, every developer will then try to follow. Otherwise, most of the developers are really looking at the profitability, and it is a leadership issue. There are very few corporates who want to look at that, but primarily the family-driven or family office-driven developers are not really concerned. Profitability
and
is that
neither are your
matters.
consumers.
Yeah, if your consumers drag you there, you have no choice. You'll jump on it, I also need to sell, so let me do it. I think that's the most important thing. On the construction materials, yes, what we primarily managed to achieve is adding some admixtures which are, they lower the requirement. We add fly ash. So these are the two things I think we have added on the concrete. And, there was talk about some special kind of plaster material which are coming, but I don't know of too much success stories there. The success stories I know of are only admixtures and probably just the fly ash. Those are the only two stories I am aware of.
All right. Yes, Mr. Gandhi, did you want to add something?
Actually, 2 quick points, right? I think there needs to be a greater focus on the ecosystem of financing. It's not just the end user, but the people creating the new products, right? We're not adequately investing or offering easy access to capital to people who are doing different things in sustainability. Material circularity, and to take on to the point that you just made, right? There are a couple of people out of Gujarat who've taken construction waste and repurposed up to 80% of it. The government of Gujarat has already implemented them as sidewalk, to test them as sidewalks right now. And they're making tiles. It's cheaper than actual corresponding brick. But again, the market for it is let somebody else test it. That's why I mentioned incumbency. It's a big issue. So there has to be a push. And this is where the regulations come into play, from just providing pure incentive to saying, we'll give you the financing, we'll offer easy access to it. It doesn't, Sanjay pointed out, IFC loans are not easy to get. To jump through those hurdles is just very terrible. We've got to get it easy, and we've got to be able to implement these faster.
All right. So do you think if the government pushed some mandates regarding, to ensure this construction waste is recycled, do you think that is something that would help in the construction business for them?
Absolutely, it always does. Yes, it will come at a price initially, but like all things in India,
and at the state level, central level, like how do you think it would work?
It's a state subject, so yes. And of course, I'm sure the builders in the room will have a different opinion, or maybe the same opinion. I don't know. Your thoughts?
So, Ms. Majumdar, if you could add to this, how we can...
I think, what we have heard also from the, the leaders in the construction industry, that in terms of innovation in the building material, one is only talking about, say, addition of fly ash or admixtures. But, so, you find there is a disconnect between what the regulation talks about and what is actually happening in practice. When you're talking about regulation or the codes and standards, the Government of India has a new code, which is the ECSBC. Earlier, the Bureau of India, Energy Efficiency had ECBC, which is the Energy Conservation Building Code.
Yes.
That was only looking at energy. Right now it is encompassing sustainability aspect. And there we talk about values and numbers. And just merely adding admixture and fly ash will not help you achieve. So on one hand, and there are mandates. All of it is mandated, be it part of MOEF regulation, be it part of ECBC. The main issue is implementation and understanding,
Pushing those
what
mandates.
will make it. You see all the projects that are coming up, and we heard in the earlier panel that you want faster construction. And none of this building envelope, we have done estimation, meet the ECBC regulations, the basic ones. So we are actually adding more and more, and every time we are talking that we need to meet that. So I think there is some disconnect between what regulation talks about and how it is being applied, and we have to bridge that.
So clearly we need more awareness and conclaves like this to talk about the issues that the industry is facing. Now, Mr. Dutt, talking about solar integrated facades and geothermal systems, now it sounds very promising, and especially since we're talking about renewable energies, etc. But how realistic is it currently for India given our climate?
It is very realistic. There are two technologies that I'm aware of where you can actually install the solar panels on the facade, the glass facade of the buildings, and you can actually have power surplus buildings, which means it can not only fund but also provide extra power. They need to be incentivized. These technologies are very expensive. They're not made in India yet, but there is a push from the government on solar and innovation, and various corporates are getting to that space. I absolutely believe that with 300 billion square feet lined up over next few years, there will be a compulsion to bring this technology in. But it's real, it's possible. You can do power surplus buildings. There's one pointed, connected point with this discussion is the municipalities of major cities across the country, the land valuations have gone up. So and therefore the real estate projects are not viable, by the way. So it may sound a little funny, but it is. So to make them viable, what they've done, all state governments, they've increased the FAR. So earlier you could do 1.2, 2 FSI, now you can do 9 in Pune. Hyderabad is 10, 11, or infinite if you want to go vertical. So what this has done, it has led to concentration of development in just very limited areas. So India's economy is very concentrated, cities are very concentrated. There is no plan and strategy to decongest and open new corridors of growth so that you have low-rise developments in these cities and more spread out and be more viable and less impact on the carbon,
Okay, Mr. Vineet Relia, if you'd like to add to that.
So I think I'll also take up ma'am's point about, the norms defined in EC and how it really plays out. So to take up the point of solar panels, in most of our projects, we install solar panels on the roofs. And what we managed to achieve is just the common area lighting of the staircase and maybe a geyser point in the... But ma'am, what happens is the moment we hand over possession, most of the guys tear them off, throw them and use the terrace for their recreational activities. So the point is, even when I've handed over, somebody's got to be responsible for maintaining that, and it's not difficult to maintain, but the will has to be there and the awareness has to be there. I think that's very, very important. And on the other point, yes, FAR is increasing everywhere. That means like Ghaziabad now has become 5. There's a recent notification. Now with 5, even if you put solar panels and all, you can't lit up anything because the terrace area remains small. You're just going taller and taller. The more taller you get, you'll create more traps. Like even in taller buildings, you go, sometimes you have that big wind trap, you feel that huge thing. Heat traps also happen like that. So it's very, very difficult, and it leads to the point that if government has better infrastructure, people are willing to travel on a better highway where you could make lower density developments. If you're sticking all to without any infra and without metrics going out, then you're going to have this situation. No matter what norms you put, practically it's not going to be implemented.
All right, and Mr. Gandhi, if you'd like, summation of decarbonizing when we're talking about real estate, your big 3 points that you'd like to put forward?
So, I mean, you kind of mentioned easy access to capital, actually starting to implement a lot of the stuff that we're doing. I think the big gap that we're seeing, and you've kind of touched on it pretty extensively, is regulation and the awareness of the individuals driving regulation. I use Singapore as an example, right? If you look at how they've constructed there, there's mandatorily empty spaces between buildings, actually plots that are left vacant to create parks and so on and so forth. It's part of the design, and which is one of the reasons why they don't suffer from, and by the way, they're massively space constrained, but they don't suffer from the same issues that we suffer from. We have failed on the design, development, architecture, and output. And I mean, let's call a spade, right? Anybody who drives through the city of Bombay can take one look at the roads, and we see how good the financial capital is on roads, right? I live there, I struggle with it every day, right? We've not designed it. Pavement heights are not uniform. We've not designed it for, I mean, it's a mess. We have to go back to actually getting down to design. You do design, everything else plays out. And if I may, I can ask the audience one question, because this showcases exactly what I was talking about earlier about thought, right? So can I get a quick show of hands? How many of you all think EVs are is better for the environment? How many of you all think EVs are better for the environment? Pick your hands up, just pick your hands up. Nobody else thinks EV is better for the environment, is bad for the environment? Are EVs, electric vehicles, good for the environment?
How many of you think electric vehicles are good for the environment?
They're actually not. That's if you look at the
Because they're talking about the batteries, they're talking about the charging, the power that comes for the charging.
It starts from thermal power. We're 86% thermal, right? It starts from batteries. We're importing from China. You put your, your vehicle together, it's 12 different locations. So it's not even remotely.
Now you've gone into a whole other sphere of, discussion.
But it comes down to awareness.
What you're saying is real estate can't decarbonize in isolation, that there's also a lot of the infrastructure that needs to be there. There's obviously a lot of policy gaps that exist, is what you're saying. Finally, Ms. Majumdar, your final comment on this issue, as clearly we're hearing from the industry, and they want to go green, they want to build greener, but the people aren't asking for it, and neither is the government giving them any incentives or enough incentives.
I think, as also Mr. Dutt said, for the builders and developers, it's the leadership. And we know there is data to prove that it is not expensive. So you really don't need incentive. So for the government side, I think, the urban planning and built environment has to go hand in hand. And there has to be an integrated approach. We cannot look at systems in isolation. That's very, very critical. If you have to look at urban heat island, decarbonization, good building materials, so on and so forth. Education awareness remains very key. And though we have not touched, and also what you briefly talked about, there's a whole plethora of other issues which are silently seeping into the, the intense carbon consumption. That is AI. That is going to really, you talk about buildings, that will not be a single percentage of what that uses. So let's talk about the bigger picture and see how we are judiciously using what's given to us.
All right, well, we'll keep that in mind for our next conclave. But thank you so much all for joining us, and thank you everyone here. Thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Milli Majumdar, Sanjay Dutt, Vineet Relia, and Khurshid Gandhi. Real estate cannot be decarbonized in isolation. There are realistic solutions. They need to be incentivized, and awareness must be created around them. Our conversations this afternoon have highlighted the immense opportunities and challenges facing the real estate future of this region that we're talking about today, which is Delhi NCR and its neighborhood. We've talked about scarcity and the imperative of sustainability in urban planning, and now we turn our attention to the very fabric of our expanding real estate landscape. Our next conversation is From Steel to Skylines, Building Emerging Cities. I would like to invite up on stage Mayank Agarwal, CEO, Gallant Group of Industries, and to conduct this conversation, please welcome back on stage once again my colleague Gargi Rawat.
Sorry, we'll just bring it. Yeah. At the NDTV Real Estate Conclave, we will now look at how India's next-tier cities are rising rapidly with bold infrastructure, smart planning, and a new vision for urban growth. These are not just cities in the making, they're future economic powerhouses being built from the ground up. And to talk to us more about it, we're joined by Mayank Agrawal. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Let's first start with we've heard a lot about aspirational, and I think that's really what's defining today's India, and especially if we talk about the development sector. And so how do you see the definition of aspirational living evolving across India's urban landscape?
So first of all, a very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests here, and also to all your viewers on NDTV network. And thank you, NDTV, for having me here. Having said that, talking about aspirational living. So, with the kind of infrastructure development which is happening around us, and with the kind of income levels and purchasing powers which are increasing all across the middle class and the higher middle class per se, in different parts of the city, whether we talk about tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 cities, there's definitely a huge demand for aspirational living. There is no doubt about that, irrespective of the tier of city that we talk about. Having said that, everybody wants today to live in a society or in a community where various services are readily available to him, various amenities are available to him, whether it be gated colonies, whether it be fitness activity related amenities, or whether it be co-curricular activities or whatsoever. So that kind of aspirations we can see all across different cities and different tier of cities all across India. So having said that, which is the reason why we currently see that even in not only in tier 1, but even in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, there is a huge demand for integrated townships or integrated vertical high-rise communities and residential and commercial facilities. So definitely there is a huge demand, yes.
Right, and when we talk about the future and Viksit Bharat development, there is a need for us to put the focus away from the metros and to the tier 2 cities, as you said. So let's talk about some of those cities, like Noida, Lucknow, Gorakhpur, Ahmedabad, Indore. How are they reshaping the real estate narrative?
So I would not count Ahmedabad in the same line of discussion as we would talk about the rest of the cities here.
Okay.
Because definitely Ahmedabad is way developed, and we can't call it a tier 2 or a rural city as such, right? I would probably say that Ahmedabad is broadly at par with Delhi and Bombay. If I happen to go there, I have an office and establishment there. So the kind of infrastructure and the kind of colonies or the real estate venues that we have there is to a great extent better than what we see around here in Delhi. So having said that, if we talk about the rest of the cities which you mentioned, like a tier 2 or a tier 3 cities like Lucknow, Gorakhpur or whatsoever, there is a huge demand. There is definitely a huge demand. Even so basically we are into steel, cement and real estate. So while we are also doing real estate, the kind of demand and the kind of returns that we have in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, I don't think it's possible to match those in tier 1. There's a reason behind it. See, if you see the purchasing power or the business venues and the business revenues are considerably now growing in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because broadly tier 1 markets are saturated. So having said that, जैसे rural India अगर बोलते हैं जब तक विकसित नहीं होगा तो हमारा हिंदुस्तान विकसित नहीं हो सकता, right? So that's what we hear. So having said that, the 75% of our population is living in these kind of cities, and the kind of growth के opportunities भी इन्हीं cities के अंदर है. So the kind of growth that we see from the business perspective in those cities are a result of the higher purchasing power of the people living there, which in turn, concludes into their spendings specifically in real estate division. Because a huge chunk of anybody's income goes into their houses, or because it's a life dream. एक घर बनाना एक आम आदमी के लिए एक ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा ड्रीम है और उसमें वो इंसान मैक्सिमम अपना इनकम स्पेंड करता है. So having said that, the kind of growth which is there and the kind of demand which is there, it's unparalleled.
Right, and with the real estate companies now going to these, smaller cities, smaller towns, however, one has unfortunately heard about, the way many home buyers have been let down. As you say, putting your entire, life savings into this dream home and then to not get it for the next 10 years, whatever. All these issues have been there. So what, if we talk about RERA integration, in building trust and transparency, how far can that go in these emerging markets?
RERA is a very, very great step which was taken by the central government, I would say. I don't think so any good developer who's brand conscious, who's a sincere player, who was delivering his projects on time and what was committed is really bothered about RERA even after it was implemented. It is those who were not serious about their business are the ones who are suffering in RERA. Having said that, RERA provides a very good opportunity to the buyers where they are confident that the deliveries would happen and in a time-bound way and what was committed. However, in RERA, what we have seen is that the broad bylaws, rules and regulations have been drafted by central government. But there are certain portions of it which are state-centric, which the states are broadly defining it. So, although it's a very tedious job, but in future, if it can be a centralized RERA detailed bylaws and guidelines, I think it would be much more beneficial and transparent for the buyers. But yes, RERA was a very critical turnaround point for the buyers, and yes, it has definitely helped them. And it does not really impact the serious players in the market.
And what other steps can be taken by the players in the market to establish that credibility among the buyers when we are talking about tier 2, tier 3 cities?
What you commit, you have to deliver. I mean, in any form of business.
Reputation.
Yeah. So you have to deliver what you have committed, or you have to deliver better than what you have committed. आपकी इज्जत आपके हाथों में होती है. The company reputation or the business reputation, it depends on how serious you are with that, right? I mean, RERA would just give you a broad guideline in terms of whatever you have committed in terms of services. Say if you have said there would be X numbers of lifts or the height or the amenities, and the timeline, so you have to deliver that. But of what quality and how conveniently for the buyers are you able to deliver that? It's very critical. So आपको अपनी reputation खुद बनानी पड़ेगी. Your reputation is in your hands. What you commit in terms of timeline, in terms of amenities, in terms of services, at the time of booking with your buyers, you have to deliver more than that. Once you create that goodwill, it really helps you in the longer run, which so many of us, we don't realize it. I don't know why. So, I mean, that's what, we have to get serious about our reputation. And it's not only real estate, it's in any form of business, I would say.
All right. Now, in the earlier sessions, they were talking about, the cost of land and how we have to go more vertical, etc. So, but are tier 2, tier 3 cities ready to go vertical? What is needed there? I mean, these emerging cities for this high-rise ecosystem and gated communities as well.
So, I think tier 2 and tier 3 cities are very, very much more than ready to go vertical and high-rise, because of late, if I talk about UP, it is shocking that their new policy, their new draft housing policy which has just come out, they have removed the word FAR from that.
Okay.
So you are free to construct what you want as long as you are sufficing their other norms, which are setbacks, X, Y, Z, so many other things, irrespective of FAR, which is a bold step, I would say. And I don't see, like I was hearing your speakers before this session, I do not see what is the problem in going vertical and what is the problem in going with the heights. What is the problem?
No, they didn't say there was any problem. We were just talking about,
I mean, we were talking about solar in that session.
Yes.
So you cannot just only generate power by adding solar panels on your facade or on your slabs or on your terraces, right? There are so many other ways you can generate solar by having an independent solar parks, where most of the state governments currently have a very good banking and exchange policies where you can generate solar in any part of the state, give it to the electricity board inject it in their system and take it wherever you want at a very nominal cost. So going green, able to use your waste products and making it beneficial, usable, and cost-effective, I don't see it as a challenge. Ultimately, any business would survive. Any business has a formula of survival of the fittest. So you have to be fittest.
They were talking about how they put up perhaps solar, in certain terraces, etc., and the buyers just go and
because we were talking about being cost-effective.
So yeah, that was one of the issues. But let's also talk about, when we talk about tier 2 cities, what about what are the big differences between Mumbai, Delhi, and the needs of places like Lucknow, Indore? Where are the gaps really?
So I think in Delhi and Bombay, people probably go for branded purchases and locational-based purchases as to what is the location of the property and what brand or what company is creating it, right? Whereas in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, people are more centric to what kind of amenities they are providing, what kind of value for money they are getting against their money. So that is, I feel, a major difference where a branded product will definitely sell before the others in a tier 2 and tier 3 as well. But it is not the only thing for which people will go crazy and just go and spend their money on through that, even if it's like 20-25% extra price. So they are more value-centric and value for money centric even today, even now in tier 2 and tier 3 cities.
All right, now we do know that many people in India buy, homes for investment, they buy second homes, and often it's in, your big metros. But what would you think for a buyer? Does it make more sense to buy in an emerging city? Is that home going to value more, if it is an investment basis, or would it be better in a metro?
See, if it's something that you're looking for a return of investment, then I would say it's definitely tier 3 cities or a tier 2 cities, especially when the certain projects are launched and announced. Because I have seen returns to as high as 20-25% on a year-on-year basis up to 5 to 10 years in different good projects in tier 2 and tier 3, which is definitely impossible in tier 1 cities because they are already so high priced. So the escalation is not. Even now, if we talk about plot prices or any real estate prices in Delhi, I don't see that they are moving anywhere more than 5% on a year-on-year basis in terms of pricing, if we leave few real estate projects aside. So if you're looking for investments, definitely tier 2 and tier 3 cities are much better positions to give you a better return. However, if you're looking for a personal use or something like that, or a location or a place to be in a metro, then it's a different thing. Then Delhi and Bombay is better.
All right. Well, sometimes people need to escape from Delhi and Bombay, especially Delhi when, the pollution season. But coming back to, the buyers, how about affordability? Often it becomes a challenge. And so what kind of financial tools or incentives can help first-time buyers in these markets?
There are a lot of tools already available. I think home loans are so easily available as of today. And so many real estate players are now integrating themselves with different banks from the date of launch itself, where they are facilitating bank loan, etc. And nowadays, so many banks have gone digital in providing housing loans, that you can just probably upload your details in terms of your whereabouts, in terms of your incomes, and 25, 30, 40% of the cases are sanctioned or rejected online itself. Even of late, we had PMAY scheme which was going on, which I believe is being modified and coming in a different way. So I don't see it as a problem. And as we all know, the way real estate is booming right now, there is a great potential and there is huge chunk of money available with the buyers, with the investors to invest on it. So there's no challenge, I believe.
Okay. Also, what was evident in the previous panel is there's not too much awareness among consumers, regarding materials that are being used. Also, structural aspects. What is your view on that? Does there need to be more, or from there those demands will come for certain practices?
It's a very good question. Even today, if we talk to consumers, they are more centric on now what kind of look and feel would their space would have. in terms of finishes, in terms of facade, in terms of amenities, but nobody is really talking about the material which is being used, the building materials, whether it is earthquake-proof, what quality of cement, what grade of steel are we using, how sustainable it is, whether we are using those old traditional red bricks which is produced by too much of carbon emission, or are we using the waste, say, manufactured fly ash bricks. So there is, though nobody is still talking, I mean, hardly 5% of the consumers are really, really interested now, in today's time, who are talking about the construction and the building material which is being used in their deliverables. So, I mean, unless and until I believe the consumers do not start asking these kind of questions, the quality of these materials are not going to increase or improve in a long. So, it is very, very important for consumers to be educated on these. And it's very, very important for your house or for your office or for whatever purpose you're buying your real estate place. It is very important that how long-lasting it is, how sustainable it is. These kind of questions and this kind of usage of better quality products and materials is very, very essential and important in today's time.
Right, and clearly there needs to be a lot more awareness about that. Now, coming back to the real estate industry and going into these tier 2, tier 3 cities, so it's a price-sensitive market, but at the same time you have to balance the quality and rising costs. So how big of a challenge is that, to this rising cost environment that we're currently in?
So as I told you before, survival of the fittest formula applies in every business. So how well equipped you are with your procurements, how efficient you are with your timely deliveries, how automated you are in terms of your construction, how digitized you are in terms of your monitoring, and how well placed you are in delivering the product timely. Because once you go overboard with the timing and everything, your cost escalates. So as in how, besides these points, how waste can be utilized in getting your cost lower. So these are different aspects which are challenging, but which are not impossible to achieve. So even in tier 2 and tier 3 cities where cost sensitivity is there, and as we were talking, these are the cities which are booming. These are the cities which have the buyers. Of course, the price and everything is variable, but as a real estate player, we are earning a bigger pie in a tier 2 and 3, while we are able to keep the prices down. So I don't see it as a challenge, but you have to keep evolving yourself with time.
Okay, and talking of evolving, what is the role of integrated development in the tier 2, tier 3 cities when, real estate, hospitality, retail, etc.? Does that make more sense?
Yes, it does make more sense, and it attracts a lot of traction today in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I see a lot of development coming up, which, has 4 or 5 categories in a very small piece of land. Just a day before, I was talking to a very renowned architect in Dubai who is doing multiple projects in India. And he was shocked and surprised to know that a plot size of as small as 2 acres, which is 80, 90,000 or 1 lakh square feet, where you have to construct about 4, 5 lakh square feet overall, are having 3 or 4 categories put together which they are designing. And most of them come from tier 2 and tier 3. That's what he told me. So he was shocked and surprised to know that. And he was, in fact, discussing as to why is it happening. So we clearly see the demand there for such multi-use categories coming on a single piece of land. And I think it's just going to increase because it makes your life convenient. You have retail, you have commercial offices, you have your house right behind it, while you probably have a hotel also right besides it. So, I mean, that kind of multi-category development on a single piece of land, if planned and executed well, does not really give any suffering to the buyers, but at the same time, it can add a lot of value to them.
All right, and finally, what are the 3 things that can most dramatically improve the quality of real estate in emerging cities over the next 5 years?
So, as I already told you, I think digitization of of your construction activities as well as government urban bodies paperwork. That is one aspect, digitization. Use of AI and automation in construction, which can add a lot of value to real estate, and usage of waste products. I believe these would be the top 3 things which can make it happen.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayank Agrawal,
Thank
for
you
joining
having
us
me
on
once
this.
again. Thank you so much.
At this conclave, and a big round of applause. Thank you.
Do you know? What's happening? What's happening? That we're waiting? Thank you for that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting to be joined any minute now by the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal Khattar. So I would request you all to please stay seated. The Minister will be with us in a very, very short while. So we're just waiting for him to arrive. Delhi traffic can really stymie the best of us, I guess, and that's really where the minister is stuck, a bit ironic. But anyway, we are going to have some very interesting sessions right after the Honorable Union Minister. We are also going to be joined a little later by Shri Ashish Sood, who is the Minister of Home, Education, Power, Urban Development for the government of Delhi. So we have several very interesting sessions coming up, including one on Delhi's heritage versus housing problem. And if you're one of those people who grapple with this contentious issue on a daily basis, then I suggest that's a conversation you don't miss at all. I would just like to remind you, before the minister arrives, that the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025 is being live streamed on all of NDTV's YouTube channels, so you can go and watch it there as well. But we're delighted that you're here with us in person. And before I prattle on any further, let me just also tell you, it is literally another 4 minutes before the Union Minister joins us. So sit back, make yourselves comfortable, bottles of water in front of you, hydrate yourselves. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you, Anna. That was very
No, no, I'm so not. Poor Gargi's jutas have ripped open.
I think maybe you should just keep my book.
Huh?
He believes like
I can't hear. Hey, I can't hear you only, Somalia. Now I can hear you. No. You are too kind. Yes. Thank God for cue cards, huh? I think I have worn her shoes so much that she's like, मुझे वापस मत दो, अभी तुम ही पहनो. गीला हो गया अभी सारा स्वेट में. हाय हाय. कैसे चल रहा है माधवी?
बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है.
मंथ
बाकी पहले दो एंकर ने बहुत ही कबाड़ा किया था.
That lady is a very unsmiling lady.
Which one?
Shami.
Yeah, but then some people are socially awkward. She's like that. She's otherwise a nice person. I've covered CBI ED with her. She's a nice person. But she is very specific that I don't want to act her. Why did you make me to wait?
She came in the afternoon. Obviously, she doesn't know us. We don't know her. So she said, Vaishali, not here yet. Where do we go to get ready? I said, wait, I'll come with you. So I called up Kamal. He said 261. I said it's 261. Before I could pick up my bag, she had turned around and walked away. So then I realized she doesn't know me. She doesn't know that I also need to get ready or whatever. So I said, okay.
Why do we have to give her the Mr. Darcy then? Everybody's not a Mr. Darcy.
Then she walked away. Then she came back and she said, but someone will have to take me upstairs. I said, no. Do you need the card for the... You don't. She said, but they'll ask me. I said, but have they asked you? No, they haven't, but they'll ask me. I said, they won't. Just say I'm with NDTV and I need to go to 261. Then she left. But she was very... Apparently, Gargi was trying to chat with her, apparently, and was turned down. Then Gargi said these prophet chicks or something, and Aishwarya was in the bathroom.
She's a disaster, Aishwarya. Very pretty girl. She couldn't read off the teleprompter.
She fumbled a little here and then, but if fumbles can happen to anyone.
Were you saying something you were not your side?
We were saying that don't have coffee by yourself, we can give it to the MC and the MC's assistant.
The MC's assistant.
आप
तो हम
क्योंकि वो तो हमें allowed नहीं है ना.
क्या?
I'm just saying, joking.
This is special requested as in homemade Davidoff.
ना, होटल का है. होटल का गंदा कॉफी है.
बाहर का चाय भी ना खा नहीं सकता हम लोग.
हाँ खा सकते हैं, सब खा सकते हैं.
स्नैक्स नहीं खा सकता हम.
खा लेना.
देखो वहाँ पे मुझे that fellow came and he was like अरे खाना है. I'm like हाँ यहाँ पे खाना होता है. उठाया खाइए ना. मैंने कहा I don't think this is the tea. मैडम हम लोगों ने पे किया है तो हम तो खा ही सकते हैं.
He said that. उसको Geetam has arrived. Yeah, that lady in the sari is Geetam. I do know her.
But please, don't let me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to take your seats? And may we have a huge round of applause to welcome the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal Khattar. It is now our great honor and privilege to welcome to the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025, the Honorable Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manohar Lal Khattar. A stalwart administrator and a seasoned statesman, he has been at the forefront of driving change in the way our cities grow, with a focus on sustainable infrastructure, housing for all, and inclusive urban development. Please join me in requesting our chief guest for this evening, Shri Khattar, to kindly come on stage and deliver the keynote address. Please, sir.
Good evening to all of present dignitaries. NDTV का आज ये जो रियल एस्टेट कॉन्क्लेव बहुत ही एक सार्थक और आज की समय की मांग है। तो आपने जिस प्रकार का ये कॉन्क्लेव किया है, सबसे पहले तो मैं NDTV के सभी हमारे मित्र हैं उनको बहुत बहुत इस बात का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, और जो लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं उनका सबका आभार, उनका स्वागत, उनका अभिनंदन। मित्रों, शहरी विकास मंत्री के नाते से मुझे लगभग 1 वर्ष का कार्यकाल ये पूरा हुआ है। इस समय पर इस प्रकार के सेमिनार में आकर के आपके सामने अपने विषय को रखने में मुझे भी अपना सौभाग्य महसूस हो रहा है कि कम से कम मेरे काम का मूल्यांकन आप ज़रूर कर पाएंगे कि किस प्रकार से हम सोच रहे हैं, कैसे कर रहे हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, बल्कि उसके बाद आप लोगों की ओर से जो भी अमूल्य सुझाव हमको मिलेंगे, बिकॉज यू आर ऑल्सो द पायनियर ऑफ द दिस सेक्टर, तो आपके सुझाव मेरे से ज़्यादा होंगे। एक कहावत है कि जैक ऑफ ऑल एंड मास्टर ऑफ नन, आई एम बिफोर यू, लेकिन उसी को थोड़ा बदल दिया जाए कि जैक ऑफ ऑल एंड मास्टर ऑफ वन, यू आर द मास्टर। तो इस नाते से मेरे से ज़्यादा अनुभव आपके हैं, तो उसका भी निश्चित रूप से हम मिल करके इस काम को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। ऐसा मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो सेंचुरी है, न केवल अपने देश के लिए बल्कि दुनिया के लिए, इफ आई मे कॉल इट, इट इज़ एन अर्बन सेंचुरी। इस शताब्दी में अर्बनाइजेशन जिस प्रकार से बढ़ रहा है, ये अपना में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। आज हम अपने देश में टोटल पॉपुलेशन का 35% ये अर्बनाइट्स हैं, और आने वाले समय में मैं कह सकता हूँ कि 2047 तक विल बी डबल अर्बनाइट्स। हमारी संख्या जो आज 45 करोड़ है, 35% है, उस समय तक संख्या में 90 करोड़ हो जाएगी और परसेंटेज में 50% को क्रॉस कर जाएगी। तो बहुत तेज़ी से अर्बनाइजेशन हो रहा है, पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है, एक फैक्टर। हमारी जो ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से माइग्रेशन हो रहा है शहरों की तरफ, ये दूसरा फैक्टर। शहरों का फैलाव हो रहा है और छोटे जो स्थान हैं वो भी धीरे धीरे बड़े होते जा रहे हैं। कुल मिलाकर के देश में अगर आज छोटे बड़े सब शहरों की संख्या गिनी जाए तो 5020 शहर अपने इस देश में हैं, जिसमें से मिलियन प्लस ऐसे लगभग 60 होंगे। तो ऐसे मिलियन प्लस के ऊपर ज़्यादा फोकस हमको करना होगा। बाकी जो 500 से के आसपास जो शहर हैं, आगे संभावना उनकी ज़्यादा बढ़ने की है जहाँ 1 लाख से ऊपर जिसकी आबादी है। इसके बाद बहुत छोटे शहर हैं, काम हमको वहाँ भी करना है, लेकिन उसमें उतनी गति नहीं बना पाएंगे क्योंकि वहाँ माइग्रेशन की ज़्यादा स्थिति नहीं है, बल्कि वहाँ छोटे शहरों से भी बड़े शहरों में लोग आ रहे हैं। तो इस प्रकार से इस विषय को हमको आगे बढ़ाना होगा। और ख़ास करके हमारे शहरों का दुनिया के अंदर अगर हम बाकी शहरों के साथ मुकाबला करें तो कुछ बड़े शहर हैं, वहाँ हमारी स्थिति बहुत अच्छी भी नहीं है, बहुत ख़राब भी नहीं है। बड़े शहरों में एक बड़े शहर का नाम लिया जाता है मनीला, जहाँ की पर स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जो उसकी डेंसिटी है दैट इज़ 45,000, और अभी तक ये माना जाता है दैट इज़ द हाईएस्ट वन। लेकिन वो एक ठीक दिशा में प्लान्ड सिटी के रूप में आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया। आज भी वहाँ लोगों को कठिनाइयाँ बहुत हैं। और अगर उसी के मुकाबले में हम हांगकांग की बात करें, हमारे से ज़्यादा वहाँ पॉपुलेशन है, यानी डेंसिटी है, लेकिन वो एक प्लान्ड सिटी है। हांगकांग हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारे शहरों से कहीं आगे है। तो हमको अच्छे शहरों का एक उनकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को अडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा, और जहाँ कुछ कमियाँ रह गई हैं, अनप्लान्ड सिटी के रूप में आगे बढ़ गए हैं, उससे सावधान होना पड़ेगा। इसलिए एक वर्ल्ड क्लास हमारा जो अर्बन स्ट्रक्चर है वो किस प्रकार से बने, इसके ऊपर ज़रूर हमको ध्यान करना पड़ेगा। बड़े शहरों में खास करके हमारे जो मेट्रोपोलिस हैं, जिसमें न्यू दिल्ली है, जिसमें बेंगलोर है, जिसमें चेन्नई है, जिसमें कलकत्ता है, जिसमें मुंबई है, तो ऐसे बड़े बड़े जो शहर हैं इनका एक्सपेंशन बहुत हो रहा है। और यही सबसे ज़्यादा जो समस्याएं हैं इसकी ओर हम ज़रूर आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो उसके लिए हमको ज़रूर कुछ ना कुछ एक अपने विचार को इस प्रकार से सुंदर बनाकर चलना पड़ेगा। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस विषय पर बहुत आग्रह भी किया है, ध्यान भी कर रहे हैं। अभी 2025-26 का जो बजट पेश हुआ उसके अंदर 6 सेक्टर्स को ऐसा माना गया कि इनके ऊपर पूरा ध्यान अगर हम देंगे तो बाय 2047 हमको विकसित भारत होने में कोई रोक नहीं सकता। और उस 6 में 1 इज़ अर्बन डेवलपमेंट एंड द सेकंड 1 इज़ पावर सेक्टर, और संयोग से वो दोनों सेक्टर मेरे ज़िम्मे लगा रखे हैं। इसलिए इट्स ए चैलेंज फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस कि इस चैलेंज को हमको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। बल्कि एक और भी उसके अंदर एक घोषणा हुई, हालांकि हर योजना के लिए एक फंड का नाम दिया जाता है, तो इस बार एक नया फंड 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का अर्बन चैलेंज फंड इस नाम से रखा गया है। तो फर्स्ट डे तो हमको भी ये लगा कि ये नाम क्यों रखा गया होगा, लेकिन उसके बाद हमको ध्यान में आया कि वास्तव में इट्स ए चैलेंज। तो इस चैलेंज को स्वीकार करने के लिए हमको इस सब हिसाब से हमको करना पड़ेगा। और जस्ट एक दूसरे के साथ मिल करके हमको एक सस्टेनेबल अर्बन ग्रोथ, अर्बन जो हमारा सेक्टर है, इस अर्बनाइजेशन को हमको ये करना पड़ेगा ताकि लंबे समय तक हम अपने सिस्टम को ठीक कर सकें। सिटी शुड बी क्लीनर, सेफर, ग्रीनर एंड मोर इंक्लूसिव सिटीज़। इस प्रकार की हमारी रचना ये हमको बनानी पड़ेगी। अब इसके अंदर बहुत सी चीज़ें जो हमको ध्यान में आती हैं कि पहला तो शहर जो हैं ये हमारे इंजन ऑफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हैं, क्योंकि आज भी ऐसा माना जाता है कि जो अर्बन एरिया है हमारे जीडीपी का 63% वो हमारा जो है जीडीपी का जो हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो अर्बन साइड से है, चाहे वो सर्विसेज मेनली है, इंडस्ट्री है, सब है। इसके बाद अपने आप में कृषि का भी अपना एक सेक्टर है जिसके अंदर हम ग्रोथ करते हैं, लेकिन अर्बनाइजेशन जितना बढ़िया होगा हमारा जीडीपी उतना ही आगे बढ़ेगा। तो हम इसको 2047 तक जो हमको इसमें ध्यान रखना है उसके अंदर सबसे पहला विषय है अर्बन कनेक्टिविटी। तो इस कनेक्टिविटी के अंदर सबसे पहला रोड्स है। रोड्स पहले से भी पर्याप्त संख्या में रही हैं, आगे बढ़िया हो रही हैं, लेकिन रोड्स का जो एक नेगेटिव फैक्टर वो ये है कि ट्रैफिक जैम ये बड़ी स्थिति बन गई है, क्योंकि स्पेस इज़ लिमिटेड वन। उसी में से यानी पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, मेट्रो हमको बड़े शहरों में बड़ी आवश्यकता और बहुत तेज़ी से हम आगे बढ़ भी रहे हैं। मेट्रो का अगर फिगर्स भी आपको मैं बताऊं, वैसे इसकी जानकारी आपको सबको होनी ही चाहिए कि मेट्रोज़ का एक्सपेंशन हमने 20 वर्ष में 2005 से आज 2025 जिस स्पीड से किया है, इस स्पीड से और किसी देश ने नहीं किया। साइज में चाइना इज बिगर देन अस, और इस समय पर यूएस इज ऑल्सो बिगर देन अस। आंकड़े 8000 किलोमीटर का मेट्रो चाइना में है, 1300 किलोमीटर इस समय यूएसए में है, और हमने 1056 करोड़ को 1056 किलोमीटर तक हम टच कर गए हैं मेट्रो एंड आरटीएस। वी आर वेरी नियर टू यूएसए, और हमारे 900 किलोमीटर के जो मेट्रो के पाइपलाइन में प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं, बहुत जल्दी विद इन ईयर और टू वी कैन सरपास दिस यूएसए फिगर, तो हम सेकंड स्थान पर आ जाएंगे। मेट्रो के साथ एक समस्या अभी खत्म नहीं हो रही है। हर आदमी अपने वाहन से लेकर के मेट्रो स्टेशन जाता है, स्टेशन पर उतर करके फिर वहाँ से अपना वाहन लेता है, ऑफिस में जाता है, तो दो जगह पर फिर वो ट्रैफिक को जैम करता है। इसके लिए जो प्लानिंग है दैट इज़ लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी। लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी में पैसेंजर को अपने घर से वाहन लेगा, और जब स्टेशन पर नेक्स्ट स्टेशन उतरना है वहाँ से वाहन लेके उसके डेस्टिनेशन पर छोड़ेगा, ताकि उसको अपनी गाड़ी न रखनी पड़े। तो इसलिए इस लाइन पर बहुत स्कीमें आगे बढ़ रही हैं। इन स्कीम्स के अंतर्गत लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी यदि ठीक से उसका पालन करेंगे तो लोगों को अपने वाहन डेली जो काम करने के लिए आना जाना पड़ता है उसको रखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो हमारा ये जो ट्रैफिक है सड़कों का, ये कम होगा। इसी के साथ दूसरा विषय जुड़ा है, वो है एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन। आज हम देखते हैं कि देश और दुनिया में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिशन को कैसे कम किया जाए, कैसे ई मोबिलिटी के ऊपर हम आए, तो उसका भी लाभ हमको मिलेगा कि जितने वाहन ट्रैफिक कम होगा तो हमारा पोल्यूशन कम होगा, हमारा पर्यावरण अच्छा होगा, हमारा कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिशन समाप्त होगा। तो इस आधार पर भी चीज़ें आगे बढ़ रही, योजना बन रही है। दूसरी समस्या जो है वो है लैंड की, क्योंकि विद एक्सपेंशन लैंड जितनी भी हम उसमें कंज्यूम करेंगे, लैंड इज़ नॉट लाइक रबड़ कि जिसको हम एक्सपेंड करते जाएंगे, इसका एक लिमिटेड स्कोर है। तो उस लिमिटेड स्पेस में हमको अपना कैसे बेस्ट यूटिलाइजेशन करना है, वो है वर्टिकल स्पेस को यूज़ करें। तो लैंड का एक्सपेंशन हम साइड में नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन वर्टिकल हम कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत शहरों ने टीओडी पॉलिसी को प्राप्त किया है, यानी ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट, कि मेट्रो के साथ ही हम मल्टी स्टोरी 500-600 भी हम CS ये अपना FCR ये देने के लिए तैयार हुए हैं। दुनिया के कुछ देश ऐसे हैं अनलिमिटेड FSI है कि आप जितना मर्जी ऊंचा बना लो, लेकिन अपने देश में भी ऐसी स्थिति नहीं है, क्योंकि उसके लिए सर्विसेज वो भी सब उपलब्ध करानी पड़ती हैं। तो इसलिए TOD की पॉलिसी को, चाहे वो आसपास के स्टेट्स में तो लागू हो गया है। आज मैं हरियाणा का समाचार ले रहा था तो उन्होंने हमको बताया कि इस समय कुल मिलाकर गुरुग्राम और फरीदाबाद दोनों में अराउंड 60 डेवलपर्स ने इस प्रकार के यानी अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को बनाने के लिए लाइसेंस लिए हैं। नोडल पॉइंट्स के ऊपर हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स, दिल्ली की भी बहुत जल्दी ये पॉलिसी हम लेकर के आ रहे हैं, ताकि ये कंजेशन किसी तरीके से हम कम कर सकें, हाई राइज बिल्डिंग ले सकें। और हाई राइज बिल्डिंग की कनेक्टिविटी सीधी मेट्रो के ऊपर डायरेक्ट रोड पर भी आने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। हैंगिंग जिसको कहना चाहिए, एक रास्ते बने ताकि वहीं से अपना स्टेशन पर सीधे आए, स्टेशन पर जाए। तीसरा चैलेंज है स्वच्छता का। स्वच्छता शहरों के अंदर, क्योंकि एक्सपेंशन खूब हो रहा है, खूब हमारे लोग लगे भी हैं, कर भी रहे हैं, नई नई स्कीमें भी आती हैं, पैसा भी हम खर्च कर रहे हैं, हर साल उसका कंपटीशन भी कराते हैं। उस कंपटीशन में एक होड़ लगी है, एक प्रतियोगिता हो रही है, कौन फर्स्ट आए कौन सेकंड आए। तो ध्यान में ही आया कि कुछ शहर ऐसे हैं जिनको लगता है हर वर्ष वही आएंगे। एक 15-20 शहरों का ही कंपटीशन होकर रह गया। अल्टीमेटली हमने इसमें स्कीमें इस बार बदली। स्कीमों में क्या किया कि जो लगातार 15-20 शहर ऐसे हैं जो फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड आ रहे हैं, उनका एक अलग से क्लब बना दिया, सुपर स्वच्छ लीग, कि आप इस सुपर स्वच्छ लीग में जाओ, यू आर महाराजा क्लब। अब जो बाकी हैं वो फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड आएंगे, ताकि कंपटीशन और नीचे पहुंचे। तो इसका एक बहुत स्वागत हुआ है सब शहरों ने, उन्होंने भी माना है जो महाराजा में चले गए कि ठीक है हमको एक खिताब मिल गया, अब बाकी शहरों में कंपटीशन होना चाहिए। लेकिन हाँ, उनके साथ भी कंडीशन लगा दी है, बल्कि रादर 2 कंडीशन। एक, विद इन दैट ग्रुप compete करेंगे और उसमें फिर जो कमज़ोर रह जाएंगे साल के आखिर में उनको बाहर निकालेंगे और नए जोड़ेंगे। सो दे हैव टू कम्पीट विद इन देमसेल्व्स कि हम उनको रिमेन उसके अंदर रहना है, उस क्लब के अंदर। तो ऐसा उनमें भी कंपटीशन आया। सेकंड, उनके साथ क्या चीज़ जोड़ी है, जैसा एक हम स्लोगन करते हैं ना कि ईच वन टीच वन, तो हमने कहा कि ईच वन क्लीन वन। इस बार 74 सिटीज़ जो फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड के अवार्ड जिनको मिले हैं उनको कहा कि अगले वर्ष पेयर में आओगे, जो सबके लोएस्ट रैंकिंग का आपका एक शहर है स्टेट का, उसको साथ लेकर के उसकी क्लीनिंग का भी जिम्मेदारी आप लो, ताकि 74 के अगली बार 148 बन करके आए। तो ये एक एक्सपेंशन करना है और लोगों के स्वभाव में कैसे स्वच्छता आए, उनके संस्कार में कैसे आए, क्योंकि केवल कंपटीशन तक नहीं करना हमको, हर आदमी के स्वभाव में आना चाहिए कि वी शुड रिमेन क्लीन। तीसरा विषय है उसके अंदर पानी। वाटर अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी ज़रूरत भी है और उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी भी एकदम ओपन नहीं है। उसके अंदर WHO ने एक आंकड़ा दिया कि शहरों में 135 लीटर पर हेड पर डे ये कंजम्पशन उन्होंने मोटे रूप से तय की है। ये ठीक है कि बहुत अच्छी कॉलोनीज ऐसी हैं वहाँ 200 लीटर भी उपयोग कर रहे हैं, कुछ ऐसे हैं जो 80 लीटर भी उनको मिलता नहीं है। तो हमारे यहाँ देश में एवरेज अभी जो बड़े शहर हैं उसमें 100 लीटर अप्रोक्सीमेट 100 लीटर पर हेड पर डे ये खपत हो रही है, इतना सप्लाई हो रहा है। इसको हमको 135 तक लेके जाना है। तो उसको कैसे लेकर के जाना है, फिर उसमें एक ही रास्ता बचता है, पोर्टेबल वाटर जितना है उतना ही है, ज़्यादा नहीं हो सकता। दूसरा विषय है ग्राउंड वाटर। ग्राउंड वाटर की भी एक लिमिटेशन है, बहुत ज़्यादा हम उसको एक्सट्रैक्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो थर्ड विषय है कि जो हमारा पानी हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं उस यूज़ किए पानी को प्रोसेस करना और उसको रीयूज़ करना। तो ये एक विषय भी धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ते हुए लोगों में ले जाना पड़ेगा और हर प्रकार के नए जितने भी हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उसके अंदर इसको बाध्य करना कि इन चीज़ों का ज़ीरो डिस्चार्ज ऑफ वाटर, इस सिस्टम पर हमको सबको भी लेकर के जाना होगा। रेदर 3R जो पॉलिसी है कि सबसे पहले तो इसका रिडक्शन करो, यूज़ कैसे रिड्यूस कर सकें, एक उसका भी बहुत फिजूल खर्ची ना हो, और दूसरा उसको रिसाइकल करना, फिर उसको रीयूज़ करना। तो तीनों चीज़ों 3R की एक सिस्टम से हमको चलना पड़ेगा। फिर और प्रकार के जितने भी वेस्ट हैं उसमें भी हमको एक सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के रूप में उसको लाना पड़ेगा कि वेस्ट जितना है उसको कैसे हम वेल्थ के रूप में बदल सकें। तो वेस्ट टू वेल्थ का भी सिस्टम हम शहरों के अंदर को लागू कर रहे हैं। तो इस आधार पर भी चीज़ें हमारी आगे बढ़ रही हैं। अब ये सब करने के लिए हमको कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी का भी उपयोग करना होगा, क्योंकि आज हर चीज़ पुराने परंपरागत तरीके से नहीं हो सकती। AI का उपयोग करके हमको स्मार्ट सिटीज़ में टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से भी करना होगा। नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी, डिजिटलाइजेशन या जितने भी हमारे सर्विसेज हैं उन सर्विस को भी AI के माध्यम से चीज़ें करेंगे तो उसके अंदर एक तो भ्रष्टाचार रुकता है, लोगों का विश्वास जमता है और जो सर्विसेज हैं वो प्रॉपर और एक जिसको कहना चाहिए एक ठीक समय पर हमको सर्विस को मिल जाती हैं। तो हमको AI का उपयोग करना होगा, हमको प्रोटेक्ट इनोवेशन इस प्रकार से करना होगा और ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स को भी बनाना राहत देनी होगी। ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का मतलब है कि हर एक में हम कम से कम उसका टेम्परेचर कैसा हो, वह वाटर का जैसे मैं बताया ज़ीरो डिस्चार्ज ऑफ वाटर हो, एनवायरमेंटल सारे इश्यूज़ हों, उन सब को भी ध्यान रख करके और पर्यावरण के प्लानिंग में हम ऑक्सीजन का भी हमको ध्यान रखना होगा कि हम ज़्यादा ज़्यादा अपने ग्रीन कवर को कैसे उस एरिया में बढ़ा सकते हैं। अभी हमारा ग्रीन कवर जो ऐसा माना जाता है कि शहरों के अंदर 20% ग्रीन कवर होना चाहिए, और मुझे बड़ा बहुत ही इसको कहना चाहिए कि पीड़ा हमको भी है कि इसका परसेंटेज अभी 6 से 8% ही है, क्योंकि पुराने शहरों के अंदर तो ग्रीन कवरेज बहुत कम है। अब नए शहरों में थोड़ा ध्यान होने लग गया है, कुछ हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं वो उस पर ध्यान रखती हैं और थोड़ा ध्यान रखने में कोर्ट्स भी हमारा सहयोग करते हैं। कोर्ट्स में बहुत लोगों ने, बहुत हमारे NGOs, बहुत जो इस प्रकार के लोग हैं जो कोर्ट्स का भी मदद लेकर के डायरेक्शन दिलवाते हैं, उससे भी कंट्रोल हो रहा है, तो हमको ये सब करना पड़ेगा। फिर हमारी पावर, एनर्जी, ये भी आज हम शहर कितने बना लें कि विदाउट पावर शहरों की सस्टेनेबिलिटी, ये मुझे नहीं लगता कि हम उसको आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। और पावर में एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी, ये दोनों लेके आने पड़ेंगे। उसके अंदर पिछले दिनों में आपको ध्यान में होगा कि मैंने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था कि आजकल लोग पावर का इस्तेमाल करते समय जो गर्मियों में AC चलाते हैं, तो एक डिग्री तक तो ठीक है हमारा कंफर्टेबल लाइफ हो, लेकिन बहुत लोग ऐसे हैं उसको एक लिमिट से नीचे ला करके 20 डिग्री से भी नीचे 16-18 लाकर और फिर सोते हैं और ऊपर रजाई ओढ़ लेते हैं। करते हैं कि नहीं ऐसे कुछ लोग? बहुत करते हैं। अच्छा, हम में से कौन कौन ऐसा जो रजाई ओढ़ के सोता होगा रात को? ऐसा 1 2 3 ऑन करते हैं 15 16 18 डिग्री। और जिसको ये लगता है कि हाँ ठीक है 20 से 28 वाली बात का पालन कराना चाहिए, वो कौन कौन है अपने में? वेरी गुड, वेरी नाइस, थैंक यू कि आप लोगों ने इस पर एक सहमति दी है। वरना कुछ लोगों ने उसमें आलोचना करनी शुरू कर दी थी क्या कि हमारे घर का भी, उसमें भी आप हस्तक्षेप करोगे, हमारे बेडरूम में घुसोगे, अब इस प्रकार की बातें कहने लग गए थे। लेकिन हम कहते हैं कि ये हमारा घर, यानी हम छोटे घर की चिंता ना करें कि कुछ लोगों को साधन संपन्न है तो उसको जो मर्जी करने दिया जाए, और गरीब आदमी बेचारा गर्मी में उसके फैन भी ना लग सके और वो चला ना सके। हमको एक कल्पना ये करनी होगी कि पूरा देश मेरा घर है, मुझे अपने देश के सब लोगों की चिंता करनी होगी। जहाँ पावर हमारी अभी नहीं पहुँच पा रही है उनको भी पहुँचानी है। पावर के हमारे जितने और आगे उपयोग हैं, हमें हमारी इंडस्ट्री में हमको बहुत पावर चाहिए, हमारे कमर्शलाइजेशन के अंदर भी पावर चाहिए, हमारे डेली लाइफ के अंदर कितने भी अप्लायंसेस हैं जिसके अंदर हमको पावर चाहिए। तो ये पावर का उपयोग करना सबको है, सारी चीज़ें मिलेंगी, लेकिन फिजूल खर्ची ना हो, इस ओर हमको आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। और ये जो आगे चल करके इस प्रकार का, और बहुत देशों ने कर भी लिया है, बहुत देश ऐसे हैं, अब जापान के अंदर 26-27 डिग्री से नीचे वो टेम्परेचर नहीं आता उनका, इटली में 23 डिग्री से नीचे नहीं आता है। तो इस प्रकार से बहुत देशों ने जो किया है तो कुछ सोच समझ के किया होगा, हमको भी सोच समझ के इसको करना होगा। स्वच्छता का जैसे मैंने बताया, उसमें बहुत से प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स हैं, बहुत बड़े ये विषय हैं, क्योंकि पहले तो सब गंदगी जो भी होती थी उसका जो भी कोई सिस्टम होता था वो शहर के बाहर, गांव के बाहर जा कर के लोग कर लेते थे। लेकिन अब आबादी बढ़ गई है, बाहर जगह होती नहीं है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 अगस्त 2014 में जो एक ODF की बात की थी, अब ODF की बात जब की थी तो बहुत लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में ये कहा कि ये विषय देश का प्रधानमंत्री लाल किले से कहेगा, ये कोई इश्यू था क्या? लेकिन आज हमें इस बात का गर्व है कि देश में अब कोई घर ऐसा नहीं बचा है कि जो ODF ना हुआ हो। सब घरों के अंदर शौचालय बन गए हैं, गांव में भी, शहर में भी, सब जगह। कई जगह तो ODF प्लस बन गए, कई जगह ODF प्लस बन गए। तो ऐसी चीज़ों के लिए देश को आगे बढ़ाने में प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो एक सोच है कि हर फील्ड में हम देश में कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, हाउ वी कैन बिकम द लीडर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। तो इन चीज़ों की चाहे छोटी बातें हैं तब भी हम आगे बढ़ने के लिए उसके अंदर तैयार हैं। बहुत से हमारे इश्यूज ऐसे हैं कि जो केवल सरकारें नहीं कर सकती हैं, उसमें पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन, चाहे NGOs हैं, चाहे RWAs हैं, बहुत ऐसी संस्थाएं हैं, कुछ इंडिविजुअल्स भी हैं जो इन चीज़ों को ठीक करने के लिए दिन रात लगे रहते हैं। तो इन सब पर भी हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स बड़ी संख्या में शहरों में भी, गाँव में भी काम कर रहे हैं ताकि हम किस प्रकार से अपने शहर को ठीक कर सकते हैं। मित्रों, विषय बताने के लिए बहुत बताए जा सकते हैं, लेकिन मेरा तो इतना ही कहना है कि चाहे हमारी मोबिलिटी है, चाहे हमारी सर्विसेज हैं, चाहे हमारी दिन दिन की आवश्यकताएं हैं, वो भी सब हम कर रहे हैं। TOD पॉलिसी का जैसे मैंने बताया है, एक कंसेप्ट TOD का है कि जहां हमारा मानो हमारी जो डेस्टिनेशन, जो हमारा डेवलपमेंट ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के नाते से हम जो करते हैं, और एक है DOT, यानी जहां हमारा पहले से जो चीज़ें हमारी बनी हुई हैं, जहाँ शहर बसा हुआ, जहाँ इंडस्ट्री है, वहाँ तक भी हमको ट्रैफिक की मोबिलिटी लेके जानी पड़ेगी। तो दोनों दृष्टि से हमको ये काम करना है। देश के सालाना बजट में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते हैं। चाहे ये कॉलोनाइजेशन और लैंड, ये विषय स्टेट्स का ही है, ये सेंटर का विषय होता नहीं है। लेकिन चूंकि हमने अपने देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए एक चैलेंज के रूप में इसको स्वीकार किया है, तो ऐसे शहरों में आने वाली कठिनाइयाँ, इनको कैसे दूर किया जाए, इसमें सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अपना पूरी भूमिका निभाती है टू हेल्प द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स एंड टू द अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़। जो आवश्यकताएं होती हैं उसका सर्वे करा करके उनकी मदद हम करते हैं, क्योंकि अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज़ के पास उतने रिसोर्सेज होते नहीं हैं। वहाँ रिसोर्सेज के साधन लोकल, क्योंकि पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन में सर्विसेज का पैसा यूजर चार्जेस लेने चाहिए, कहीं कहीं पॉलिटिकल कारणों से उसको भी छोड़ देते हैं कि नहीं लेना है, और कहीं कहीं वो अपने काम भी नहीं करा पाते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से स्टेट्स भी कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं थ्रू देयर स्टेट फाइनेंस कमीशन, एंड सेंटर भी सेंट्रल फाइनेंस कमीशन के माध्यम से और एक जो भी रेगुलर फंड्स हैं वो इन संस्थाओं को देते हैं। तो इसको भी हम लोग इसमें और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, उसमें कोई कठिनाई नहीं है। तो कुल मिलाकर हमको सारा फ्यूचर का ये सब विषय देखते हुए जो जो रिफॉर्म्स की आवश्यकता है वो सब हम करने हैं। आप भी करें, हम भी करें, मिलकर के करें। तो एक तो नए जितने भी इनोवेशंस हैं, नए जितने भी प्रयोग हैं, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, वो हमको एक दूसरे को लागू करानी है। एंड फ्यूचर सिटीज़, क्योंकि जो हमारी अर्बन कोर सिटीज़ हैं, अर्बन कोर सिटीज़ का जो रहन सहन है वो जैसे आपको पता ही है कि दिल्ली में हम देखते हैं पुराने पुराने जो शहर हैं, चाहे वो चांदनी चौक है, चाहे सदर बाज़ार है, चाहे जो भी पुराने शहर हैं, उनका उस समय का डेवलपमेंट प्लान वैसा नहीं है। आज जो नए डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनेंगे उसके अंदर हमको नई व्यवस्थाएं देनी पड़ेंगी, और पुरानी व्यवस्थाओं को अपने ढंग से ठीक करना, नई व्यवस्थाओं को फ्यूचर सिटी कैसी होनी चाहिए, इस पर भी हमको सबको मिलकर के काम करना होगा। इस पर भी हम आगे बढ़ें। ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग के नाते से किस प्रकार से हम अपने शहर को आगे बढ़ाएं। देश भर में अभी जो हमारी बहुत प्रदेशों के अंदर जो डेवलपमेंट प्लान हैं वो 2021 की चल रही है, लेकिन अब बहुत प्रदेशों ने 2041 की जो डेवलपमेंट प्लान हैं उसके ड्राफ्ट प्लान जारी कर दिए हैं, कुछ लोगों ने उसको बना भी लिया है। बहुत जल्दी मुझे लगता है कि हम कोशिश करेंगे हर प्रदेश अपनी नई 2041 की जो डेवलपमेंट प्लान है उसको जारी करें, ताकि नए जो पैरामीटर्स के हिसाब से हम शहरों को बढ़ा सकें, और शहरी लोगों की, शहरी हमारा जो एरिया है उसकी लाइफ को किस प्रकार से ईजनेस लाएँ और किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ाएं, ये हम सबको मिलकर के चिंता करनी है। पुनः आज के इस अवसर पर NDTV के हमारे ग्रुप राहुल जी को खास करके मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी देता हूँ, आभार प्रकट करता हूँ कि आपने इस प्रकार का एक कार्यक्रम आयोजन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो हमारे साथ देखिए खास मेहमान मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी जुड़ गए हैं। कड़क प्रशासक माने जाते हैं, अनुशासित सिपाही माने जाते हैं, और जो टारगेट इनको दे दिया जाए उसको अचीव भी करते हैं। पहली बार विधायक बने, सीधे मुख्यमंत्री, लंबे छक्के मारते हैं। पहली बार सांसद बने, सीधे कैबिनेट मंत्री। बहुत कम लोगों को मौका मिलता है सीधे कैबिनेट मंत्री बनने का, और मंत्रालय भी देखिए।
लेकिन हमारे विपक्ष ने आते ही सबसे पहला एक प्रश्न खड़ा किया कि ये तो अनुभवहीन है, इनको तो अनुभव ही नहीं है, कैसे चलाएंगे प्रदेश को। तो हमारा एक उत्तर होता था कि हाँ, जैसा अनुभव आपका है वैसा तो मेरा नहीं है। आपने जिस प्रकार के लैंड ग्रैबिंग को करना, कैसे लाइसेंसिंग राज करना, कैसे नौकरियां बेचना, कैसे ट्रांसफर में पैसे लेना, ये भ्रष्टाचारी अनुभव हमारा नहीं है। हमारा एक अनुभव ज़रूर है कि 40 साल से प्रदेश की जनता की पहले जैसे सेवा की है, सेवा करने का अनुभव हमारा पहले भी था, आज भी, आगे भी रहेगा।
तो आपके सामने लेकिन चुनौती बड़ी है। देखिए, शहरीकरण बढ़ रहा है, ऐसे में माइग्रेशन भी बढ़ रहा है, गाँव से लोग शहरों में आ रहे हैं। जो बड़े शहर हैं वो सैचुरेटेड हो चुके हैं, छोटे शहर नए बस नहीं रहे हैं, वहाँ पर भी भीड़ भाड़ हो रही है। इस अर्बनाइजेशन को कंट्रोल कैसे करेंगे? नए शहर तो प्लान तरीके से बस नहीं पा रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये अपने आप में एक गति इसकी अलग से है, कोई एकदम ऐसा नहीं कि इसकी गति का पैमाना बन सकता है। ये ठीक है, प्राइवेट लोग भी अपने तरीके से आवश्यकता अनुसार लोगों को जो ज़रूरत होती है वो बनाते हैं, और कई बार तो इर्रेगुलर डेवलपमेंट प्लान भी होते हैं, इलीगल कॉलोनियाँ बनती हैं, वो सब होता है, वो नहीं बनना चाहिए। इसमें हर स्टेट को हम मदद करने के लिए तैयार हैं कि नई डेवलपमेंट प्लान तरीके से हो। और मैं आपको बताऊँ कि प्लान तरीके से, जैसे उदाहरण सिर्फ दिल्ली और हरियाणा का आप ले लीजिए। दिल्ली बहुत पहले से बसी हुई है, हरियाणा तो बाद में बसा। गुरुग्राम सारा 2010 के आसपास सारी उसकी प्लानिंग बननी शुरू हुई। 2013-14 तक भी कुछ बन गया था, लेकिन 14 में हमने आके देखा कि कितना बुरा हाल वहाँ है। वहाँ ट्रैफिक जैम, खास करके मैं 3-4 चौक का नाम बता सकता हूँ गुरुग्राम का, यहीं बैठे बैठे, इफ़को चौक, सिग्नेचर टावर, राजीव चौक, हीरो होंडा चौक। इन स्थानों के ऊपर कोई आदमी एक बार फंस जाए तो 2 घंटे पहले निकलता नहीं था, चाहे उसका स्कूटर है चाहे कार है। हमने आते ही सबका रेनोवेशन किया इन सब स्थानों पर, बल्कि उसके बाद ये जो हमारा मॉल है, इससे पहले एम्बियंस मॉल, वहाँ भी एक अंडरपास किया। इफ़को चौक में ऊपर नीचे उसके पूरे प्लान बनाए, सारे उसके बाईपास बनाए, फिर बाद में सिग्नेचर टावर, राजीव टावर, 3-3 मंजिला सब किया, अंडरग्राउंड किया, रोड पर किया।
लेकिन उसके बाद भी खट्टर साहब ऐसा लग रहा है गुड़गांव बारिश में डूबते शहर में रह रहे हैं।
वो एक दूसरा विषय,
इतनी हाईटेक शहर है,
दूसरा विषय है। मैं बताता हूँ, पहले तो आप कनेक्टिविटी देखिए कि कनेक्टिविटी में आज उस समय नॉर्मल रूटीन में ट्रैफिक जाम नहीं होता। अब है आपकी बात जो पानी जाम होता है। मुझे चिंता इस बात की, बहुत बड़ी चिंता है कि पानी रुकता है। पहली बात तो ये है कि ये सारी चीज़ें प्लानिंग के स्टार्टिंग में करना होता है कि प्लानिंग स्टार्टिंग में कितना पानी, उसका कितना आपका कमांड एरिया है, उस पानी का निकास जो पहले होता था तो पहले बाहर निकल जाता था, खेतों में निकल गया, कहीं झील होती थी, कहीं पानी रुक गया, ये सब हो जाता था, किसी को चिंता ही नहीं होती थी। कहीं खेतों में 2 फुट पानी खड़ा भी रह गया, एक दिन 15 दिन बाद निकलेगा तो निकलेगा। बल्कि कई बार तो ज़मीनों को उसका लाभ भी हो जाता है कि कहीं खेतों में 2 फुट पानी खड़ा होता है और 15 दिन ज़मीन चूसती है उसको, वो खेती के लिए उपयोगी होता है। आज वो सारा एरिया कवर हो गया तो वहाँ सड़कें बन गई, डेवलपमेंट हो गए, मकान बन गए, पानी खड़े होने की जगह नहीं है। लेकिन प्रारंभ में इतने सीवरेज के जो सिस्टम या जो ड्रेन्स का सिस्टम बनाना चाहिए था, वो सिस्टम बना नहीं। अभी भी बहुत से हमने बनाए हैं, खास करके एक नजफगढ़ ड्रेन में जाकर के मिलता है, कौन सा नाला है,
नजफगढ़ वाला ड्रेनेज।
नजफगढ़ तो आगे है, पीछे से एक और आता है, उसका नाम वजीराबाद है, कौन सा बिलास है, हाँ। तो उस साइड के उस नाले को पूरे को नया बनवाया हमने, और ये जो सिग्नेचर टावर के आसपास से उसका नीचे खोद करके पूरा आगे कई मकान जो अंदर बने हुए थे नाले के, उसको तोड़वाया, उनको पेमेंट किया और सारे चौड़ा किया, और नजफगढ़ ड्रेन में पूरा पानी जाता है, वहाँ पानी रुकता नहीं है। हाँ, जो अंडरपास बने, उस अंडरपास में पानी इतना भरता है कि तेज़ी से पानी आता है, लेकिन 1.5-2 घंटे बाद पानी वो निकलता है। और कभी भी एक सिस्टम है पूरे देश भर का, क्या दुनिया भर का, कि बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश हो जाए और 1-1.5 घंटे बाद पानी निकलता है तो इसका मतलब उसका सिस्टम ठीक है। अब एकदम पानी आएगा ही नहीं, वर्षा तो वर्षा है। पिछले दिनों के अंदर एक ही दिन में 90 मिनट के अंदर कितनी भारी वर्षा हुई गुड़गांव में, पानी भर गया सब जगह।
लेकिन 10-12 साल में खट्टर साहब बारिश का ट्रेंड चेंज हुआ है, सबको पता है। 10-12 साल किसी भी अथॉरिटी के लिए काफ़ी पर्याप्त समय होता है कि वो अपने ड्रेनेज सिस्टम को सही करे। हम कब तक रोते रहेंगे कि बारिश का ट्रेंड चेंज हुआ, एकदम से पानी आता है और फिर वो भर जाता है।
लगातार काम हो रहा है। आखिर कोई शहर बस जाता है, उसको आप ऐसा नहीं कि सारे सिस्टम को एक साथ उखाड़ करके सारा नया बना सकते हैं। हर एक काम को एक लाइन बनाने के लिए उसका सारा एरिया उसको बाईपास देने पड़ते हैं। कोई भी एक काम जब चलता है 2 साल तक चलता है, 3 साल तक, 2-3 साल तक उसके साथ वाला कुछ नहीं कर सकते हम। 2-3 साल में एक चीज़ ठीक हुई, उसके बाद नेक्स्ट लेते हैं तो फिर लेते हैं। तो ये सारे जो सिस्टम को रीडेवलप करने के लिए इसमें समय लगता है। लेकिन गुड़गांव में जो आज से 10 साल 15 साल पहले जो स्थितियाँ बनती थी, आज वर्षा तो खैर ज़्यादा होती है, उसके बाद उसका स्पीड यानी बढ़ी है। मैं बताता हूँ गुड़गांव का पानी क्यों नहीं निकलता। नजफगढ़ झील है, यहाँ पानी पहले निकलता था नजफगढ़ ड्रेन में, जो कभी साहिबी नदी जिसको कहते थे। उस नजफगढ़ ड्रेन के अंदर मैंने 15-16 के अंदर, हमारे LG दिल्ली के थे, इनको कहा कि उसके अंदर बहुत गंदगी है। उसको सारे को सर्वे कराया गया तो 20 लाख मीट्रिक टन उसके अंदर से गंदगी निकाली। ये 15-16 की बात है। 6 मीटर का डिफरेंस है गुड़गांव के उस लेवल से और यमुना के लेवल पर, लेकिन पानी की गति नहीं थी। ककरोला में जाके पानी रुक जाता था, उसका सारे की सफाई की, अब पानी फटाफट निकलता भी है, सब चीज़ें होती हैं। आज भी दिल्ली के अंदर मैं उसका मूल्यांकन करा रहा हूँ। दिल्ली के अंदर लुटियन ले लीजिए, लुटियन इसका पानी निकलता है कहाँ, बारापुला ऊपर बना हुआ, लुटियन का नाला नीचे है। अब नीचे के नाले में बारापुला में पानी जाएगा कैसे? बारापुला नीचे करो, नीचे क्यों नहीं करते कि यमुना में गाद भरी हुई है, यमुना का पानी बैकफ्लो मारता है। अब यमुना में बरसात में बैकफ्लो ना मारे तो इसके लिए बारापुला ऊंचा कर दो। बारापुला ऊंचा हुआ तो लुटियंस जहाँ मंत्री रहते हैं, जहाँ मेंबर पार्लियामेंट रहते हैं, वहाँ भी कम से कम 2 फुट 2.5 फुट पानी बरसात में भरता, आज भी भरता है। अब चिंता
आपके सहयोगी मंत्री हैं नितिन गडकरी, उन्होंने कहा खराब DPR इसकी एक बहुत बड़ी वजह है। आज भी देख रहे हैं आप देश में कई एक पुल ऐसे बन जा रहे हैं 90 डिग्री पर टर्न ले रहे हैं। तो ये खराब डीपीआर का नतीजा है, पैसा बचाने का शगल है, या वाकई में वहाँ पर शहर में कोई क्राइसिस है कि आप मोड़ नहीं सकते?
मल्टीपल रीज़न है। जैसे मैंने बताया, एक तो लैंड की स्केर्सिटी। अब लैंड के प्राप्त करने में कभी कभी कोई बोल्ड स्टेप लिया जाता तो बहुत अच्छी सफलता मिलती है। जैसे बोल्ड स्टेप के नाते जब मेट्रो शुरू हुई दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली की मेट्रो शुरू करने में जो उस समय के हमारे मेट्रो के डीएमआरसी के सीईओ थे, शायद श्रीधरन, तो श्रीधरन जी अटल जी के पास गए कि तभी संभव है जब मेरी इस प्रोक्योरमेंट में आने वाली बाधा को दूर करने के लिए अधिकार मेरे पास होगा। अगर ये कहीं सरकार की फाइलों में चला गया तो मेट्रो नहीं बन पाएगी। और अटल जी ने स्पेशल एक्ट के द्वारा डीएमआरसी का जो एक्ट बना, उनको अधिकार दिया कि आपको पूरा अधिकार है, जिस भी लैंड को प्रियोर करना है, जितना पैसा लगे पैसा दो, रातों रात उसको रास्ता बनाओ और मेट्रो चाहिए। और वहाँ जितने भी रास्ते में, क्योंकि प्राइवेट लैंड होती है, सब बिल्डिंग होती है, किसी कमर्शियल है, किसी की मानो रेजिडेंस है, अब उसको तो पूरा पैसा चाहिए। हमारी सरकारी फाइलों में पैसा मिलते मिलते तो लग जाता साल। तो इसके कारण से वो मेट्रो फास्ट स्पीड से बनी। ऐसे ही कुछ काम फास्ट स्पीड से जहाँ पूरा अधिकार होते हैं तो पूरी फास्ट स्पीड से बनता है। अब हमने धीरे धीरे जितने भी नियम हैं, कानून हैं, पॉलिसीज़ हैं, सिस्टम्स हैं, इसका सरलीकरण किया है कि हर आदमी जो जिम्मेवार आदमी है उसको और काम करने का पूरा अधिकार हो। हाँ, उसमें लीकेज नहीं होनी चाहिए। कहीं इस आधार के ऊपर ऐसा ना हो कि 100 रुपये का काम है और 300 रुपये में होगा, 500 का काम है 5000 में होगा। वो लीकेज बंद करने के लिए भी हमको लीक प्रूफ सिस्टम भी बनाना पड़ेगा, उनको अधिकार भी देने पड़ेंगे, कंप्लायंस कम करनी पड़ेगी, जो पुरानी सिस्टम्स हैं उसको सरलीकरण करना पड़ेगा, जिसे हम कर रहे हैं। और जैसा मैंने बताया कि डीपीआर का जो बात है, डीपीआर बनाते समय आज से पहले, अब तो ठीक होने लग गया, आज से पहले क्या होता था, वो अपना एक एरिया है छोटा सा, उसके हिसाब से डीपीआर बनाते थे। अब वो डीपीआर जो है सारी डेवलपमेंट जो प्लान है उसमें आगे 20 साल तक कितना बड़ा ये एरिया शहरीकरण हो जाएगा, कितनी इसकी आवश्यकता होगी, 20 साल आगे तक विचार करके सब बनता है। पहले ऐसा नहीं बनता था।
जी, आप मेट्रो की बात कर रहे थे, बड़े शहरों में मेट्रो आ रहा है, बी क्लास टाउन में भी जाने लगे हैं। लेकिन अगर टोटल शहरों के पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की बात की जाए तो दिल्ली में जब तक बसें शुरू होती हैं तब तक लोग है ना बसों से चलने की आदत उनकी, अपनी बाइक खरीद ली थी लोगों ने, उसका ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल करने लगे थे। जब तक मेट्रो आती लोग कारों पे शिफ्ट हो चुके थे। तो इस तरह के जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, ये सरकारें इतने लेट क्यों शुरू करती हैं कि उस शहर की जो डेमोग्राफी बदल जाती है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के जो मीन है, जो माध्यम है वो बदल जाते हैं। छोटे शहरों में भी अगर आप अभी से सरकारें ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पे जोर देना, ध्यान देना शुरू करें। अभी तो डग्गा मारी बसें चल रही हैं, किसी ने अपनी टाटा सफारी लगा दी, किसी ने टेम्पो खरीद के लगा दिए, किसी ने मिनी बस लगा दी।
देखिए, जो परिवर्तन हो रहा है बहुत तेज़ी से हो रहा है। मैं दिल्ली से साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ 1972 से। 1972 में मैं दिल्ली में आया था, 8 साल में दिल्ली में रहा था। और मैंने वो दिल्ली देखी है कि जब डीटीसी की बसों पर चढ़ते थे तो डंडा पकड़ के चलते थे। हमने भी उस सवारी की हुई है। मैं रानी बाग से चल के सदर बाज़ार साइकिल पर आता था, ये मेरा अपना अनुभव है। उस समय ट्रैफिक जाम, रिक्शा वाले, ऑटो वाले जो जाम करते थे, उस समय तो कुछ भी नहीं था। मेट्रो तो 2005-7 में शुरू हुई, लेकिन जिस स्पीड से आगे बढ़ी है आज वो समस्याएं नहीं हैं। ये धौला कुआं का चौक, इस पर भी स्कूटर वाला भी फंस जाता था, 2 घंटे बाहर निकल नहीं सकता।
मैं छोटे शहरों की बात कर रहा हूँ। अगर वहाँ से अभी से आप जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है उसके रेगुलेशन शुरू कर दें, सरकारें अपनी तरफ से उसमें इनिशिएट लेने लगें, तो बड़े शहरों जैसी स्थिति नहीं होगी।
देखिए, क्या होता है कि इसमें कई चीज़ें होती हैं, फिजिबिलिटी भी देखनी होती है। जैसे मानो मेट्रो है, आज मेट्रो की फिजिबिलिटी इस समय तक के अनुभव है कि 25 लाख से नीचे का कोई शहर है वहाँ मेट्रो सफल नहीं है। कारण उसकी फिजिबिलिटी, क्योंकि एक बार बनाना कैपेक्स तो हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसके बाद उसका एनुअल जो मेंटेनेंस है, वो जो सारा खर्च है, वो तो किसको, लोकल शहर को ही करना है, लोकल शहर के बाद स्टेट को करना है। तो इसका डेली के जो सारे एक्सपेंसेस हैं वो 25 लाख से नीचे के शहर में कभी सफल है ही नहीं अभी। उसके नीचे की टेक्नोलॉजी अलग है, जैसे ई बसेज हैं, सब छोटे शहरों को भी दे रहे हैं, या मेट्रो के भी कुछ छोटे स्वरूप, न्यू मेट्रो, एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम हो रहा है। तो ऐसे मेट्रो का जो बहुत छोटी मेट्रो हो और सिंगल लेन की भी जो मेट्रो चलती है, पॉड टैक्सी है, तो ऐसी कई चीज़ें छोटे शहरों के लिए डेवलप की जा रही हैं ताकि छोटे शहरों की समस्याएं ना आए। जैसे शहर का कोई बड़ा स्वरूप बनता है तो उस नाते से मेट्रो की जहाँ ज़रूरत है साथ साथ उसकी करेंगे। आज भी मेट्रो का फैलाव जिस तेज़ी से हो रहा है, अभी कुल मिला के 23 शहर ऐसे हैं जहाँ मेट्रो का संचालन हो रहा है। 6 शहर ऐसे हैं जहाँ अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, और अभी डिमांड हमारे पास और 11-12 शहरों की है। रोका इसलिए कि इनका सैचुरेशन हो जाए एक बार, कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आगे दौड़ पीछे चौड़, इनका सैचुरेशन करना फिर आगे बढ़ना। लगातार लाखों करोड़ रुपया इसके लिए पैसा लग रहा है, तो स्टेप बाय स्टेप सब बढ़ेगा, लेकिन जिस गति से बढ़े हैं आगे और तेज़ गति होगी, गति बढ़े, स्पीड तेज़ हो, दिशा ठीक हो, ये सब हम काम करें।
जी, खट्टर साहब कुछ राजनीतिक सवाल ले लेते हैं। आप हैं यहाँ पर और राजनीतिक से जुड़े सवाल ना हो तो अन्याय हो जाएगा हमारे दर्शकों के साथ। धनखड़ साहब ने इस्तीफा दिया।
आपका हमारा सौदा तो नहीं था ये।
तो धनखड़ साहब, उपराष्ट्रपति साहब ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, चूं तक की आवाज़ नहीं आई। इतने अनुशासित सिपाही मानते हैं आप उनको?
अनुशासन अपने आप में अच्छा गुण है, कोई माड़ा गुण थोड़ी है। कोई अनुशासन तो इसी बात से जाना जाता है कि भाई जहाँ बोलना वहाँ बोलो, जहाँ नहीं बोलना मत बोलो, और ये हमारा अनुशासन, हमारी ताकत है।
लेकिन सरकार को भरोसे में लिए बिना विपक्ष से प्रस्ताव ले लिया जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा के खिलाफ। सरकार की रणनीति थी कि केवल लोकसभा में लाएं, तो ये अनुशासनहीनता थी या अनुशासन ये भी था?
देखिए, जो जिसको मौके का आदमी होता है उसको जो ठीक लगता है वो करता है। वो मौके के जो होता है ना, मौके का थानेदार जो फैसला ले वो ठीक। अब उन्होंने अपने मौके का फैसला जो लिया सो लिया, अब ठीक है कि गलत है या तो वो बताएंगे, या उनके ऊपर जो मूल्यांकन कर रहे हैं, जो देख रहे हैं, आप जैसे लोग खूब टिप्पणी करते हैं तो बताएंगे ठीक है कि गलत है। लेकिन कुल मिलाकर के वो एक विषय ऐसा था, उस विषय पर बोलना इसलिए ठीक नहीं है क्योंकि अभी एक जज का मामला है और दूसरा उस पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट लिटिगेशन, उसमें सब जुडिस मामला, तो बहुत ज़्यादा बोलना उस पर मुझे ठीक लगता नहीं है।
जी, अभी संसद की कार्रवाई चल रही है। ज़बरदस्त तरीके से एसआईआर के मुद्दे को विपक्ष उठा रहा है कि बिहार के चुनाव से ठीक पहले इस तरह से करना। 52-54 लाख वोटर हैं जो अब लिस्ट से बाहर होने की कगार पे खड़े हैं, उसमें से 9-10 लाख वोटर तो जीवित ही नहीं है। आपको लगता है कि इसके पीछे चुनाव जो विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है उसमें दम है? विपक्ष ने तो धमकी दे दी, हम तो बायकॉट ही कर देंगे जब एक तरफा चुनाव है।
देखिए, विपक्ष का तो विषय ये है कि उनको जो ठीक लगे, मीठा लगे गो गो गप, जो कड़वा लगे उसको थू थू, वो विपक्ष एक स्वभाव होता है।
लेकिन 6 महीने पहले भी तो हो सकता था ऐसा ही।
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, हमेशा एक लगभग 20-22 साल के बाद ही होता है। 2003 से 5 हुआ, कोई मना कर सकता है कि नहीं हुआ? और 2003 से 5 हुआ, उस समय 2001 से लेकर के और 1 के आसपास ही जो सेंसस हुआ, क्योंकि हर 10 साल बाद सेंसस होता है। इस बार का सेंसस 2021 कोविड के कारण से नहीं हो सका, वो सेंसस अब चल रहा है। तो ये 20 साल के बाद सारी स्ट्रक्चर देखी जाती है, बदली जाती है, एक बात। दूसरा, जैसे आपने बताया कि इतने लाख वोट वहाँ बने हुए हैं जिसके अंदर बहुत तो है ही नहीं है, डेथ हो गई है, तो ये चुनाव आयोग का काम है कि जो वोटर प्रेजेंट नहीं है या जो कोई इलीगल वोटर है उसको उससे बाहर करना। आखिर जो वोटर लिस्ट है,
प्रोसीजर पे तो अब सवाल नहीं, अब टाइमिंग पे सवाल था।
टाइमिंग तो मैंने बताया कि ये 20 साल के आसपास होता ही है, और मैं आगे का आपको भविष्यवाणी आज बता रहा हूँ कि ये 2045 के 47 के आसपास फिर होगा।
जी, चलिए, मैं
अभी तो 25-27 है, 2045-47 के बाद शासन किसी का हो, पार्टी कोई हो, कहीं हो, ये 2045-47 के आसपास फिर होगा। रोज रोज नहीं हो सकता ये। चुनाव आयोग की एक सीमा है और इसी काम में वो लगातार, हाँ, हर साल वो नए वोटर बनाते हैं।
जी, एक आखिरी सवाल खट्टर साहब आपसे लेंगे। आपका मंत्रालय जहां झुग्गी वहीं पक्का मकान देता है, लेकिन बीजेपी को पक्का अध्यक्ष नहीं मिल पा रहा अपना, 1 साल से ऊपर हो गया है।
चलिए, ऐसा है कि ये कुल मिला करके हमारे अपने घर का मामला है, अनुशासित मामला है, जब चाहेंगे तब बनाएंगे। लेकिन उनका क्या करें जो सालों साल से अपने संगठन के बारे में ना विचार कर सके, ना खड़ा कर सके, और वो जो वंशावली चलती है अपने वंशवाद के नाते से, हमारे यहाँ कम से कम वो तो नहीं है। जो चलाता है वो नए सिरे से आता है, चलाएगा, जो आएगा अच्छा चलाएगा, नए
आपका अध्यक्ष पद के लिए नाम है?
देखिए, पीर बवर्ची भिश्ती खर, हमने एक 4 शब्द पढ़े हैं। जो दायित्व मिलेगा, पीर का मिले पीर करेंगे, भिश्ती का मिले भिश्ती करेंगे, खर का मिले खर करेंगे। तो ये दायित्व जिसको जो मिलता है हमारे यहाँ, सूचना के बाद सोचना नहीं, कोई काम मिलेगा उसको करेंगे।
सूचना का इंतजार है आपको? सूचना का इंतजार है आपको?
नहीं, मेरे पास जो काम है कम नहीं है, बहुत है, बड़ा काम है, और इस काम में इतनी व्यस्तता है, इतना टाइम मेरा लगता है कि इसके माध्यम से जो सेवा कर रहा हूँ पर्याप्त है, और इसके बाद कोई सूचना मिलेगी तो सूचना नहीं है।
तो अगर बिहार चुनाव से पहले आप अध्यक्ष बन जाते हैं तो आपके सामने तो एक बड़ी चुनौती खड़ी हो जाएगी।
नहीं, मेरे लिए अगर बिहार चुनाव से पहले मिले या आप यहाँ बैठे हैं शायद पीछे से हो गया हो तभी मुझे चिंता नहीं है, और ना हो तभी चिंता नहीं है। इसका विषय नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ बहुत से ऐसे नेता हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं, जिन कार्यकर्ताओं को कोई दायित्व दिया जाए उसको पूरा करते हैं। और यहाँ तो कोई पता नहीं लगता, जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना तो मेरे बारे में पूरे हरियाणा के पूरे देश में लोग कहते हैं ये कौन है, मनोहर लाल कहाँ से आ गया। और आज सब कहते हैं कि नहीं नहीं 10 साल में तो बहुत अच्छा किया, आप ही कह रहे थे थोड़ी देर पहले। और अब लोग कहते हैं कि तीसरी बार सरकार आई है तो भी उन नीतियों के कारण से आई है। तो कोई लोग ऐसे भी थे जो कहते हैं नहीं 10 साल हो गया, सब खत्म है, अब तो कुछ आना नहीं है। तो ये हमारे यहाँ किसी के बारे में कोई मूल्यांकन इस प्रकार का करने का कारण नहीं होता। मुझे मध्य प्रदेश में भेजा गया कि आपको वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री का चयन कराना है जी। अब चयन की एक प्रक्रिया होती है, उस चयन में एक प्रक्रिया होती है विधानसभा यानी विधायक दल, एक होता है पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड। अब मैं ना तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड में उस दिन था जिस दिन ये निर्णय होना था, और ना ही मैं विधायकता के विधानमंडल में वहाँ होता जी। अब उन्होंने विधायक दल ने एक मीटिंग की, उसी दिन मीटिंग करके पार्लियामेंट बोर्ड में विषय नाम आया, मैं वहाँ पहुँच गया हूँ। 5 बजे मीटिंग है, शायद 4 बजे मीटिंग है, और 3 सवा 3 बजे ये फैसला हुआ। उन्होंने बताया ये हमारा फैसला। हमने कहा ठीक है, कौन आदमी मुझे भी पता नहीं है, तो वहाँ का मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। अब भेजा मुझे कि जाओ मुख्यमंत्री बना के आओ। तो ये एक प्रक्रिया है, उस प्रक्रिया में से चीज़ें होती हैं, लेकिन जो हो जाता है उसको सबको स्वीकार्य होता है, सबको सहमति होती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में कभी ऐसी समस्या नहीं आई, कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं होता कि ये किया हो तो क्यों किया, कैसे किया और कहाँ किया, जो कर दिया।
एक आखिरी सवाल, उपराष्ट्रपति और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष 2 ऑप्शन विकल्प आपको मिले तो कौन सा चुनेंगे?
नहीं, मैं विकल्प चुनने के लिए कभी जब पैदा ही नहीं हुआ मैं, मुझे तो मैंने बताया जो सूचना मिलती है उसके हिसाब से काम कर देता हूँ मैं। मेरा सबसे पहला जो सार्वजनिक काम मुझे मिला फरीदाबाद का, ये 1980 की बात है। 80 में वहाँ था प्रचारक, 81 के अंदर नवंबर का दिन था। हमारे जो प्रांत के प्रचारक थे वो आए, 2 दिन मीटिंग ली उन्होंने। मीटिंग लेने के बाद उन्होंने कहा मुझे दिल्ली जाना, मुझे छोड़ा बस स्टैंड तक। बसों में आते जाते थे, सस्ता ज़माना था। मैं बस पर छोड़ने गया तो हमारे प्रांत प्रचारक चढ़ने लगे, 1 कदम ऊपर था, फिर नीचे पैर उतार लिया। उन्होंने अरे एक बात तो बताना भूल गया। मैंने क्या बताओ क्या भूल गए? कि वो आपका जो ट्रांसफ़र है वो रोहतक कर दिया है, इसलिए आप 19 तारीख को रोहतक पहुंच जाना। मैंने कहा ठीक है जी। अब उसमें हम सोचें कि हाँ उन्होंने वहाँ भेजा, रोहतक क्यों गए, क्या किया। यहाँ जो काम जब दायित्व मिलता है उसको वहीं से करना शुरू कर देते हैं। मुझे हमको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता, जो काम है वो पर्याप्त है, कम नहीं है। और हमारा तो कहना है कि वो भी ना हो और ये भी ना हो, तब भी हमारे पास नया काम बहुत है, ढूंढ लेंगे।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी। और देखिए सूचना का इंतजार हमें भी रहेगा, और शुभ सूचना अगर आपके पास पहले आएगी तो सबसे पहले आप NDTV को जरूर बता दीजिएगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। धन्यवाद।
This window is beautiful.
फिनिस्टा है मैम, मैं भी यही रेकमेंड करूंगा।
क्या फिनिस्टा, कुछ भी लगाओ यार, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, आखिर विंडो ही तो है।
ये अरे सर इसके साथ तो बहुत कुछ फ्री आता है।
अच्छा फ्री क्या क्या?
डस्ट, बारिश का पानी, पोल्यूशन, इंसेक्ट्स, नॉइज।
और फिनिस्टा के साथ
ये सब नहीं, हाँ बस लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस है।
क्या लाइफ लॉन्ग?
हाँ क्या फर्क पड़ता है सर, आखिर विंडो ही तो है।
अरे ऐसे कैसे फर्क पड़ता है, आखिर विंडो है भाई।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस, डस्ट एंड नॉइज प्रूफ भी। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
This
Welcome to the world of Finesta, where innovation meets craftsmanship. And where every window and door is a gateway to a better living experience. Our journey began over 2 decades ago, but our roots date even further back. It was in 1889 that DCM Limited was founded by the visionary, celebrated philanthropist and esteemed industrialist Sir Shri Ram. Sir Shri Ram led the way for independent India's growth and united entrepreneurs, and was a founder member of institutions like CII, FICCI, PhD CCI, which remain essential for modern India's development. 1889.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to take your seats. The Honorable Union Minister Shri Khattar has left the NDTV Real Estate Conclave, but the conclave itself continues with perhaps the best conversations of the evening coming up now. Now, through this afternoon, we have explored the vision of building new cities and the critical need for sustainability in both materials and operations. Now, let's pivot to a powerful dynamic reshaping our existing urban fabric, the urban-suburban shift. Now, remember that statistic that has been quoted right through the conclave all this afternoon? That more than 50% of India's population is projected to live in urban areas by 2050. What is this going to do to infrastructure and real estate? How do we ease urban agglomeration? And what does the future planning of both our urban cores and their expanding peripheries look like? Those are just some of the questions that our next panel seeks to answer. I would like to invite on stage Sudhir Krishna, former Urban Development Secretary, Professor Geetam Tiwari, Civil Engineer and Urban Mobility, IIT Delhi, and Bhavik Vora, Partner, Grant Thornton, Bharat. They will be in conversation with my colleague, Gauri Dwivedi. A huge round of applause, please.
Yes, please. Yeah. I think one of the most important trends that one is seeing right now is the transition that is taking place from big cities towards peripheries, towards satellite towns in the aspiration. For many, it's an aspiration where they want to probably get better living standards. For some, it is the freedom to be able to actually get out of big towns. But that also poses fresh set of challenges, whether it is in terms of the urbanization that needs to keep pace, whether it's in terms of infrastructure that also needs to develop in satellite towns, or whether it's the need to actually have futuristic infrastructure from a real estate point of view, not just for big cities, but also for satellite towns. And I think that's a conversation that I hope to get answers from and touch upon in various aspects from this August panel. Let me first start by asking, and this is a question I throw open to the entire panel, which is that when you talk about urban agglomeration, the scale and speed at which it is happening in India is also something that poses challenges, doesn't it? Everything around India also comes with big set of numbers, doesn't it? Even the number of real estate growth that we are talking about is very significant, from $227 billion to actually $680 billion in just a matter of 5 years. This is how the real estate industry is going to grow. It means everything needs to keep pace with it, which also includes satellite towns developing at the same rate as well. Let me start with you, Professor Tiwari, and then we put that out to the entire panel. Ma'am, this would be yours. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
So I would like to really focus on mobility challenges.
Of course.
And yes, it is true that the urban agglomeration, and this is what Mr. Khattar also talked about, that the big mega cities that we have, we do have a lot of satellite cities growing around that. So there is suburbanization in that sense is happening. I think my understanding is that one of the reasons is that, people come to where the employment is. And if we keep on investing in and around big cities, that is what will attract people to come there. And if more people come, of course, you have to then provide them with proper infrastructure, including Mr. Khattar also talked about, mobility is one of the most important infrastructure. So that is what we should be doing. And I think from central ministry's point of view, a lot of emphasis has been on regional connectivity. But maybe later on I'll come back to this point that I think one of the major shortcomings in our policy and investment is that we have not given enough attention to what should happen to these individual towns and these, in fact, cities. And these are not small cities. Because if you just look at Delhi, 5 cities around, satellite cities around Delhi are more than 1 million population. 1.4, 1.6, 1.7. These are full-fledged cities. They need a complete mobility network of their own. Just providing, metro is a good system for providing regional connectivity.
But it has to be the starting point. You're saying metro has to be the starting point, and
no, metro is not the starting point.
Okay.
I think we should pay more attention to local connectivity. Yeah, because that is what will actually solve the problem, and these are not small cities. And then I'll come to the other remaining.
Absolutely, they're not small cities. Yeah. And local connect needs to be built on in greater detail. And going forward, what could be the plan to be able to get there is what I'm going to ask you that, Professor Tiwari. So let me start with you then in terms of, as I said, the larger roadmap towards bridging the divide that exists between urban and suburban cities, and also ensuring that the transition is smooth, especially given India and the scale at which we are talking about. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I think urbanization is a boon, urbanization is desirable, and it has to be promoted systematically in a planned manner. Now we have options. Either we continue to densify the existing cities, or we spread out. And generally world over, the trend is that people want to move out. And suburbs are preferred for those who can, suburbs gives a better quality of life. And the same trend is here also possible, but there are a lot of challenges in suburbanization. If you see the population growth, the smaller cities are growing faster than the larger cities. That's the general trend. The smaller cities are faster and larger cities are growing slower. But having said that, there are challenges of infrastructure in smaller cities. Governance challenges are there. The municipalities do not have adequate staff as compared to larger city. Corporations have got stronger staff, and larger cities, smaller cities don't have. That is one. Then planning standards are also not enforced as much in smaller cities, and to a greater extent these are enforced in the larger cities. So governance weakness, planning problem, and resource issues are also there. And above all, infrastructure also. You are living in Manesar. Are you sure that you will get health care? Good health care? Are you sure that you will get quality education for your children as much as you get in Gurgaon or Delhi? So these are the challenges, I think, which we can afford. We can manage also. It is not impossible. But I agree with Professor Geetam that connectivity is very important. First, we should focus on connectivity, both the intercity connectivity, regional connectivity, and local connectivity. And the quality of life in terms of water availability, waste management. Smaller cities cannot manage waste as well. Even larger cities are having challenge, but smaller cities are not able to cope even, as much as larger cities. Water supply issues, power supply issues, so like that. So local governance has to be strengthened, local planning has to be strengthened, for which frameworks are available, resources are available. Financial resources in terms of Amrut Mission and so many other programs are there. But governance is the challenge now. The key issue is local governance and local vision. That is, I'm sure it is possible.
It's an important point you made, sir, in terms of the fact that governance needs to be strengthened at that level. And even those resources are available, probably a greater roadmap needs to be identified in a better manner. Let me, Mr. Vora, then let me ask you in terms of none of this, in terms of our aspiration, the scale at which we are looking at, can be achieved till the time there is adequate private participation. Whether it is in terms of funding, whether it is in terms of projects, or whether it is in terms of some of the delivery mechanisms that the other two panelists spoke about. Your thoughts on where all can private sector come in to be able to address the gaps that exist right now, and also for the future cater to the demand that we are looking at?
Yeah. So let me first, hi everybody, let me just first take, what's happening with this urban-suburban shift, right? And the scale of problem which, we are looking at, right? Over the last 5 years, in terms of, let me just take the top 5 metros, around 1.9 billion worth of private equity investment has happened just for land aggregation. And 60% of it has been in peripherals of the existing cities, networks, and suburban areas. All of these land acquisition currently do not form part of the DP plan, right? So when we say this much amount of, just say into 10 is the housing which is going to come up, right? World Bank says $2.4 trillion worth of investment is required to service this suburban conglomerate or sort of housing which is going to come up in terms of roads, in terms of mobility, in terms of metros. So,
could you just pull up the mic a little bit, please? Yeah.
So the challenge is enormous, right? In terms of $2.4 trillion of investment which is required. And as you rightly highlighted, only government will not be able to sort of make the entire investment. Private sector needs to come in. Currently, all the mega projects, if you look at it, majority are government funded. Private sector is participating, but their participation is restricted to creating sort of residential housing, malls, or a bit of sort of mobility platforms in terms of sort of say buses or sort of networks in terms of doing it. Public sector still plays a role of creating the first part of the city, right? What I've seen over the last 4-5 years, planned cities are being less. Let's say a Sidco or a Gandhinagar or say initial parts of Gurgaon or Noida which were created to sort of accommodate the next level of participation of people coming from say urban to suburban or rural to suburban to make their dreams come true in the new mega cities. That is something where government is clearly lost focus and they need to sort of plan more. Private sector can come up with sort of housing which is affordable, where they can actually help people buy larger spaces currently which is starved, maybe in Mumbai where there's a lot of shift happening, in Delhi where people are moving from the core Delhi CPA area to Gurgaon to buy larger spaces. So private sector has a task to make it affordable, build an infrastructure around it so that there are bus terminals, there are parkings, etc., where things can be sort of built around, and develop an integrated township plan. We have seen a bit of green shoots, but it needs to be a lot more participative with a certain bit of government support.
The funding gap that you pointed out, sir, is a very important aspect of being able to really clearly see through the challenge that lies ahead and also be able to plan accordingly. But I think one of the biggest issues that we need to probably look at in greater detail is that when you talk about India's planning for the future sort of a thing, we also need to then do, for want of a better word, retrofit our existing cities. That's the twin challenge that exists. And Professor Tiwari, as someone who's best positioned to talk about traffic engineering, transport planning, as someone who understands this probably the best in the room, ma'am, explain to us that how do we address the twin challenges that exist? One, to probably start afresh, as some of the examples that Mr. Vora was saying, but also address the concerns and challenges that lie off some of the peripheral cities that are growing at such a rapid pace.
I think, in fact, fixing, retrofitting is extremely important because already a lot of people are living there. And so really what retrofitting means is you have to make a roadmap because things cannot be achieved tomorrow. But you should have, first of all, little bit of long-term planning horizon, 5 years, 10 years, and what we will achieve in terms of, let's say, public transport system. And I want to reiterate that basically for small cities, metro is not the only solution. In fact, it's not the solution at all. Because even today, if you say, Mr. Khattar mentioned that we have expanded metro network.
He said we're going to be the second largest network in a couple of months.
But unfortunately, many countries and cities which have lower network have higher share of public transport usage. Our target should be more people using public transport. Target should not be just constructing, metro lines. That is like a construction project then. It's not a transport project. So this we have to be very clear about. And just a little number I would like to mention, which comes from his ministry only, that 46% of Mahua budget was spent in supporting construction of metro. And today, the metro systems, the best ridership we get in Delhi, which is 45% of the ridership projected. No metro system in the country has met the kind of ridership on which they were justified. And the reason is not just last mile connectivity. He talked about that, which is also very important. If we improve last mile connectivity, of course, we are going to have better
Much
ridership.
higher ridership, yeah.
But because I want to link it to what needs to be done in small satellite cities, 1 million population cities, So if you look at the distances that people are traveling, majority people do not travel longer than 10 kilometers. Metro-like systems become very attractive for longer trips. In Delhi, when we look at the numbers, 25% trips are more than 12-15 kilometers. For this set of people, metro is an extremely attractive option. So if I have to travel from Delhi to Gurgaon, it's a very good option. And I think that is what we should be promoting. So for regional connectivity, for connecting satellite towns to these mother cities, metro-like systems are very attractive. And that is what RRTS and metros are meant for. But if we start focusing on the city itself, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, Meerut, I looked up, the last CMP was made in 2010. And Gurgaon does have in 2020 another CMP. They say all the right things. We should promote NMT, we should have more public transport, all the right words are there. But then you really look around, have we invested in that? Do we have an action plan? Do we have a roadmap? Just like if we have a roadmap that in 2030 we will have so many kilometers of metro, and today we are very proud that we have 1,000 kilometers of metro, could we also say that by today now it's 2025, 5 years later, Gurgaon and Faridabad will have 100 kilometers of really good bus system. Or at least 50% of the roads in Gurgaon will become walkable.
Okay, that's...
People can walk on those roads.
I think that means that you're talking about a whole other list of stakeholders who need to be part of it. And I think, Mr. Krishna, let me then ask you this, that whenever we talk about something like this, it is the sheer number of people and agencies that need to come together that you can actually look at the kind of planning, the kind of execution that Professor Tiwari was talking about. As someone who's been the secretary, you understand the need for state governments, state bodies, local bodies to all be together for any of this action plan to actually be executed. How best do you think that can be addressed?
Well, I think there's no gainsaying that all have to work together, especially in a complex and evolving situation like cities and suburbs. Is definitely, absolutely required. But one more factor which was promoted and requires further attention, more attention than it is getting now, is public-private partnership. Private sector role is absolutely invaluable and essential because, government has limitation in executing projects. In planning, it's okay, it will do wonders in providing resources, but far more resources are available which have to be, and resources both in terms of not only money, but also in terms of execution of the projects. Now, so redevelopment of real estate with public-private partnership and our development and redevelopment both, it's a wonderful tool that has been tried, but we have not optimally exploited the potential. We started with the example of New Moti Bagh, and just to tell you that we had about 100 acres of land and a few hundred, some 200-300 apartments which were old. 3 acres of land was sold to a private party, and so much money came out of that 1,000 units have come up, new units, wonderful units, big houses and medium-sized houses. Still money was left, and that can be used for improving infrastructure of city. Followed by that, East Kidwai Nagar. In East Kidwai Nagar, something like about 1,000 apartments were, old apartments were demolished, and several thousand new have come up, and still a lot of money is also saved. So like that, and energy, this was not exactly public-private partnership, but partially. Now we have to move forward because we were conservative at that time that handing over, valuable family silver to private partner, little cautious. So slowly and slowly we were moving, and now a lot more possibilities are there. In suburban areas, the private sector can do a much better and more efficient, role they can play in retrofitting and redevelopment of the area, and also new development, greenfield development also, because they will have a vision of connecting with the mother city, with the suburban city, and they can drive it also well enough with the regulatory role for the government. regulatory role is very critical, so that, requirements of, for example, weaker section housing. The government has got the program of PM Awas Yojana. And now that is primarily for the weaker section and lower income group. With that can be, already efforts are there, but more vision from the state government side, local governments, stronger local governments, if they can plan for their city about housing and infrastructure, and then rope in private sector. Not everything can be done by government agencies, that is one. At the same time, somewhere government agencies are required also, like the solid waste. Small cities are sinking, bigger cities are also having trouble of managing solid waste. Small cities are having bigger challenge. But we have no state body to manage solid waste. We have a state water board, Delhi Jal Board is there, but have you ever heard of Delhi Solid Waste Management Board? Have you ever heard of? Yes, have you ever heard of Haryana State Solid Waste Management Board, or any state for that matter? It is a very big challenge. As affluence is rising, as consumption levels are rising, we need not decry. We need not be ashamed of rising affluence and rise. We have to be proud of that, we nurture it and guide it. So more affluence will create more waste. We have to recycle it, we have to manage it. And waste is wealth, easy to say, but to convert requires vision, hand-holding, so many things are required. So I think it is high time that states create solid waste management body which will support primarily the suburban cities. Large cities can manage somehow, but suburban cities require greater hand-holding.
Waste management is an important aspect that you highlighted. Let me then switch gears and ask you, Mr. Bora, about, well, I'm told these days, wherever nobody is able to find solutions, technology offers, and AI most certainly gives us some, tech solutions. Do you think technology can be an enabling aspect here as well? Because, here we are talking about challenges, but let's also now, switch gears to talk about the solutions. And would technology offer us some of those solutions as we talk about the scale at which it needs to be done, the speed at which this needs to be executed because of the numbers that we're talking about? Do you think tech can provide some of those answers?
So tech is just starting to build, right? It will provide for some answers, but again, from an overall perspective, first, there should be an infrastructure to support the tech, right? As of today, right, let's look at a sort of a public transport system. There is nowhere a place where you know that when the next bus is arriving. Now, if you go to sort of other developed cities or sort of across the world, you actually get that the next bus arrives in 5 minutes. Now, AI can play a role, but we need a sort of a support in terms of infrastructure to be able to use that, right? There are many smaller models which were used, but nothing was like successful, and it was eventually, taken up. That's one.
Let me give you an example.
Sure.
And probably I think examples explain this better. Let's say you're talking about a city like Bangalore, and you're talking about something like GCC, Global Capability Centers, providing that push for Bangalore to then extend to Whitefield and beyond. Would you then believe that people, those who have moved away from the urban centers towards those suburban enclaves, would be riding so much on the bus thing, or would they then be looking at, let's say, some of the other aspects of creating suburban infra? Because no two cities, no two countries have the same character.
Absolutely.
So in that sense, what do you think should be our priorities when we talk about some of these push factors?
Right. So, as you rightly highlighted, now Bangalore from a main city, people sort of moved from Alsur to say Whitefield, to sort of say Airport Road, where you have sort of Hebel, where there is a lot of growth which has happened. Housing centers have come close by, but now from any family perspective, there is one person working there, but there is another person who has traveled, right, is actually not able to find the job close by. That person is going to Alsur. Everybody knows the traffic situation there and the amount of time which is required. Again, as Honorable Madam highlighted, public transport is the need of the hour, where the roads can be freed up for whatever infrastructure is there to be able to at least mass transport people on a very timely zone. Metros are coming up, but if you look at metros, again, I'll come to AI, but I'm just sort of, for AI to be efficient, right, there needs to be data which should be available, right? That data capturing currently is not there to use it to a maximum extent. We have been, let's say, co-working space or co-living space, and that's a very efficient use of data, that this is the micro market where there is no commercial park close by.
Okay.
Right? There, now let's take a look at Mumbai, right? There is a Nesco or Nilon or Commerce 2 which is coming up, which is all in suburban areas. If you look at it, WeWork, Smart Work, Co-works, all are there in those parks to serve the people who are going down to sort of say a Worli to save the traffic time or travel time which is there, right? Now let's say take Gurgaon, right? If you go beyond the cyber city area, what sort of, you will find co-working space, but the big houses, are there residential close by? There are. But co-working space can only give that much because it provides an alternative, but it is not the main solution in terms of having that leadership part or a growth map, which you ideally would work with your own colleagues close by.
Okay.
Right? But technology will play a role once we have that data mechanism to be able to do a very fruitful and commendable job.
Okay, data sets are going to be created for us to really get those solutions from AI. I'm going to take two questions from the audience. But again, another scenario that, another example, which is that let's say you're talking about people in the NCR region, or particularly in Delhi for that matter, if they are conscious about the air quality, if they are in a position that allows their work opportunities to be done remotely, then they would probably look at that suburban shift that we are talking about. Take probably the opportunity to get out of the Delhi area, look at some other opportunities. But their priorities would probably be different in terms of, their focus would probably be more in terms of housing than some of the other concerns. So would you agree with that? Again, as I said, we would probably need to deep dive into specific areas to be able to get those answers. Ma'am, would you like to take that?
Today, I read a very interesting report. Now, I was trying to recall, is it in one of the newspapers? The report is really interesting because the report actually produced a survey of global cities. They looked at many cities, asking people about this work from home options. And because it has increased a lot, it gives flexibility. So very interesting. It said that almost most men wanted at least more than 2.5 or 2.6 days per week to work from home. And women also wanted a little more. But actually what people got, because employers are not very happy with it, that was much less. And especially in low-income cities, low-income countries like I would say India, the employers were not happy with work-from-home options. So on an average, that report said not more than 1.6 days per week they were getting from home. And then there was a question, are women asking for this option because they want to do multitasking better? So is it again then, actually giving the burden of, I would say burden quote unquote, of caregiving again to women only?
That opens a whole new dimension of this conversation that we'll probably leave it for another day. But thank you so much. The clock is ticking quite literally here. I'm going to wrap this up right here. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in this wonderful session. And thank you to the audience.
A round of applause for our wonderful panelists and for a fascinating conversation, for which I would like to thank Professor Geetam Tiwari, Sudhir Krishna, and Bhavik Bora. A huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, as they exit stage. And now we move the conversation to a vital part of Delhi's identity, the city's historic heritage structures. Now, this is a deeply rooted and often contentious issue at the heart of planning India's capital, Delhi's heritage versus housing war. Our next panel takes a look at the complex challenges of balancing the preservation of Delhi's rich historical and cultural legacy with the relentless demand for modern housing and urban development. How do we navigate this challenge and ensure a future where both heritage and housing can thrive? To answer the question, I would like to invite on stage archaeologist Anika Mann, K.T. Ravindran, one of India's foremost experts in planning and urban design and Dean Emeritus, RICS School of Built Environment, and Chandrika Sahai, Director and Principal Architect, Miraki Design. Asking the tough questions is my colleague Nagma Seher. Welcome.
So thank you for setting the context, Anasuya. Delhi is a city that has been continuously inhabited for 2,500 years and has seen the rise and fall of many empires. The Rajput kingdom of Prithviraj, the Delhi Sultanate, the Mughals and the British. There are multiple layers of heritage strewn across the landscape. But with this comes the challenge of an ever-growing capital city bursting at its seams. The NCR is extending its outer boundary with the continuous influx of people coming in for employment and better opportunities. So balancing real estate development and heritage preservation in a city like Delhi is a complex problem. To talk about this and look for solutions while preserving our heritage, we have a panel of experts. Anika Maan, archaeologist, K.T. Rabindran, Dean Emeritus, Rick School of Built Environment, Amity University, and Chandrika Sahai, Director and Principal Architect, Miraki Design. Thank you all and welcome to the panel. It's a really important conversation to have for anyone who loves the heritage, but also is faced with this challenge of the city, which is seeing a continuous influx of people, and I don't blame them. There's always an aspirational migration that we've seen. So Anika, if I start with you, and in fact, I want to come in from all three of you, where do we really stand now in the heritage versus the housing war? Like a quick comment from you.
It's a great day to ask this question because just recently, the body that protects the heritage of the city, the Archaeological Survey of India, has been relooking at the norms of how houses around heritage sites can coexist. We've been guided by certain acts and rules that govern how houses that are 100 to 200 meters around heritage sites should conduct themselves. While the possibility and the future could look bright, I think the agencies are still sort of working out how they need to move towards that future. Currently, we struggle. City like Delhi is a city of ruins. There's history from 1500 BCE down till the Mughal era, down to the colonial era. And as soon as you find the residential complex or a commercial complex that is around a heritage site, ideally it's such a wonderful place to live and be, right? But the norms currently really restrict the maintenance of a house or a commercial complex, which makes the people a little reluctant to keep those areas kind of sanitized and wonderful to look at. When you go to cities like London or you go to cities which also have great history, there you see the blue plaque where you have people so-and-so lived here from this time to this time. So we are still a little while away from that reality, but hopefully while they work out the laws that govern how we live around our heritage, we just hope that the people of the city keep it together.
So it's in a way, there are a lot of limitations. I think today heritage and housing are two distinct things in Delhi, whereas as a Delhiite, we've grown around the monuments, we've grown around these heritage buildings. We need to integrate it. I like the way Mr. Khattar mentioned, land is not elastic. Right? We are on limited resources. So there is a lot we can do, but we're not able to do it. I think that'll be a nice debate here to see how we can bridge that gap and get it going. Because right now housing is limited. It's very aspirational, especially people in NCR. It's very aspirational. And you can only see it in the heritage buildings in the old, civil lines area and there.
Of course.
Otherwise, heritage buildings are just monuments, are tourist attractions. There are now, you have in Hoskhas village, you have got the Mehroli, where it's becoming a very boutique area, but it's not housing. It's addressing commercial needs, which is also good. It needs to be done in a guided way.
Sure.
But it's not addressing the need of housing. And like we mentioned in the previous panel, the number of people coming into our cities is increasing exponentially.
There's going to be a big scarcity of land from what we've seen, we've heard throughout the various sessions. And, Delhi is full of heritage and heritage sites all around us, especially South Delhi, Southwest Delhi, Old Delhi, where there is an increasing demand for land and we're seeing high rises. But at the same time, people like us or everyone who's interested in architecture and heritage, how do we preserve that? And what do you see right now? Where are we standing? The mic is working, sir.
Well, I think if you look at the real issue, it's not a war. It's not a war between heritage and housing. At best, it is an invasion by housing on heritage.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's unfair to place it as a war.
It's clearly an invasion.
Yes.
Like Delhi has seen the invaders earlier.
Because heritage is so disabled in our current system that it's unable to fight a war. Yeah. So, and only because we are refusing to recognize the value of what there is in the old. If you look at the characteristics of, say, Shahjahanabad, which is a very classic old city, it carries almost all the characteristics that one would look for in a very contemporary urban design project.
Yeah.
It's compact, it's mixed use, it's climate friendly, it's got a cohesive social system, it has walkable streets, it's excellent to fight the climate, and it already is an existing town. So the new construction that will be consuming new energy and new materials and new resources is not required anymore in that location. So in many ways, it's an already existing boon that we need to protect and make sure that the character of the city is maintained.
Absolutely.
And no city is known for its multi-story buildings, yeah? Except if you go to, I don't know, Burj Khalifa. Maybe it's known for that. Or when the Petronas Tower was built, Malaysia found an identity. You know, you can cite some of those examples. But every city has a personality, and that personality is depending on its heritage.
On its heritage, absolutely.
And that's something that we cannot forsake.
Sure.
You cannot fight a war, wage a war with it.
Of course. Yeah, I've seen, Anika in Old Delhi area, in Sitaram Bazar, the Delhi Sultanate's first and only woman ruler, Razia Sultan's tomb there, and I've seen encroachments elbowing in. In fact, it's so non-descriptive, you have to really find the place. The problem is encroachment all around it. People, of course, we know that land is scarce and people are coming in, and there are, also because it's neglected, it's not really preserved or protected. So that's a big challenge, and it's everywhere. It's in the Mehrauli Archaeological Park, it's in Tughlaqabad Fort, and many other areas, especially in South and Southwest Delhi, where we are sitting right now. There are so many monuments and heritage buildings around. So that's a big challenge.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And it will remain a challenge for cities like Delhi, because if you go back a little bit in history, right from the time of when independence happened, post-partition, Delhi wasn't so big. The outer precincts of it was Lutyens' Delhi. And as it expanded very rapidly. Delhi is a city of settlers. And as they settled in different places, as the city was being planned, people built their houses aspirationally. And I cannot agree with you more. In fact, I am ardent believer that the character of the city is very important. You know what is tragic also is that we are losing the character of Delhi very quickly, the character of modern Delhi. The crisis over there is modern Delhi is not so old that the urgency to preserve it exists right now. We're talking about heritage, but modernity is also becoming a part of our collective heritage. So we are breaking down those houses that were built, we are breaking down those buildings that were built fairly rapidly.
And you have so beautifully been preserving and digitally preserving it by your, on Instagram, the account that you have, Delhi Houses.
Yes.
Some lovely houses which really we don't know, we're scared how soon will they be gone because of the need of high rises.
Absolutely. And you cannot really quell the aspiration of the people. People will build their house. And because land is scarce, now that is one of the main reasons that the character of the city is also changing. When people came here post-partition and settled in, for example, South Delhi, which was the newer part of Delhi, New Delhi, that was being established, they built single-story houses, and then in the late 90s, in the early 90s, they came to settle in DD apartments and such. But now the land, we are running out of land. We are building satellite cities, and as we're building satellite cities, those single-story houses have no relevance any longer. Families are expanding, so they're breaking them down and making them into buildings that look like each other. So there is also a tussle between what can be preserved, what can be conserved, the work of the conservation architect versus the regular builder.
Of course.
They all have their different roles and they need to be established, but certainly a certain amount of consciousness needs to kick in for the people of every city.
Absolutely.
To preserve the character of the city. And urbanism is right now in a state of crisis where pretty much every city around the world is kind of looking the same.
It's looking the same.
So that's what we are tackling with. And finally, because Delhi is a city of ruins and we have so many heritage sites strewn about, certainly encroachment is an issue, and the Archaeological Survey of India, for example, has the National Monuments Authority that keeps a watch and gives permission for something like this. But in an older city like Chandni Chowk, it is much more difficult to sort of control, you know.
Yes. So, K.T. Ravindran, I would want your view on this. Do you see adaptive reuse, like converting those heritage structures into mixed-use spaces as a solution? And what does it really entail? Just like Anika was mentioning, that there's a job of the architect and the conservation architect and on many levels. So, in terms of preserving and maintaining the architecture and utilizing it better.
Yeah, adaptive reuse is one of the best ways to recycle an existing fabric into a modern use. And there are problems. One of the main problems which plague such situations is lack of, in many cases, it is lack of civic amenities. In many cases, the old cities have been relying on pre-industrial disposal systems for waste, and many of these places don't have contemporary access to waste disposal and also even physical or firefighting access. So there are, but it's not a rule that you can draw which is applicable to everything on an equal footing, because every situation has a specificity and that needs to be inquired, studied, documented, and then a solution can be found. So I believe that one of the best ways to retain the character of a city is to actually adopt more and more buildings for reuse.
Okay. Do we have examples from across the world on that, adaptive reuse? Have you seen it in other places?
We do, but I'd just like to add to that, yes, adaptive reuse is a good solution way forward, but we need to have guidelines to ensure that the cultural identity, which is our roots, is retained in the whole vocabulary of the building. We can use the inside into new offices or housing, again, integrating the services, because as Mr. Khattar again mentioned, ease of living. Getting that into a heritage building is going to be a challenge. It's something that needs to be seen and integrated. You talked about examples. I think London has a lot of places where you will see the older building. There are even the Westminster Fire Station, which is it's a heritage building, but today it has bespoke 17 apartments which have been done up. So it's possible. It's not, we need to do it sensibly, with sensible design integration into the heritage thing, so that you are not over-commercializing the space, you are retaining that cultural identity, you are integrating fire safety, you're integrating structural stability, you're ensuring the services, and as lifestyles are changing, techs are coming in, it should be scalable. So how to bring that in? There are multiple layers that need to be looked into, and therefore you need to have a team of people who are working with the guidelines to do that.
But, you know, if we talk about the legal framework, like you were just mentioning, you need a team of people to work on that. You know, balancing ASI regulations with the housing needs. How do we go about that? Like yes,
you want me to talk on that?
I mean, how do we really go about that? So, because we have to also preserve the character, right? If we are putting it to adaptive reuse.
Yes. So, the paperwork is a lot, which is why often a lot of people neglect it and do not touch sites near the heritage, unfortunately. I think Bombay has got a good example of how they have with HCC and the heritage group been able to maintain that. You see flora fountain, and the areas there are doing well in terms of maintaining the kind of identity and having modern infrastructure into the space. I have a very funny experience that I had. I don't know if this is the right platform to share it. As a practicing architect, I had a client come to us to build a house. And when he came to us, he had demolished a heritage building that was on his side. He came because if he had that building, he would have to go through the paperwork. We were fairly shocked that, you know, what did he do? But that also made us realize that we need to identify which buildings need to be fossilized.
Yes.
Are all buildings 60 plus to be fossilized? I mean, I'd be opening another debate if I talk about how the Hall of Nations was not 60 plus, but it had a cultural identity to us. it was a building post-independence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we need to also understand or grade our heritage buildings, that which need to be...
So that brings me to the next question I wanted to ask, and Anika, if you can, and both of you can weigh in on that lack of clarity in definition of heritage, it can lead to, disputes and multiple overlapping laws, like she's just mentioning. We need to grade the buildings, right?
I think the lack of clarity so far, one understands what is a heritage building. Most often, in common understanding, people understand that an archaeological site or a fort or a tomb is essentially a heritage building in a city like Delhi. But what I was saying earlier is also, and what she mentioned, is certain modern buildings that form the identity of the city, that form the character of the city also should be considered as important to be maintained. Now, having said that, whether there's clarity or not clarity, the state or the government also needs to incentivize people to preserve and to maintain the facilities around the heritage sites. Currently, it is difficult for the common person to maintain amenities around the site or even the site itself, because there's a large body of paperwork that they have to do, and that makes them reluctant. So I'm not surprised that the person pulled down a heritage structure to build a new structure, because it is extremely difficult to continue doing the groundwork that one is required to do right now. Thus, the future could look bright if people living around sites, communities living around sites, first of all, preserving those communities living around sites is also important. You mentioned Chandni Chowk. There is a certain cultural fabric that exists around Razia Sultan's grave as well. Most often, if encroachment had to happen, it could happen over the grave as well. But it's not happened because up till today, given the pressures that people are living in a very overcrowded part of the city, they're actually the custodians of that site. When you go there, little children will come and tell you about that site. And those people need to also be celebrated in whatever measure that they are continuing to maintain the site despite the pressures that they face living around that site. So we need to switch how we treat the people living around the sites. We don't need to be the monitor of the class. We need to empower them a little bit more. We need to give them certain subsidies and certain clarifications, like you mentioned, as to this is the way you can preserve it. These are the agencies you can go who can help you. Conservation architecture is an important aspect of inculcating, maintaining a site. That could be a good way to go about it.
Like you mentioned, you need to incentivize people. Professor Ravindra, informal settlements often emerge near or within the heritage precincts. Usually there are poorer people who are living around. I mean, I'm not talking about those designer boutiques that have opened up in Mehrauli, but in places like the Sitaram Bazaar or Tughlakabad and all these places. So it complicates development as well and preservation. What's the roadmap for that?
Actually, we have enough regulations to define what is heritage. There is the ASI, which has under its wings about, 110, 112 protected sites within the Delhi area. And there is the archaeology department of the Delhi government. There is the Monument Authority, Central Monument Authority. There is the Heritage Conservation Committee set up by the Supreme Court, which functions from inside the Delhi Urban Art Commission. And there is also the Delhi Urban Art Commission, whose mandate it is to protect heritage. So we have all these people, and besides this, we all have really huge institutions like INTAC, which have done phenomenal work for the last 30, 40 years on defining heritage, protecting heritage, laying down the ground rules, and so on. So there really is no dearth of knowledge, information about what is heritage and how to protect it. Only thing is, people are not taking the trouble to access the information. Now,
yeah, please go on. Yeah.
Sorry, now, if you look at the people who are forced to go and occupy these buildings because they have no other place to go, apart from all those boutiques and the fancy hotels we have in Mehrauli, who's running from heritage places, people are forced to go and live there. They're not doing it out of love for the monument. They're doing it because they have no other place to go. So the primary function of the government is to provide for those people who don't have shelter and re-accommodate them in locations where they also have access to their livelihood and then protect the building
I just
and
want to-
add it as an asset
Sure.
to the
Yeah.
environment.
We have the Minister here, the Delhi Minister for Urban and Housing Development, Ashish Sood. Very welcome to you, sir. And just a last question that I want to ask you about the cultural economics, right? How can we make it very lucrative? It's a revenue generator. It can be a revenue generator. Scholars complain that we've already lost much of Delhi's built historical heritage. But there's immense economic potential of heritage through tourism. Do you agree with that? What's your comment?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen it how it is, historically and culturally you can utilize it. I think if we, like the urban challenge that we have, if you use part of that fund to develop the area around it as visitor centers and encourage tourists to come to these heritage monuments, that is one aspect of it. The other is if we have, like you mentioned, public-private participation. So we've seen that in the Nizamuddin Revival Project, right? We've had the Aga Khan Foundation along with ASI do work on that. So there is a lot of potential to do it, and it is happening, but we need to do it a lot more.
Your view on that, Anika?
Yeah, I think if you look at places like Rio, where even the favelas over there are part of the cultural tapestry and the social tapestry of the city, and like you said, Nizamuddin, the foundation over there that has done great work with not only the tomb, but also the communities around. I think what is important for development is to acknowledge the different social segments that exist in a city. When you have a neighborhood like Vasant Vihar, you also have a camp area where the service staff that services the areas of Vasant Vihar, Vasant Kunj, etc. live. Now, they might look like slums, but they are essential houses of the people that are critical towards the running of the entire city. Thus, instead of looking upon them as a certain segment that is strangely here in this very nice part of town, one needs to acknowledge it and actually celebrate that they are living there, and thus give the amenities that segregate that city. And obviously, our city is very well segregated as well. When you look at the apartments, how they have been distributed. Similarly, when you look at the old city, the new city, the colonial part of the city, the Jamna part of the city, East Delhi, West Delhi, different parts of the city have different identities, and if we start acknowledging the different varieties and various ways of living, I think we can address development in a far more elaborate, diverse and a plural way.
Well, thank you so much for that. The Minister is here, and we would, I hope you will develop on that. How do we preserve heritage as well as go forward with development? But like you said, there is an invasion of development on heritage, and we have, having that very important discussion. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Delhi's Heritage versus Housing War, one of our most anticipated sessions at the NDTV Real Estate Conclave this year, and it certainly did not disappoint. Thank you so much to our panelists, Anika Mann, K.T. Ravindran, and Chandrika Sahai. While the stage is being set for our next session, I would like to remind you all that the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025 is being live streamed on all NDTV YouTube channels, and you can always catch it live there in case you have to leave early, though we really hope you won't. We now turn our attention to a challenge that holds immense possibility: the revitalization of a vital natural artery. Our next conversation explores how concerted efforts in river rejuvenation combined with visionary urban planning are transforming the Yamuna's banks from environmental hazard to a prime zone for sustainable development, green spaces, and a reimagined riverside. For this conversation, it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the NDTV Real Estate Conclave Shri Ashish Sood, Minister of Home, Education, Power, Urban Development, Higher Education, Training and Technical Education, Government of Delhi, and my colleague Vikas, Training and Technical Education, Government of Delhi, and my colleague Vikas Bhadoria. Please, sir.
आशीष सूद जी, आपका स्वागत है एनडीटीवी में। और देखिए, गृह मंत्रालय इनके पास है, ऊर्जा मंत्रालय इनके पास है, शहरी विकास मंत्रालय इनके पास है, इनके पास ट्रेनिंग का मंत्रालय भी है। इतना भारी भरकम मंत्रालय, मुझे लगता है कि मुख्यमंत्री के बाद सबसे ज़्यादा वजन आप ही के कंधों पर डाल दिया गया है।
आप लोगों को कुछ मिल नहीं रहा, इसी तरह ऐसी कैलकुलेशन लगाते हैं। हम सीधी लाइन पे चल रहे हैं ना। देखिए, हर सरकार का हर अंग, सरकार से जुड़ा हर मंत्रालय, सरकार से जुड़ा हर विभाग उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है जितना उसके होना चाहिए। इसलिए ये कहना कि किसी के पास ज़्यादा वजन है, किसी के पास कम, हाँ, थोड़ा पूरा दिन चैनल पे चर्चा करने के लिए कुछ तो चीज़ें चाहिए, तो इसलिए आप इसे गिन सकते हैं। मगर हेल्थ भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। अगर शहर अच्छा होना है, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण ट्रांसपोर्ट है, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण जल संचय और जल विभाग है। ये सब विभाग अपने आप में उतने ही महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं इसको इस नज़रिए से नहीं देखता। आपके देखने की मजबूरी को मैं समझ सकता हूँ, मैं उसे कहूँगा नहीं।
आशीष सूद जी, आपकी परवरिश दिल्ली की है, दिल्ली में आप पले बढ़े और अब मंत्री बन गए हैं। छात्र राजनीति से आपने अपने करियर की शुरुआत की। आज जब आप मंत्री बन गए हैं तो आपने पहला जो बिल लेकर आए वो आए फीस रेगुलेशन को लेकर, लेकिन कुछ भी अभी ऐसा है जिसको लगता है कि आपके दिल में था कि जब मैं कभी मंत्री बन जाऊंगा तो ये काम मुझे करना है?
मैं जब छात्र संघ का अध्यक्ष था तो बसों में ट्रेवल करते थे, स्कूटर वगैरह भी तब कम ही हुआ करते थे। तो उस जमाने से मुझे लगता था बस खराब होने के बाद पीछे सब कुछ रुक जाता था।
आज भी रुक जाता है?
आज भी रुकता है। अभी इसमें बहुत कुछ होना है। रोड पे एक ब्रेकडाउन होने के बाद बस रुकता है। मैं उस जमाने में सोचता था कि दिल्ली के पास अपना एक हेलीकॉप्टर हो, परिवहन विभाग के पास। उसने देख लिया। तब इंटरनेट और बाकी सब चीज़ों के बारे में कल्पना ही नहीं थी। मैं 85-86 में कॉलेज यूनियन में जीता और 88-89 में दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट यूनियन जीता। तब ये ड्रोन और ये सब कल्पना ही नहीं थी। तो हमारा हेलीकॉप्टर हो, उससे देखें और उल्टी दिशा से रिकवरी वैन जाए और उसको हटा दे, ऐसी व्यवस्था खड़ी हो, ऐसा मैं सोचा करता था। अब प्रशासन में अलग किस्म की चुनौतियां हैं। प्रशासन में स्कूल एजुकेशन में ही एआई का इतना सारा रोल है, तो इसलिए अब अलग किस्म की चुनौतियां हैं। मगर हाँ, प्रशासन में रोज नया सीखने को है और नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस में हर दिन इनोवेशन, हर दिन नए तरीके से जनता तक लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी ऑफ स्कीम्स एंड गवर्नेंस, ये एक अपने आप में चुनौती है जिसे मैं आज मानता हूँ।
जी, आपने मनीष सिसोदिया जो कि शिक्षा मंत्री थे, उन्होंने अपने पूरे कैंपेन के दौरान केजरीवाल की सरकार ने कहा कि शिक्षा में हमने बहुत कुछ किया है। आपके पास वही मंत्रालय आ गया है, लेकिन आज भी दिल्ली में ऐसा लगता है कि जो स्कूल्स हैं, प्राइवेट स्कूल्स हैं, वो बेलगाम हैं। आज भी आम पेरेंट्स को अपने अधिकारों के लिए कोर्ट का रुख करना पड़ता है। ऐसा लगता है कई बार कि सरकार होते हुए भी वो निहत्ती है।
आज भी का अर्थ, आज भी करना पड़ता है। अर्थ क्या इन 4 महीने में दिल्ली के किन्हीं परिवारों को, किन्हीं पेरेंट्स को किसी स्कूल के खिलाफ कोर्ट में जाना पड़ा है? क्या इन 4 महीने हमारी सरकार हुए, 5वां महीना शायद आज पूरा हो गया अगर गिनती गिनूं, तो बताइए इन 5 महीनों में जाना पड़ा है? यहाँ इतने लोग बैठे हैं, पिछले 20 साल में, 25 साल में क्या आपके पास ऐसी घटनाएं नहीं आई कि आपके बच्चे स्कूल जाते थे, फीस बढ़ा दी गई, आपके बच्चों को जबरदस्ती इसी स्कूल से जाकर बुक्स खरीद, इसी दुकान से बुक्स खरीदोगे, इस दुकान से यूनिफॉर्म खरीदोगे? क्या ऐसा नहीं होता था? क्या इन 5 महीने में हुआ है? इन 5 महीने में एक भी पेरेंट्स को जाकर केस नहीं करना पड़ा है। दीज आर ऑल लीगेसी इश्यूज, लाइक द लीगेसी वेस्ट ऑन द बॉर्डर्स ऑफ दिल्ली। उस तरह ये लीगेसी इशू हमें मिले हैं। हमारे पास इकोसिस्टम नहीं है साहब, जो इसको बजा बजा के कि हमने, मतलब 2004 में मॉडर्न स्कूल वर्सेस दिल्ली सरकार मुकदमा हुआ, स्कूल अपनी जीत कर आ गए, उसमें एक फैसला हुआ, उसको 2018 में, 2015 में, 20 में 22 में डीपीएस कोर्ट में जाना पड़ा। डीपीएस का आंदोलन 2022 से चल रहा है। मैं बार बार उसके आप अभी गूगल करिए डीपीएस का आंदोलन कब चल रहा है। यही सरकार मिलती नहीं थी, यही पेरेंट्स कहते थे। तो ये हमारा किया हुआ नहीं है। जो शिक्षा क्रांति के जनक होने का दावा करते हैं, 1973 के दिल्ली स्कूल एजुकेशन रेगुलेटरी एक्ट्स के साथ दिल्ली का स्कूल एजुकेशन चलता है। आप मुझे बताइए 1973 में दिल्ली कितनी थी? दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का रिजल्ट एक ब्लैक बोर्ड पे लगता था। सीजेएम, कोलंबस और जेवियर्स ऐसे 3-4 कॉन्वेंट स्कूल दिल्ली में थे।
तो वो दिन कब आएगा जब सरकारी स्कूलों में लोग बच्चे पढ़ाने के लिए बेताब रहेंगे और आपके पास फोन आएंगे कि सूद साहब मेरे बच्चे का एडमिशन इस स्कूल में करा।
अगले साल आप जरूर हमें कहोगे कि इस स्कूल में हमारे बच्चे का एडमिशन करा दो। और आज भी है, मैं बताता हूं क्यों। हमने 75 सीएम श्री स्कूल बनाने का दावा किया है। आप सब यहां एफ्लुएंट पीपल ऑफ द सोसाइटी बैठे हैं। दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के पास 38,875 38,875 रूम्स हैं। आज कैन यू बिलीव, आज दिल्ली में, नेशनल कैपिटल में, विकसित भारत की विकसित दिल्ली में 38,000 कमरों में सरकारी स्कूल में केवल 790 स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स थे, वो भी सीएसआर से मिले हुए थे। जो शिक्षा की क्रांति की बात करते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना शिक्षा में कैसी क्रांति होगी? आप जानकर हैरान होंगे 1070 सरकारी स्कूल्स में से 1070 सरकारी स्कूल्स में आज 100 लैब हमने एक फाउंडेशन से जीतने के बाद डोनेशन लिया है, सीएसआर लिया है। उन 100 के अलावा पिछली सरकार एक भी फंक्शनल कंप्यूटर लैब देकर छोड़कर नहीं गई है। और मैं इसको आपके एक प्रबुद्ध चैनल पर समाज के एफ्लुएंट लोगों के साथ पूरी जिम्मेदारी से बता रहा हूं। आपके चैनल को इनवाइट करता हूं, चलिए मेरे साथ किसी भी स्कूल में चलिए। एक भी स्कूल में फंक्शनल कंप्यूटर लैब नहीं थी। आज के इस दौर में दिल्ली जैसे शहर में जब बच्चा मां से फीड ले रहा होता है, 2 साल का, जब मां उसे खिलाती है, खाना नहीं खाता तो उसके हाथ में मोबाइल देके उसको डिस्ट्रैक्ट करते हैं। उस दौर में एक भी फंक्शनल कंप्यूटर लैब के बिना शिक्षा की क्रांति की उम्मीद, बस
छत्तीसगढ़ के एक आईएएस अधिकारी हैं, वो जिस जिले में कलेक्टर तैनात थे उन्होंने अपने बच्चों,
मैं समझ नहीं पाया किसका नाम लिया।
छत्तीसगढ़ के आईएएस अधिकारी हैं, जिस जिले के कलेक्टर थे वहीं पर उन्होंने स्कूल में अपने बच्चों का एडमिशन सरकारी स्कूल में कराया। 3 साल बाद ये स्थिति आ गई कि उस स्कूल में न केवल शिक्षा का स्तर बढ़ गया बल्कि उस स्कूल में अपने बच्चे पढ़ाने के लिए हर सरकारी कर्मचारी बेचैन होने लगा। क्या आप दिल्ली में एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में ये कर सकते हैं कि आप एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट वालों को कहें कि आपके बच्चे सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ेंगे, ऑटोमेटिकली सिस्टम
मैं आपको बताता हूं, सुनिए। कुछ बुजुर्ग हैं मेरे से बड़ी उम्र के, ये बताएंगे दिल्ली में क्या आज से 25 साल पहले, 40 साल पहले दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों से आईआईटी में लोग नहीं जाते थे? क्या डॉक्टर नहीं बने दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों से? क्या दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों से निकलकर लोग सिविल सर्वेंट्स नहीं बने? देखिए, डिमांड एंड सप्लाई के खेल में हमने दिल्ली की जनता को, वी फेल्ड पीपल ऑफ दिल्ली। 1000 स्कूल के बदले 1700 प्राइवेट स्कूल क्यों बन गए? हमने लगातार स्तर गिराते चले गए, हमने उसकी ओर ध्यान नहीं दिया। ये केवल गरीबों के लिए, एफ्लुएंट लोगों के लिए प्राइवेट स्कूल है। इसलिए हाँ, ऐसा होना चाहिए। मैं आज तो इसके लिए मैं किसी को कह नहीं सकता, क्योंकि डिमांड एंड सप्लाई हैव्स, जिसके पास साधन है, एस्पिरेशनल मिडिल क्लास है दिल्ली में, जो ये चाहती है मेरा बच्चा अच्छी शिक्षा प्राप्त करे, उसको आज मेरे स्कूल की गुणवत्ता पे शक है। आपके प्रश्न में ही आपके पहले प्रश्न का उत्तर मिल गया। अगर जो लोग कहते थे शिक्षा में क्रांति कर दी होती तो हो ही क्या होता। आपने अपने पहले प्रश्न का जवाब इसी में दे दिया कि आपने मुझसे पहले पूछा, मनीष सिसोदिया कहते थे शिक्षा में क्रांति थी, और आपने बोला उनके ही बच्चे नहीं जा रहे थे, ना स्टाफ के बच्चे ना नेताओं के बच्चे। इसलिए 1 साल बाद हमारे पास 2 गोल्स हैं, शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स, लॉन्ग टर्म गोल्स। 1 साल बाद हम ऐसी स्थिति में जरूर आएंगे, हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इतना अच्छा होगा कि हम ऐसे लोगों को अट्रैक्ट कर पाएंगे कि जो आए हमारे पास पढ़ें। 3 साल के अंदर अंदर हमारा हर स्कूल निपुण सर्टिफाइड स्कूल होगा। FLN लर्निंग आउटकम्स में, FLN आउटकम्स में हम देश में अव्वल आने का लक्ष्य लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछली सरकार ने तो FLN के ऊपर काम ही नहीं किया ना। मैं इसलिए पिछली बार में बात ही नहीं करना चाहता। जब मैं 3 साल बाद इस स्थिति में आ जाऊंगा, जब मैं FLN आउटकम्स को अपग्रेड कर लूंगा, हाँ 3 साल के अंदर अंदर इस सरकार के इस टेन्योर को पूरा करने से पहले हमारे पास ऐसा एक बड़ा वर्ग होगा जो दोबारा इन सरकारी स्कूलों पर भरोसा करेगा, जहां मेरिट होती है। बस 5 सेकंड और। आज भी बड़े से बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान व्यक्ति होता है, बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान व्यक्ति है, बहुत गंभीर बीमारी हो जाए, बहुत सामर्थ्यवान है, अमेरिका में भी जाके इलाज करा सकता है, तो सेकंड ओपिनियन लेने के लिए कहता है एक बार एम्स चलते हैं। सरकार पर इतना विश्वास है गुणवत्ता के कारण। वो गुणवत्ता हमें दोबारा इन स्कूल्स में लानी होगी, उसके लिए हमारे पास रोड मैप तैयार है।
जी, शिक्षा विभाग पर ये आरोप लगता है कि प्राइवेट स्कूलों के खिलाफ शिकायत आने पर वो कड़ाई से एक्शन नहीं लेते हैं। हाल ही की घटनाएं 4 दिन पुरानी, DPS RK पुरम में एक बच्चा स्कूल में मोबाइल ले जाने पर पाबंदी के बावजूद मोबाइल ले गया और उसने अपने क्लास के और क्लास के बाहर भी, स्कूल से बाहर कुछ बच्चों के फोटो खींचे। अब ये जब बात स्कूल को पता चली तो उस बच्चे को सस्पेंड कर दिया 15 दिनों के लिए, लेकिन साथ में उन बच्चों को भी सस्पेंड कर दिया जिनके फोटोग्राफ उसने अपने मोबाइल में कैप्चर किए थे। अब पेरेंट्स जब शिकायत कर रहे हैं तो स्कूल कह रहा है कि नहीं, ये भी सस्पेंड होंगे, ये इसके क्राइम में साथ में है। ये तो जो न्याय का प्राकृतिक सिद्धांत उसके खिलाफ है।
ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन या स्कूल के चलाने के नियमों से संबंध नहीं है। हर स्कूल में एक डिसिप्लिन, मैं DPS को प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूं, सबसे ज्यादा वेहेमेंटली DPS के खिलाफ हम ही लड़ रहे हैं, हम ही लड़ रहे हैं।
बच्चे को आप सस्पेंड कर दिया,
हमने
मोबाइल लेके
पहली बार
जिन बच्चों के फोटो खींचे उनको भी सस्पेंड कर दिया।
देखिए ये एक डिसिप्लिन से संबंधित मामला है। मैं इसका जवाब दूं इससे पहले आई वांट टू पुट द रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट। हमारा DPS के, आई एम नॉट प्रोटेक्टिंग व्हेन आई रिप्लाई टू दिस, हम ही पहले व्यक्ति हैं जिसने दिल्ली के इतिहास में DPS में जांच करने के लिए DM को भेजा, DA और एक VC को भेजा, और उनको हमारी रिपोर्ट के कारण DPS को बैक फुट पे आना पड़ा। हैविंग सेड दिस, हैविंग पुट द रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट, मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, ये कोई स्कूल के प्रशासन कानून से संबंध में नहीं है। स्कूल चलाने के लिए आप अपना कार्यालय चलाते हैं, आप NDTV का ऑफिस चलाएंगे, इसका कोई डेकोरम होगा, इसके कोई नियम होंगे, कायदे होंगे। वो कायदे बनाने का अधिकार आपके पास है। लेबर लॉज को आप फॉलो करें, आप साइबर लॉज को फॉलो करें, आप सैलरीज के लॉज को फॉलो करें। इस समय में रेगुलेशन में सरकार आएगी। ये रेगुलेशन का मामला नहीं है, जहां वो क्या घटना थी, क्या घटना नहीं थी, इस संदर्भ में DPS और वो पेरेंट्स जानेंगे। रही बात स्कूल बेलगाम होते हैं, मैंने पहले कहा ये पिछले सालों से लगातार चलता आया हुआ मामला है। हमने इसके संदर्भ में लगातार कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, फी एक्ट लेके आ रहे हैं, और हम तो ये भी चाहते हैं, मैं आज आपके सामने आए, पुट द बॉल रोलिंग, आई सेट द बॉल रोलिंग। 1973 का एक्ट है, 1973 के एक्ट को भी दिल्ली की जनता डेलिबरेट करे, हमें सुझाव दे, क्या इसको भी बदलना चाहिए? क्या वो जो कानून उस समय पे कानून थे,
ठीक है,
उस समय पे तो कानून था, टीचर बच्चे के चपत भी मारता था, क्लास के बाहर नील डाउन भी कर देता था, मैं भी नील डाउन हुआ हूं, मगर आज किसकी हिम्मत है? वक्त बदल गया है, तो उन कानूनों को बदलने की आवश्यकता है। जैसे देश में अन्य कानून बदल रहे हैं, तो दिल्ली की जनता हमें सुझाव दे, इसी में से रास्ता निकलेगा। अन्य राज्यों में जिलाधीश यानी DM, मतलब एक कानून की ताकत से स्कूल चलते हैं। दिल्ली में सिविल कानून है जो DSER ने बनाया, वो हमारे डायरेक्टर एजुकेशन के आधार पे है। और चीज़ों को बदलने की क्या आवश्यकता है? क्या रेगुलेशन हो या पनिशेबल ऑफेंसेस की तरफ चले, इस सब पे हम डेलिबरेट करेंगे। अभी हमने परंतु इन पे लगाम देने के लिए फी एक्ट को हमने अपने कैबिनेट में पास किया है।
दिल्ली सरकार के नारे अलग अलग जगहों पर लिखे रहते हैं, स्वच्छ दिल्ली, सुंदर दिल्ली, लेकिन ना तो दिल्ली स्वच्छ हो पा रही है, ना सुंदर हो पा रही है। बड़ी चुनौती है आपके लिए।
जी हाँ, चुनौती है, हम इसे मानते हैं, ये चुनौती है। हमने और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने, उनके नेतृत्व में हम सब ने ये तय किया है, पिछली सरकारों ने ये नहीं किया, इस पर बात नहीं करेंगे। ये नहीं किया, इसीलिए ये चुनौती है। आज जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, अगर वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के संदर्भ में नई टेक्निक्स को अपनाना पिछले समय में भी अपनाया जा सकता था, अगर पिछली सरकार नगर निगम के साथ सौतेला रवैया ना करती, नगर निगम के पैसे फाइनेंस कमीशन के आधार पर जो नगर निगम को टैक्स का हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए था वो दिया जाता रहता, तो नगर निगम अपना काम ठीक कर पाता। तो हम धीरे धीरे
यूं कहें कि नगर निगम ने अपना अच्छा काम नहीं किया, इसलिए लोगों ने हाउस टैक्स देना बंद कर दिया।
देखिए, हाउस टैक्स देना बिल्कुल बंद नहीं हुआ, हमारा टैक्स का नेट मेरी जानकारी के अनुसार लगातार बढ़ ही रहा है। देखिए, दिल्ली एवर ग्रोइंग स्टेट है। हम वो राज्य हैं जहां हर वर्ष लोग आते हैं और हम खुली बाहों से उनका स्वागत करते हैं। दिल्ली 1957 में जब डीडीए का गठन हुआ, जुलाई के आसपास कभी 1484 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर के एरिया में थी, आज भी उतनी है, आगे भी उतनी रहेगी।
तो वर्टिकल सिटी बननी चाहिए,
बढ़ाएंगे, दाएं बढ़ाएंगे। इसलिए दिल्ली में लैंडफिल साइट आज बताइए, अगर आज आरकेपुरम के पास खाली जमीन पर वो लैंडफिल साइट ओवरग्रोन है, लीगेसी बढ़ेगी, होते होते वो वेस्ट खत्म होगा। आज एक नई साइट बनाने जाऊं, बताओ कौन बनाने देगा हमें? तो क्या इसके लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजी अपनाकर सॉलिड वेस्ट को एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेट करके वहीं कहीं छोटे छोटे तरीकों से नई टेक्निक्स के साथ इसको डिस्कार्ड करना जरूरी है या नहीं है? ये सब के लिए रिसोर्सेज चाहिए। उन रिसोर्सेज को सरकार को, नगर निगम को स्थानीय निकाय मानते हुए उसे देना चाहिए था पिछली सरकार को। मैं कोई निंदा स्तुति गान में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता। हम आज भी 3 नए टेंडर नगर निगम में होने वाले हैं, हमने उन्हें संपर्क किया है। आइए, अगर आपके पास साधनों का अभाव होगा, सरकार प्रयास करेगी, केंद्र सरकार के पास जाएंगे। देश की कैपिटल है दिल्ली, देश की कैपिटल में अगर इस प्रकार का हालात हो, हम सबके लिए, किसी भी दल का क्यों ना हो।
आप लैंड पूल पॉलिसी लेके आए हैं, उसमें लोगों की भागीदारी कम है, बल्कि बिल्डर्स लैंड पूल बना रहे हैं और उसके बाद वो सरकार के पास जा रहे हैं। आम लोगों की भागीदारी शहरी लोगों की नहीं हो पा रही है। आउटर स्कर्ट में किसान तो फिर भी सामने आ जा रहे हैं, आम लोगों की, आम शहरी की, लाजपत नगर के लोगों की, जीके के लोगों की या दूसरे इलाकों के ऐसे कॉलोनीज के लोगों की भागीदारी बढ़े, उसके लिए क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, अभी मास्टर प्लान दिल्ली का 2021 का मास्टर प्लान आना है, 2025 हो चुका है। इसी तरह 2001 का प्लान 2007 में नोटिफाई हुआ था। होते होते UER 3 आज बना नहीं पा रहे हैं हम, क्योंकि उसमें क्या डिलेज हैं ये जो टाउन प्लानर्स हैं और जो अर्बन एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो बेहतर बताएंगे। लैंड पूलिंग पॉलिसी को भी आज 11-12 साल हो गए हैं, वो इट इज़ नॉट एबल टू टेक ऑफ। तो दिल्ली का अर्बन डेवलपमेंट विभाग, केंद्र के अर्बन डेवलपमेंट विभाग को दिल्ली की जनता के सुझाव देकर आने वाली बची हुई दिल्ली की ग्रीनरी को, जहां हम रेजिडेंशियल हिस्सों में कन्वर्ट करने का हमारा लक्ष्य है, वो कैसी हो, कैसी बेहतर बने, उसमें ये सब सुविधाएं हो पाएं, इसके बारे में हमारा केंद्र के अर्बन डेवलपमेंट विभाग के साथ चर्चा चल रही है। दिल्ली ऑलरेडी एक बसा हुआ शहर है, यहाँ की टाउन प्लानिंग उसी हिसाब से करनी होगी। अन्य राज्यों में जब म्युनिसिपल लिमिट्स बढ़ती है तो आपके पास बहुत सारे एवेन्यूज रहते हैं नए प्रयोगों को करने का। जैसे जहाँ जहाँ मेट्रो जा रही है वहाँ TOD पॉलिसी आ रही है। दिल्ली में उस TOD पॉलिसी वैसी अगर सेम टू सेम लेकर आएंगे तो शायद नहीं चल पाएगी। दिल्ली की सारी मेट्रो सेंट्रल वर्ज पर चल रही है, तो शायद ना चल पाए। इसलिए बहुत सारे परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशंस के साथ दिल्ली के डेवलपमेंट लैंडस्केप को हमें प्लान करना पड़ेगा। और मुझे लगता है कि समन्वय के साथ मुख्यमंत्री जिस प्रकार से, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जिस प्रकार से केंद्र सरकार के साथ लगातार डेलिब्रेशंस में है, केंद्र सरकार भी खुले हाथों से चर्चा कर रही है हमारे साथ। हम प्रयास करेंगे कि वो सही दिशा में जाए। पहले तो ऐसा होता था, केंद्र सरकार बताती थी ये 20 स्पॉट है, यहाँ से थोड़ा बस स्टैंड को आगे कर देंगे तो दिल्ली में थोड़ा इस रोड पे ट्रैफिक दूर हो जाएगा, लोग उसकी बात सुनने को तैयार ही नहीं थे। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना लगा हुआ था, यहाँ बहुत सारे युवा लोग बैठे हैं, मैं आप सबको बताना चाहता हूँ, आपके टैक्स पेयर से, आपके माता पिता के टैक्स के पैसे से 50,000 मकान बने हुए थे दिल्ली में। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना लिखा था, गरीबों को दिए नहीं, ये बोल के कि इस पे मुख्यमंत्री आवास योजना लिखोगे, तो कहा साहब आप सरकार को पैसा दे के वैसे दे दीजिए।
अच्छा ये बताइए,
वो सब कूड़ा हो गए। आज उन मकानों को ठीक करने के लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए हमें खर्चना पड़ेगा, तब हम झुग्गी ड्वेलर्स को, जो जिसे तथाकथित स्लम कहा जाता है, उनको दे पाएंगे। दिस वॉज द सिनेरियो of dialogue and coordination between the state government and the central government. How can you expect development to happen in this kind of scenario?
आशीष जी, एक सवाल लूंगा आपसे, आप ये कब तक कर पाएंगे कि जब बारिश हो तो हमें ये ना लगे हम डूबते तैरती दिल्ली में रह रहे हैं?
देखिए, पॉपुलिस्ट होने के लिए बड़ी बड़ी बातें लोग करते हैं। हमारी सरकार में बारापुला के नाले पर मुख्यमंत्री स्वयं गई। पिछली सरकार ने हिम्मत नहीं जुटाई बारापुला के फ्लड प्लेन में।
जो आप कर रहे हैं वो मान रहे हैं हम,
जहां,
लेकिन कब तक कोई डेडलाइन तो देनी पड़ेगी।
देखिए, इसमें डेडलाइन देना गलत होगा। मैंने पहले बताया, उदाहरण आपको, मैं सूरत गया, बड़ी भयंकर बारिश हो रही थी उस दिन, जहाज हिलता डुलता सूरत उतरा, और ये एयर इंडिया हो चुका था, डरते डरते हम भी सूरत उतरे। बड़ी भयंकर बारिश थी, 15 मिनट में 30 मिनट में पानी निकल गया। मैं उससे एक दिन पहले वीडियोस देख रहा था। मैं उनके कमांड सेंटर में गया, दे हैव अ सेपरेट सीवेज सिस्टम, सेपरेट है, रेन वाटर स्ट्रॉम वाटर ड्रेन का बड़ा नेटवर्क सेपरेट है। इन सब चीजों को खड़ी हुई दिल्ली में डेवलप करना, इसकी डिजाइनिंग करना, इसमें समय लगेगा। हम इस पर छोटे मजबूत और दृढ़ कदमों से काम कर रहे हैं। हमने सब आज बताइए, आप पालम का अंडरपास देखिए, मिंटो ब्रिज देखिए, हम कुछ कदमों पे हम आगे बढ़े हैं। हम लगातार कहते थे पीडब्ल्यूडी का घोटाला हो रहा है, रेन वाटर के ड्रेन्स और पीडब्ल्यूडी की मेन रोड्स पे सफाई नहीं होती थी। हम इसकी डिजाइनिंग कर रहे हैं,
लेकिन
मैं 5 सेकंड में पूरा कर दूं। हम इसकी डिजाइनिंग कर रहे हैं, हम कृत संकल्प हैं। इसीलिए 1 साल का गोल, 3 साल का गोल, शॉर्ट टर्म गोल, बड़े बड़े जो स्पॉट्स हैं, धौला कुआं है, अंडरपास हैं, ये सब जाम ना हो, इसकी व्यवस्था करना, लुटियन भी ना डूबे। आपने वो भी चित्र देखा है, राम गोपाल यादव जी बड़े नेता हैं समाजवादी पार्टी के, उनको गोदी में उठा के लोगों ने लुटियन दिल्ली से पार कराया अपने घर के बाहर। तो 1 साल के अंदर, कुछ समय के अंदर, ऐसे शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स में हम इन बड़ी जगहों को, जिससे पब्लिक का, जो जैसा आपने कहा डूबते तैरते
दिल्ली
ना जाना पड़े, उसको पार करें। और फिर बाकी एक लॉन्ग टर्म गोल में इसकी सस्टेनेबल डिजाइन मॉडल निकालें, कैसे इस पानी को किसी कॉलोनी के अंदर ही कितने ईटीपीज हमें लगाने हैं, कहाँ करना है, रीयूज कर पाए, कई सारी चीजों पर हम
यमुना की सफाई की तो डेडलाइन दे पाएंगे आप?
देखिए, यमुना की सफाई की भी आज आप डेडलाइन अगर कहें तो ये डेडलाइन देना कठिन है, मगर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अगर ये कहा है, गारंटी दी है कि यमुना साफ होगी, तो मैं मानता हूं कि देश मानता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की गारंटी यानी पूरी होने की गारंटी होती है
जी।
हम लोग यमुना में गिरने वाले सारे नालों पर ईटीपी लगवा दें, उसको साफ करने का एसटीपी लगवाकर उसको साफ करके वहाँ गिरे। बाकी यमुना के फ्लड प्लेन में उसको बढ़ना है, अगर यमुना को, उसकी ड्रेजिंग का काम चल रहा है लगातार, और बहुत सारे काम चल रहे हैं। हम यमुना में के आसपास, उसके कहा जाता है किसी नदी को अगर जीवंत होना है तो आसपास उसके फ्लड प्लेन में एक छोटा मोटा जंगल जैसा हो, सब समय समय पर उसके फ्लड प्लेन में झुग्गी बसाकर, लोगों को बसाकर खत्म हो गया। बहुत सारे डायमेंशंस पर काम होना है। मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं, हमारे लिए दुआ करिए, हमें अपनी गुड विशेस दीजिए कि हम इसको टाइम बाउंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर सके। मे बी अभी तो हमें थोड़ा समय हुआ, वी हैव टेकन ओवर द रियंस ऑफ
फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस गवर्नमेंट भी दिया है, दिल्ली आपको दुआ भी दे, लेकिन आपकी बात में एक बात समझ में आई हमें कि भले ही डेडलाइन नहीं दे रहे हो, लेकिन निश्चय आपके मन में है दृढ़ कि इसको करना है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आशीष सूद जी आपका एनडीटीवी में इस कार्यक्रम
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद।
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Shri Ashish Sood, Minister of Home, Education, Power, Urban Development, Higher Education, Training and Technical Education, Government of Delhi. Okay. Our discussion so far in the evening session of the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025 have covered the evolving residential landscape from urban-suburban shifts to the delicate balance of heritage and housing. Now we shift our focus to the colossal forces that are driving India's economic growth and urban transformation in our next panel, mega projects reshaping India's commercial realty. Our panel here is going to discuss how these ambitious ventures are redefining the future of commercial real estate in India. And we will wait for Shri Ashish Sood to leave the hall before we invite up the panelists. For the conversation, I would now like to invite on stage Sahil Vachani, Vice Chairman and MD, Max Estates. I'll pause a little more. Allow everyone time to get to the stage and so on. Okay, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue inviting the rest of our panelists. Thank you so much for being part of the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025. And now let's invite up the panelists for our next conversation. I'd like to invite on stage Sahil Vachani, Vice Chairman and MD, Max Estates, Vaibhav Dange, Expert Infrastructure, Sustainable Mobility and Green Energy, Harshvardhan Bansal, President, Naredco Delhi, and Ashish Tyagi, Director, Gold Plus Group. They will be in conversation with my colleague, Gargi Rawat.
Right. Welcome, everyone. India's commercial real estate landscape is undergoing a radical transformation driven by mega infrastructure projects that are setting new global benchmarks, from strategic land acquisition tactics to hyper-specialized infrastructure tailored for high-tech industries. These developments are not just about scale, but about precision, innovation, and vision. And they're going to play a key role in our vision for a Viksit Bharat as well. We're witnessing the blueprint of a future-ready India being drawn up in real time. Now, I'd like to introduce my panel here to talk about these very, very important issues when it comes to India's development. Sahil Vachani, Vice Chairman and MD, Max Estates. Vaibhav Dange, Expert Infrastructure, Sustainable Mobility and Green Energy. Harshvardhan Bansal, President, Naredco Delhi, which is the National Real Estate Development Council, and Ashish Tyagi, Director, Gold Plus. Thank you so much all for joining us on this very important issue. And Sahil Vachani, I'd like to start with you. If you can talk a bit about Max Estates, it's known for its premium, future-ready developments. How are you aligning your commercial real estate strategies with India's evolving mega infrastructure?
Thank you for having me here. You know, we are seeing a radical shift in the way commercial real estate exists in the world and more so in India today. This shift is moving from earlier just having an office with a desk where people could do their emails from, you know, they used to come to office to do emails. Today, to offices and commercial real estate being a source of culture, collaboration, and standing for something significantly more. What we at Max Estates are doing is we're trying to move the needle and say we're trying to bring aspects of wellness and well-being into real estate. We have been in the healthcare business in the past, and we feel that if you look at it between our homes and offices, we spend 90+% time in the built environment. This has a huge impact on our wellness and well-being. So we are designing the future of commercial real estate and building the future of commercial real estate focused on aspects of wellness, which include quality of air, quality of water, which, as we heard even in the previous session, are huge challenges in our city, elements of nature that enable well-being, food, nutrition, sustainability in its real sense, not just for certification, and a forward-looking elements of engineering excellence. So that's how we're looking to redefine commercial real estate. Max Estates is now building more than 17 million square feet of offices and residential, and about half of that is office and commercial developments across Noida, Delhi, and Gurgaon.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. And Vaibhav ji. Now, if we talk more about, providing for these, big projects, also from EV corridors to your semiconductor zones, India's infrastructure needs are shifting rapidly, as we have seen. So you can tell us a bit about that, and what is it you're looking forward to, and what more needs to be done from the government's end to encourage such big infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Absolutely, as you rightly said, India's infrastructure landscape and the real estate and commercial estate landscape is growing rapidly. We have seen not only cities like Delhi, Mumbai, but cities like Pune, Hyderabad are almost overgrown of their capacity and expanding. And I think I foresee three biggest areas that needs both in terms of interventions from government as well as the focus of private sector. One, of course, is still our real estate development is not integrated with the infrastructure development. So we build real estate properties and then we start building our roads, a session before, I think our minister from Delhi government we were talking about water loggings, because we don't build our infrastructure and then build our roads. Still, a lot of societies in Gurgaon are still not connected to the sewage line, city sewage line. That is something which is a very clear, if we want to make a global city.
I think the Gurgaon you're talking about was not developed by the government. It was developed by, DLF or private players. So that's
my point is different.
That is one of the issues.
My point is not about government and private.
Sure.
I'm saying if the development, real estate development is happening, we want our cities to become global cities, competitive cities with all kind of infrastructure, and so that it becomes a major business and commercial centers, we need to integrate our infrastructure planning along with our real estate development. So for example, today we talk about how do we mobilize our people from Delhi, Gurgaon or Delhi, Faridabad, and then lack vehicles traveling around here and there. But we can definitely start integrating our infrastructure planning beforehand. For example, we talk about EV. Tomorrow we want to replace all our vehicles by electric vehicles. Still our congestion issue will not get resolved. So, for example, integrated planning of infrastructure and real estate development, that's one aspect I need to emphasize. Another aspect is planning the public mobility along the infrastructure, along the development corridor. So whether it is any area of development that's happening. For example, Dwarka Expressway today and the development around that was stagnant from last almost 10 years till the Dwarka Expressway was built. So both in terms of investment, it got stagnated, and the people who buy properties there or the offices were established there, they were not able to reach to that place within time, and so many other factors. So public mobility, public transport planning along the corridors of development is another area, and bringing in sustainability in everything we do, right from the mobility. So whether it is electric vehicles, modern alternative mobility solutions like pods and all kind of other solutions. Biomobility solutions like hybrid vehicles, biofuel vehicles, green vehicles. Along with that, sustainability also in infrastructure development and commercial development, right from materials used for infrastructure, materials used for real estate construction. All those aspects I think are critical. These three aspects I think are very critical for our cities to be really global cities.
Right, sir. You didn't speak about land acquisition, and I know that's a topic that you have a lot of opinions on. So yes, if we talk about land acquisition, which we need more and more for certain projects, for road development, for mega projects, from the government, what would your message be?
I think land acquisition, in last 10 years, the landscape has changed. Well, we have seen a lot of infrastructure projects happening, and land acquisition, there is no resistance on giving the land. I think the more resistance is on the administrative procedural delays and the procedural troubles which landowners go through. But purely in terms of commercial realization of their land acquisition cost and the compensation that is paid, that's very lucrative these days. And therefore, large infrastructure projects are not, to large extent, the paradigm has shifted from last 10 years, and a lot of acquisition, there is a lot of incentive in, people are given to, give their land for large infrastructure project. But in general, scarcity of land is going to be a challenge in coming years, because
we're hearing that more and more during
almost
this conclave,
landlocked now.
Yes. Well, land acquisition brings me to you, Mr. Bansal. If you can talk a bit about, the challenge. You've talked about, how there needs to be more reform in the entire process. And developers are facing quite a challenge when it comes to, land for industrial, commercial, mixed-use zones. So how can policies better support this?
Absolutely. So first of all, we are in a, you can say, right zone, right stage. India is now developing. And we are all are 4 trillion now. India is now 4 trillion, and we have to reach 30 trillion. So you will be happy to know that 8% of the GDP is contributed by real estate, which is a huge number, and it's growing day by day. So when we will be 30 trillion, the real estate will be around 3.5 trillion. The entire GDP of the country will be equal to the GDP of real estate in 2047. So it's a huge work to do, and the second employment we generate in real estate. So it's a very important sector, real estate, and will contribute a lot in the, you can say, growth of the country. Second part, you were talking about mixed land use and the large projects. So first of all, as the country is growing, we need larger floor plates, larger areas. Unfortunately, Delhi was having none of them. We were having small centers. The cyber hub was developed in Gurgaon, not in Delhi. We were discussing about these things about the government. So now our Honorable Lieutenant Governor have already, you can say, appointed a task force which will look all the aspects of Delhi and nearby areas. So now, for the government now allowed, we can now amalgamate as many as plots in commercial as well as industrial to convert them into a large floor plates and large centers, big projects also. And the charges, earlier it was 10% of the entire cost of the land. Now it has been reduced to 1% only. So it's a golden opportunity for all of us now to amalgamate small plots and to make them a big project so that we can attract big companies here, and we can certainly live in a good environment. The concept of walk to work certainly is now need of the hour. We need places, commercial places near to home. I'll suggest one thing, that Delhi is the only capital in this entire world where people are residing and going to Gurgaon and Noida for work. In the entire world, it is reverse. People are living in the suburb and coming to capital for their work because of the lack of the big buildings and big commercial establishments in Delhi. Now it's a good news that we can certainly
develop. That's also adding to our pollution and all the other issues that
like
come
that.
with it
I will
also.
cover that point also. Secondly, you are talking about mixed land use project. That is perfectly right model. We are just now developing few projects which are mixed land use projects. I will give you 1 or 2 examples. Earlier we were developing malls. You can see malls here very near to this place. Malls were isolated, developed, and then we were developing the office building very near to the mall or very near to the centers. Then we were developing hotel nearby. In this entire center, this is a hotel. We have next door is a office, and next door we have malls. Now this concept is gone now. You can develop entire hotel, office and mall in one complex. How it helps? I will give you one example. Suppose you are developing a mall. In malls, normally people are coming on Saturday and Sunday, weekdays, weekends only. So you need infrastructure in a mall for weekend. Like if I have a mall in Dwarka, like Vegas Mall. So around 5,000 cars are coming in Saturday and Sunday, and 2,500 are coming only on from Monday to Friday. So the infrastructure we have to create is for 5,000 cars. Similarly, the air conditioning, the you can say electricity, the garbage disposal, everything I have to develop for a mall for a weekend load. Now this entire infrastructure is lying idle from Monday to Friday. And my next door office, who is using this infrastructure from Monday to Friday, their infrastructure is lying idle on Saturday and Sunday. So if I mix both of them, now I have an office in my building as well as we have a mall. So the entire infrastructure is used Saturday, Sunday for a mall, and half of the infrastructure is used from Monday to Friday for a mall and Monday to Friday for a corporate office. So mixed land use is the right way, right use, you can say.
Is this happening anywhere, or are you saying
Yeah,
this is what we should be
Vegas
doing?
Mall, it's live example in Delhi. It's
Okay.
a 2 million square feet of a building
Interesting.
where we have a mall, we have office building, we have hotels. So
All
all
right.
three in one building using the infrastructure 3 times.
All right, well, now I'll come to Ashish Tyagi, who's been waiting very, very patiently for me to come to you. If you can talk about, as a player in construction and glass manufacturing industry, how is Gold Plus responding to the demand of these new commercial zones? If you could tell us a bit about that.
First of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you, NDTV, for hosting us. So, as Gold Plus Group, we are a glass manufacturer, and we are the second largest float glass manufacturer in India, proudly the only Indian float glass manufacturer in the world. Everyone is witnessing the great growth that is happening right now in India, and we are thankful and we are lucky to be a part of this growth. Real estate has got a great potential in India, and it is really growing at a very fast pace. In today's time, it is hard to imagine a building without glass, and not just for its aesthetic looks, but for its technical features as well, like solar control factors and everything. We are currently producing around 3,150 metric tons of glass per day. We are currently in line with the demand, and even with the growing demand that is happening in the real estate sector or the automotive sector where the glass is being used. Our expansion plans are also in line with the growing demand, which is there in the different sectors of the industry. The sustainability part is also very important as of now in the industry. I'll just mention one small thing, not just for the talk, but the real figures. So in the last 2 years, we have transitioned a lot of electricity that we were getting from thermal power or grids. So we are currently using a lot of amount of solar energy and wind energy. And we are currently, our CO2 offset on annual basis currently is close to about 57,000 metric tons annually, which is equivalent to planting 2.7 million trees annually. So I think growing demand of the real estate, and with the help of the government is putting a special initiative of Make in India, and we are in line with the nation's vision to Make in India and our Honorable Prime Minister's vision for this great cause. And I think the growth is there and the huge potential is there in the industry as of now.
All right, yes. And Mr. Vachhani, now coming back to you, if you can tell us a bit about Fab Adjacent and R&D campuses. How are you integrating this talent-driven infrastructure, like proximity to universities or wellness first office spaces into urban development?
So I think the theme that we are following now increasingly is that previously you used to live in one place, work in another place, go to school in another place, have healthcare in another location. And that's how suburban America was built. That's why you have the highways and that's how it happened.
Something Mr. Bansal was also
Exactly, he was talking about that. Today, all of this is changing. It is all becoming integrated. The quality of life, when you say well-being or wellness, it means first and foremost, it has to be convenient. If I'm spending 6 hours in a car, going from my office back to my house because it's rained, that's not well-being or wellness. So how do you solve for that? Is that you live in the ecosystem close by to where you work, your kids go to school there, and if it's an industrial setup, you have workers who live close by, their kids can go to school close by, shopping areas, stuff that Mr. Bansal was talking about, and so much more. So that is the future of how we see real estate, particularly for India, you cannot, the population is going to increase. There's only so much we can do for infrastructure. So it have to declutter, and therefore the one way to do that is to put a lot of it in the same ecosystem, and therefore create more efficiency of time, and therefore improve the quality of life. So that's the direction I think that we are all talking about, and that's the direction that we see real estate moving towards.
And are you seeing this in our big, metro hubs, or is it in tier 2 city? How are you developing this?
I think the first step in this is, in our view, supply creates demand.
Okay.
So somebody like ourselves, we are taking the call in creating our first 2 developments like this, which are first 2 genuinely mixed-use developments. Your kids can go to school there, you have a medical or healthcare facility there, you can live there, you can work there, you have some retail there, not a shopping mall that is a traffic jam every day, but some sort of a retail that enables your quality of life. So that's what we are moving towards, and our hope is that with this supply that gets created, people say, that's nice. And then hopefully, the rest of the industry follows, and that becomes the norm.
All right. Vaibhavji, if we talk about hyper-specialized zones like chip fabrication hubs, hydrogen valleys, how should public infrastructure adapt to this, and also artificial intelligence, because that's something we're going to see more and more, and that really needs a lot of resources.
No, absolutely. I think with the modern, development that's happening, and as both of my co-panelists spoke about mixed land use development, I think that those are the right models. And challenges for cities like Delhi or Mumbai are different than probably our second-tier and 3-tier cities. There we have an advantage of expanding our infrastructure in a better planned phase manner than probably cities like Delhi or Mumbai or Hyderabad or Bangalore. I think that's something which we need to focus on. Along with the models like mixed-use development, our focus should move on to tier 2, tier 3 cities, where the cost, of course, will be quite competitive for user as well as for industry, for businesses to have set up the commercial centers. As well as infrastructure, aligning infrastructure development with real estate development is easier. You go to city like, for example, Indore, you go to city like Nagpur. Today their infrastructure is far, far better than probably Delhi has.
And they're cleaner. Indore is one of the cleanest cities.
Pollution-free, better public transport. So I think those are the right models where, so in nutshell, probably we need multiple parallel cities along our big cities. For example, Mumbai developed Navi Mumbai last few years back. Gurgaon probably automatically got developed. So I think we need a lot of those kind of multiple, modern cities development along our larger cities, which will have all kind of, facilities as my co-panelist has mentioned. It will be multi-mix, mixed land use. It will have better infrastructure, better public transport, smart infrastructure with lot of AI and other, technologies integrated. Tomorrow, probably in next few years, we are witnessing that software-driven vehicles, where vehicles will talk to infrastructure, infrastructure will talk to vehicles, vehicles will talk to vehicles. So all those things can happen only if our infrastructure and real estate gets integrated in terms of development.
All right. Well, thank you so much all for joining us. I'm so sorry we're completely out of time. I think the minister went really over on that particular session. But a big round of applause, please, for the panel and this sort of futuristic take that they had and what needs to be done. So very important to have these conversations.
A big round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. We're making you work really hard for all of this fantastic information that the Real Estate Conclave is providing to you. Thank you to our panelists. Now, our next conversation also promises to be a fascinating one. I am certainly looking forward to hearing all about how the modern offices of today will give me the tools and the time to work from home much more. Who doesn't, right? But jokes aside, designing modern offices is about much more than just hybrid work technologies. And who better to tell us all about the changing face of office spaces in India than Dr. Ritesh Malik, founder, Innovate, and startup investor. Please do join us on stage. Dr. Malik will be in conversation with my colleague, Shrimi Chaudhary. There we are. Yes, please. Okay, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You want to know what a great office should look like? Here's the gentleman to tell you just that.
Okay. Well, from co-working to corporate needs, how are workspaces evolving in India, especially after pandemic, is something everybody would like to know. So let's dwell on that. I would like to start by asking you, Ritesh, that, what changes do you think that co-workspaces should adapt to kind of fit in to post-pandemic changes, the reality which we've been seeing, since the pandemic is over?
No, first of all, very excited to be here. See, I can tell you one thing. I've gone to a lot of media houses. Now, when I go to NDTV's headquarters at Max Estates in Sector 129, you can see the massive difference that an office space can lead in the morale of the employees. So I think, first of all, office spaces will become a very, very important part. And we don't realize we spend at times even more time in offices than we do at our homes, at least a week. So I think overall we are seeing, when I started co-working in 2015, India had only 0.1% of commercial real estate as co-working. Today, 12% of commercial real estate is co-working. And by the way, in the United States, it's 29%. So I think going forward, we are going to see a lot of intelligent office spaces. We are going to see office spaces that will be very focused on biophilia. We'll see a lot of natural spaces. We will see a lot of greenery in co-working spaces. We will see a lot of spaces wherein you will not only do Zoom calls, you will do augmented reality or virtual reality Zoom calls. You will see spaces wherein you will have Internet of Things, hybrid ecosystems. So I think co-working spaces are going to be completely changed. I'll give you an example. Usually in our offices, the minimum temperature was 17 to 18 degrees. And we realized we actually do not need 17 or 18 degree temperatures. It's bad for the planet. It's extremely bad for us because we have to pay a higher electricity bill and consumers don't like it. I have seen in June, my co-workers actually wearing a suit and actually layering up, and it's not even needed. So the question is, can we create offices which can use newer technologies to actually reduce our carbon footprint? So I think co-working will evolve. The co-working of 2030 will be a very different one, and we are rooting for that.
I'd like to know more on that, Ritesh. Especially most large corporations now, want their employees to come back to their office. So in that context, what is the appeal co-work spaces is offering at this point to, drive all those, primary audience? What are the changes?
No, a great question. And I'll start how I started at Innovate. The reason was, I'm a medical doctor. I used to work at Gangaram Hospital. And one day what happened, I decided I do not want to become a doctor. And for a person like me, I did not have the money to buy or rent a space in Connaught Place. And I saw this as a huge gap. For as low as 7,000 to 9,000 rupees, you can get a flexible seat in a place like Connaught Place, and that is the value add of a co-working. Now, whether you like it or not, work from home permanently is very bad for the society. It's bad for your mental health, not only for our business, but overall, having an office space is a must. So my belief is, going forward, corporations will have different office space needs. And I'll give you an example. BBC was headquartered out of Innovate in Saket. And I remember conversations wherein the new age offices will need to be very flexible. They will not only need workspaces, they will need flexible workspaces. We have got demands such as wherein customers are saying, can we get a 5,000 square feet blank space and get flexible ports at the floor wherein we can put a plug on a socket anywhere on the floor. And we are seeing a lot of flexible spaces that are being requested by our customers. The future of co-working will be, today we give overall 40 square feet per person. In my view, we are going to give 28 to 30 square feet per person in the future, because out of 5 days, we will see 4 days people will come to office and 1 day they won't. So, and as the rent per square feet will continue to increase in especially areas of hubs like Delhi, NCR and Bombay, I think creating spaces which are very flexible, which can convert into a town hall meeting, which can convert into a meeting room, which can convert into an office space, and can convert into a desk of at least 64 to 68 people working together will be the need of the future.
Quite a promising one, but since you also mentioned about the scientific developments, it's a great start for sure, but is the employment seeking more? And just a follow-up question on that, instruments like neuroarchitecture, how does it play a very important role in terms of overall employee productivity as well as the well-being?
Again, great question. I'll give you an example. When we started Innovate, something beautiful happened. I saw every single day, and I used to be at Cyber Hub, लोगों के ना मुंह लटके हुए आते थे. Monday को घबराहट होती थी कि यार कल ऑफिस जाना है. And I said, offices need to be really beautiful. Offices need to be inspiring. They need to be a place where people should love to come to office. A country wherein people do not want to get up on a Monday morning to go to office. How do we develop into a 10, 20, $30 trillion economy? So we said, let us create office spaces that really uplift people's mental health. Offices today do not do that. I'll give you an example. 3 things, common complaints of co-workers. One is sound. Can we create amazing acoustic spaces? That's a big opportunity. If you can create spaces where sound decibels are under 40, you're golden. You're going to increase mental health of your employee by 3 to 4x. Second, light, circadian rhythm. Can you add sunlight in your workspaces? If you can do that, again, 3 to 4x benefit in terms of your mental health. And the last one is, can you create a space wherein people are always motivated to come and they enjoy their time being there? And that comes by their green tea, their coffee. And we will see a lot of robots coming in. I truly believe robot janitors and robot dispensing coffee shops will be the next big thing in office real estate.
But Ritesh, do you agree with the fact that the hybrid work model become the default in India? Or do you think that, we still seeing a kind of push towards, full-time in office models?
I'm a huge believer of offices, and not because it's our business, but I genuinely feel that people who work out of their homes end up being more depressed. As a doctor, I can tell you, coming to offices is also a form of organization. In my view, the future of work will be people will not go to offices 5 days a week. They will go 3 or 4 days a week, and we will see a Wednesday. And we are seeing this in a lot of companies across our 67 campuses, where Wednesdays have become a very low footfall time, wherein what has happened is Monday and Tuesday, people come to offices, Wednesday they work from home, and then again Thursday and Friday they come to offices, and Saturday they again don't come. So what we are also seeing is, for those lean periods of Wednesday and Saturday and Sunday, can we use the same space for something else so that we can increase the revenue throughput? So I think a lot of changes are going to happen.
But these are in the metro city. What if I ask you about the tier 1, tier 2 cities? You think that they're going to be the next growth drivers as far as co-working spaces are concerned?
I don't think so. I have a very particular opinion about that. We opened one center in Chandigarh, had a horrible experience because A, real estate is abundant over there. B, we have seen the density of people wanting to do startups in smaller cities is not that high. So we've seen, at least for now, at least till 2030, if you really want to make money in co-working, it's all the top 10 cities, and that is the density. Bombay is our largest market, 45% of our revenue, and does extremely well. And we've seen we want to stick to Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, Chennai, Kolkata, Ahmedabad maximum.
Ritesh, I also wanted to understand that, we are seeing quite a few players, who are gearing up for initial public offering. And when do we see Innovate coming in that fray, one? And second, as we all know, WeWork filed for bankruptcy somewhere in 2023. So at that point of time, it was valued, if I'm not mistaken, around $50 billion. What are the learnings, we are getting from that for other co-working spaces?
I think WeWork is a great example of how not to run co-working spaces, not current WeWork, but the WeWork that was started early on. My belief is you can't value a co-working office as a technology company. The problem is they were valued as a technology company. At peak, WeWork was valued at almost 40x of their revenues, which I feel by the end of the day, co-working business is a simple, non-technology business. It's a very simple business, actually. People want offices. We give them offices. We like to say that we are using technology for our value delivery, but we are not a technology play. So anyone who values a co-working business like a technology business is going to lose value over time. That is my comment number one. On other players going IPO, we are very proud of the fact that in total currently we have around 12 or 13 players with multi-location co-working spaces, out of which we are seeing a lot of public offerings coming in and doing well. The good part with co-working is it is a good profitable model. It is not like other startups that will take a lot of time to become profitable.
No, so are you ruling out Innovate IPO plans?
We will go public hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years. Hopefully.
Thank you so much, Ritesh,
Thank you so
for
much.
taking out time for us for this special conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Ritesh Malik. I am certainly going to check both the air conditioning and the acoustics in our office in NDTV, and of course the coffee, all three. Now, from million-dollar homes to an entire city made for millionaires, luxury living has arrived in India with a bang. Multi-crore homes are selling overnight, and there is a massive appetite for anything bigger, more expensive, more luxurious. Selling these houses requires brokers who have a keen understanding of what the billionaires want and are willing to cater to their every need. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next set of panelists have a keen understanding of what ultimate luxury living is all about. So, I'd like to now welcome on stage, I beg your pardon, Hem Batra, influencer and YouTuber featured in $1 Million Listings, Prajesh Bhatia, Managing Director, Bhatia Realty Collective, Kunal Behrani, Chief Operating Officer, Unity Group, Rohit Kumar, Senior Vice President, Super Luxury Sales, DLF, and joining them, my colleague, Ambika Singh. Please put your hands together for our next panel.
Welcome to the NDTV Real Estate Summit 2025, and our panel will focus on the new age home buyer, how real estate has become a lifestyle statement. We'll explore how millennials and Gen Z are redefining the way they think about homes. It's no longer just about square footage. It's about the story of a property. It's about the lifestyle it offers. It is a shift from utility to aspiration, and this is changing the real estate landscape with a focus on luxury rentals, co-living spaces, and premium aesthetics. Joining me to discover what this means for the future of home buying, we have with us today Mr. Hem Batra, influencer and YouTuber featured in Million Dollar Listings. We also have Mr. Rohit Kumar, Senior Vice President, Super Luxury Sales DLF. Joining us, Prajesh Bhatia, Managing Director, Bhatia Realty Collective. And we also have Mr. Kunal Behrani, Chief Operating Officer, Unity Group. It's really a pleasure to have you all with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. Mr. Rohit, I would like to begin with you. DLF is at the forefront of shaping luxury landscape. Now tell us and our viewers, our audience here, how is DLF incorporating luxury and premium aesthetics into its properties to cater aspirations of the new age home buyers? What really are they looking for?
Thank you, Ambika. First of all, luxury is a, we're talking about luxury, we are using the words lifestyle, and, these things means different things to different people, right? Lifestyle could be, luxury could be time, could be convenience, could be security. It could mean different things to different people. For someone, it could be security of his parents. Someone could be freedom for his children to move around. Someone, it could be just the ease of convenience of staying in a place, of having a very hassle-free experience, right? So luxury cannot be defined as, from a perspective of one subset. It's a combination of various factors.
Things,
And when all of these come in together, that's when lifestyle comes into play. So at DLF, we are at the, we are pioneers in doing this. The entire, we were talking about earlier, what the concept of lifestyle living has been really brought to fore by DLF. When we talk about lifestyle, anyone who is coming in to stay, whichever condominium, whichever apartment it might be, they are coming in with these essences as the backdrop, where they are looking at a very, very hassle-free experience. They are looking at security, they are looking at convenience. And of course, along with this, lifestyle in terms of places where they can enjoy, where they can eat, where they can sit, they can party, the kids could play. So they all come in together, and real estate is really becoming, residential real estate, this is the cornerstone of it. Everything is being driven about how easy my lifestyle, how, what am I getting in terms of how my life, what value is being added in my life.
Yeah, so it's an overall, I think that's really well said, and that's what really makes it the lifestyle. Thanks. Hem, I want to ask you, as an influencer, you show us these lovely luxury properties on your YouTube channel. Do you think home tours have now become the new travel vlogs, if I could ask you that? And also, how are influencer-led walkthroughs changing the real estate scenario?
See, in my opinion, India has been the biggest consumer for a reality TV. So why not putting real estate in their hands, in the comfort of their home, where they can see the whole apartment or the whole property without going out there. And that is the reason why the demand has increased for such kind of a content. People are loving the convenience of checking each and every aspect of that home without going out altogether. And I think that is the reason why this has actually turned out so very well. In the last 1 year itself, the kind of a rise this content has seen, it was never before.
So it's changing.
Absolutely, and because of
the
that...
ease is, the ease is there, like you rightly said.
Exactly, because everybody wants to just save on their own time to spend it with their families. Now, nobody has the time to go out, spend the whole day checking out 10 properties and then deciding, coming back home, that which one should we discuss further. Right now, that one step is taken further off, that you can see 10 properties at the convenience of your home and then decide which one would you want to go and see practically.
So it makes it like less time consuming according to you. Okay, perfect. Now, Prajesh is one of the youngest realtors featured on Million Dollar Listings India. If I could specifically ask you that, what is your innovative approach to matching homes with clients? Because that's what, I was reading about you, that's what you say, you ensure that, you try and give the dream house to what the client is really looking for.
So I'll tell you, my company has always been very marketing centric, because our goal is always that the home buying process should not be just a dull process, right? कि बस एक कोई broker के पास जा रहे हो, वहाँ पे properties देख रहे हो. It should be very fun and appealing to Gen Zs, to millennials, to everybody. So what we do is we make sure, I have my team right here, we spend a lot of time just showcasing one property, and we make sure to do it innovatively. We make sure that it always stands out in the market. And it has really helped our sellers also, because where they were trying to sell it through a traditional broker, they were not getting that sort of price and reach. But what our Reels and what our YouTube videos have done is, they have expanded the reach to a whole new set of buyers. And in that way, the seller also gets the best price, and even the buyers also end up getting properties that they wouldn't normally see with a traditional broker. So that is what we have been doing differently.
Okay, yeah, so I think that's the way you've been working. But Kunal, if I can ask you here, Unity Group has been known for creating aspirational living spaces. So could you please share some key design elements or amenities when you're designing the properties? You know, what are you keeping in mind specifically when it comes to luxury properties?
Thank you, Ambika, first of all. So, we are developing a project in the heart of Delhi, in Karol Bagh, that is. And this is a 40-acre residential project where we've also tied up with Versace Home for a particular tower. Now, this is just one aspect of the entire thing. Now, the overall aspect, you're saying, what all should you give in a luxury property? You have to stand out, okay? The green spaces are a given now, okay? Maybe, the apartments which are there, if possible, can you give them customizable to the customer? As in, can you give them enough space where they can do a 2 BHK or a 3 BHK or a 4 BHK inside the same space? Okay, can you remove those walls and create your own space as per your own desire? I'm not saying about a larger space. I'm talking about the same space converted into a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. So depending upon what I want.
According to the need.
According to the needs. This is one. Secondly, we've created a space out of, an element which is definitely there in the Delhi thing, wherein we were supposed to give some refuge areas, okay, on the 20th floor, like it's above 70 meters actually. So we have done a very, very, sensible thing out there. We have given a lot of amenities which are open space amenities, like amphitheaters are there, jogging tracks are there. We've got swimming pools as well, which are coming up on that level. We've got a lot of greens, we've got cabanas for people. So this is on the 20th floor. This is a 1-kilometer skywalk, which has apartments over this as well. And this skywalk gives you views of the entire Delhi. I'm talking about views from Signature Bridge to Parliament House, to Red Fort, to the airport, to North Delhi, to just about every element of Delhi.
So all those important places.
So all those important places. Now, Delhi is a very low-rise city as such. Delhi does not have a lot of high-rise developments. So this was one of the aspects that we thought of giving, and it is really going well with the audience.
Okay, great. And before I also want to ask you what you feel how the trend is changing when it comes to inflows before we again go back to Hem and Prajesh. Okay. What is your thought of that? And Rohit, I'm going to come to you as well to hear the different perspective from the two of you before I come to Hem and Prajesh.
Okay, so I completely agree with him when he said that, you can look at all the properties at the comfort of your house. You can possibly select the properties. So it has gone down by one step. That is, from 10, you've come down to 2 now. So what happens typically is, I would like to see these 2. So let me just see these 2, okay, physically, and see all those 10 in the reels that people share.
Okay.
The trend has definitely taken up. But what I feel is that, a traditional broker or a traditional person who was selling real estate is still required. Why I say this is because they are the people who can advise you to, as to when to enter the market, when to exit the market, and to actually evaluate the entire thing. Right now, the market is going upswing, okay? And right now, you're stabilizing, so you're seeing a lot of stabilizing happening. But when you see the entire cycle of real estate, coming and going, that's when you understand. When the market goes down, that's when all the other people would go for a toss.
So your point is you feel they're both
essential.
Trend is picked up, but both essential, and you have a valid point that how it can help.
Somebody gets the audience, but then somebody has to make the sale as well.
Fair enough.
But if you're doing both, well, I would say,
Okay,
wonderful.
Rohit, would you like to add anything on this aspect?
No, absolutely. See, it's any product, you go to a financial product as well, you need the bankers, right? You have everything available on the net. But at the end of the day, you need certain times, you need advisors to guide you through the entire process. In a similar manner, the channel partners are important for someone to guide you through the, through the whole journey of it. But equally important, and in fact more important, comes in from a perspective of the seller, the developer, where they have to really be able to make sure that whatever is being committed is being delivered as well.
Sure.
From a DLF's perspective, DLF is an aspirational purchase. Anyone who buys into a DLF property, it's not about buying or selling. They like to keep it, hold it, and pass it over to the generations, right? And that's how brands are built as well. So from that perspective, channel partners are important, brokers are important, digital is becoming important, but you cannot take away the fact that real estate is a physical purchase, it's a touch and feel, it's an emotional purchase, right? So one has to go through that journey, and that's where the role of a developer is even more important, to take them through that journey and make sure that it is delivered to that extent.
Okay, point taken. Him, coming to you. What do you think, are the key factors? Because we've got the inputs from Rohit as well as Kunal. What are the key factors to actually make a property worth sharing when it comes to, what they say, worthy sharing on social media? Any example you would want to share? And also this, the whole shift from square footage to actually storytelling.
So, as per me, any kind of a story that actually grips you from the first 3 seconds itself is something that you would always want to tell other people. For example, that something that other people don't. Just to give you an example on that, if any of my reels starts with the fact that let me tell you something that you don't know, is always getting more views than a normal thing that I'm talking about, that this is a 1200 or a 1600 square feet of an apartment. Everybody wants to just know the story behind it. Maybe this could be the legacy of the developer. Maybe this could be the story behind how the construction is being done, or what are the thought process about this whole project right now. This could be anything. It depends on your storytelling part, that how exactly are you presenting it to your clients. And I'm sure you would agree with me on this, that when any kind of an advertisement which is being done for a project, I think this would become one of those rage that would actually change each and everything for the clients who are working in. People will close the deals, we close the deals. As South Delhi Farms and Floors, we do a lot of a big number. But the shift that I have seen in the trajectory, in the clientele that we are getting from all across India, sitting in Delhi, just because of this, I have never experienced that on any other platforms altogether.
Okay, so you see the shift happening. Okay, again, I think that's a valid point, and I think storytelling is important for everything. It's the way we tell our story, whether on TV or whether you put it about a property, it's interesting.
So it's not about the square footage anymore. We keep talking about square footage, but I don't think so. It's about the square footage. When you're talking about luxury, you're talking about lifestyle. It's actually it's gone beyond the square footage.
And especially when you talk about, I have to ask you this, because when you're talking about the super luxury segment, when you hear over 100 crores, right? They're exclusive. So what do you think, why do they always make it to the headlines? We've been hearing about these over 100 crore properties in Gurgaon.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. It's not about the square footage. See, 100 crores can get you a property anywhere in the world, right? Be it the Lutyens, Delhi, or be it any part of the world, Manhattan, wherever you might want to be, and you will have the best property there. But when you hear about these headlines, Camellias has really, put the real estate of the country, right, on the world map. It's truly become that beacon of, what a real estate is known for. You might have the Burj for Dubai, you might have, Manhattan or Beverly Hills for, in LA. But for India, what is that one property? Camellias has become that one property which every Indian is proud of. It's uplifted the entire real estate perception within the space as well. And that's not to do just with the square footage. It's about how the entire lifestyle component has come in together, providing you services, providing you amenities, which could be compared to anything in the world. Anyone who is buying a 100 crore property, like you said, has well-traveled, has seen the best in the world. So if they are going to buy such properties, they have to be experiencing it on a daily basis. It cannot be just, shown and delivered and, and that's about it. It has to be run on a daily basis.
And like you said, I think the experience, that's where it counts as well.
Experience is what really matters. What they feel day in, day out makes it 100 crores, not the square footage.
Okay, well, again, a very important point, well taken. Prajesh, I want to ask you this, as one of the only millennials probably sitting here. Tell us, how is this, how are they, and when we talk about Gen Zs, changing the way realtors and developers approach property sales and marketing? And what do you think the youngsters today are looking at? Yeah, I mean, how do you think that perception is changing when you're looking at the youngsters?
So I'll tell you, I have been dealing with people who are over 60. I've sold a house to a person who's just 24 now. And what I've noticed is that both of the buyer perception has changed a lot. Earlier, what used to happen was people used to go to their family members and ask, okay, refer us to a broker who sold you this house, and we'll go through him. But now Gen Zs and millennials, after hearing the stories of how they've been duped by their traditional brokers, builders, and the disputes their fathers and grandfathers have been through, they have started an approach and they have started seeing other people through Instagram and YouTube. I'll tell you, there are so many people, the biggest of the biggest hotshots, who are just using Instagram and YouTube to contact us. And what that has changed is that it has forced traditional realtors to add more value. I wouldn't say that it can be exchanged with good traditional brokerage, but it has forced them to market their properties on Instagram, YouTube. There have been so many times that people used to call people for site visits, bolte kuch aur the, dikhate kuch aur the, and so that has forced realtors to up their game, to go more digitally. Even developers, earlier they used to be all focused on just newspaper ads, right? But now they're focusing on influencer marketing, including him. He has spent a lot on influencer marketing, and that has started working more than a traditional newspaper ad or a traditional hoarding. So that
also
is how
because
it's
the youngsters, when we look at the digital...
I would say everybody is using Instagram. My mom uses Instagram more than I do. So really, it is
for different
really
purposes,
changing.
like you rightly said, especially when it comes to property. But Kunal, this is again what you did say initially, right? And I was also reading that Unity Group has collaborated with Versace. So what role do you see when we talk about branded spaces or branded residences like Armani and Versace? What role when we talk about aspiration living space or luxury living space, collaborations like this? What does that mean?
So, when you collaborate with a brand like Versace, or for that matter, Armani, or for that matter, anybody like them, when you're buying traditional real estate versus this kind of thing, it's like a trophy that you're buying, okay? So I have like a, Mustang, which is, from 69 or something of that sort. This is a trophy which I'm collecting. This is a collector's property. It's not about owning that real estate anymore. It's about collecting that property and showcasing it to your friends on your, possibly your golf.
So somewhere more than personal identity, you think it's also taking over the functionality of a space?
True. So
because earlier it was just about the home, but today we're looking, people want to put in everything there, from the interior to the
See, it's
art.
about this plus that. Okay, this plus something which is very, very exclusive. Like if you have like a cigar lounge, you have a chef on call, you have something like the highest swimming pool which you have in the city,
like the
add-on facility. Okay, I am the only one who has it, kind of thing. So plus it's a Versace branded residence. So something like that.
So
that
the
is what
add-ons
want.
you think, again.
Yes.
Okay, so we're running short of time. Quickly, Rohit, I'm going to start from you. What do you think when we're talking specifically about luxury homes, a message you would like to give specifically when it comes to the generation today? Where do you think we're going to?
Again, I will end with what I started with. Luxury means different things to different people, right? Now, I'll just finish this point. We talked about Instagram and everything, but when we talked about super luxury, you cannot be on Instagram. The more exclusive it is.
Sure. You want to keep it exclusive?
You want to keep it exclusive.
Okay.
So, people are also wanting to keep it as private as well. So, along with going digital, they are also wanting to keep it private. So both of these things need to be balanced in a very delicate manner. Coming to the point of what the Gen Zs are looking at, or what they might be looking at from that perspective. See, it's very important, to really circle down to what an important purchase, what's your trigger point for real estate purchases. Real estate is in our DNA.
Sure.
As an Indian, everyone is taught to, or is brought up with that perspective that your first investment is real estate, right? Sabse pehle ek ghar hona chahiye. Every kid, no matter what age they might be, everyone has grown up with that
Especially
thought.
the culture in India.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whatever age group, whatever demographic, whatever it might be, you need to have your own, right? So when you are looking at your purchase, you should know about your trigger point. What aspect is very critical for you? Is it about your security? It's about your parents? It's about your children? And when you are looking at a place, how does it cater to all those requirements?
So keeping your personal requirements in time. I mean, that is clear. Okay, Prajesh, quickly to you. What do you think at this point when you're looking at the future, when we're talking about luxury properties, is the key, is the most important thing? What is the point you would like to leave the audience with?
I think going forward, I think trust of the developer is the most important, what I see. What these guys have done very well and why it is always very easy for me to sell their units is because they have such a good name in the market, and history, in India's history, there have been so many real estate scams, there have been so many late deliveries, you name the biggest brand, which I'm not going to name right now, and they have always fallen short on their words. I think the biggest gap in the market is of trustworthy people, whether it's agents or consultants or whether it's builders. So I feel like what trajectory I see is that trustworthy people, like the people sitting beside me, these people are going to go forward, and this is the future.
So that's very important. I think for every person also who's looking into invest, Rahim, what would you want to say?
I was just about to say the same thing itself, but in a different manner altogether, that when somebody's buying home, he's just, obviously, one, he's looking for the experience. Two, he's looking forward to give that as a legacy to the coming generations, right? So this is something as the most important and crucial decision of your life. Now, that was once relied on the, you could say, the brokers who were in a traditional way that they were taking ahead in each and everything. But then, yes, now the things have changed so much that even they would want to see your numbers, your figures, your closures, your credibility in the market before they go ahead, not because somebody else that they knew has bought a home from you.
Sure, yeah.
And this is being so open for these two groups as well. The numbers have been so open that everybody know that when they are coming to buy something from them, what exactly was their numbers last time, what they did last time in their projects. So that
they know exactly where they're getting in.
Exactly. Yeah. That is the way they have created that brand. Once you've created the brand, each and everything will follow automatically.
I think, again, very well.
DLF is the biggest example for that.
Yeah. Actually, lastly, Kunal.
Well, thank you very much for showing that confidence, first of all. So,
puts more pressure on you, that means, and on you.
Well, it's easier. It's very, very easy after this, because when, somebody who's possibly about 25, 26 years old, I'm assuming that much is 25. So if he has that kind of confidence that we can deliver, yes, that is a good thing. And if somebody like him who's been in the market for the last 20 years plus, yeah, so he also has the confidence, and it's, a generation which is counting on us, which is good. It's a mix of both. It's a mix of both. See, you have to come in with the influencer, but at the same time, you need to know what you're buying. The future would have both of them going together. You cannot have only the influencers selling. You cannot have only the real estate experts selling. You'll have to have both. Combination. That's what would work in the future, and nothing else would work. That much I can tell you. That it has to be a phygital world, from henceforth. It is no longer a physical or a digital world. It has to be phygital.
It's a good combination for both. Well, thank you so much for joining us today on the NDTV Real Estate Conclave 2025. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the program at the NDTV Real Estate Conclave